How the fuck are we all doing? How we doing? I can just tell you this now. I'm terrified. I decided to take a sneak peek at the chapters. I'm from 983 to, what is it? Like 1060? I decided to take a sneak peek at the chapters. What's going on? Oh, that's what's going on. I was about to say, why the fuck can I hear myself? Anyway, from like 983 to, 1060, it is all just a Fall of Falcon Scott, so... rip the buddies. Audio doubled? I don't ask, I don't know. No idea what the fuck was going on there, but hi, hello. How are we all doing? I don't know why I was doing that. That's on me. Well, I know why I was doing that, but still. It's fixed. Yeah, Falcon Scott. Yeah. Fucking 70 Potter. What the fuck, G3? Don't worry, Josh, it's all good. It doesn't mean anything, trust. Oh yeah, I'm just not gonna lose, like, some of the better members of the cohort today. Or I guess... When's the next Shadow Slave stream I've got planned? 27th today, Monday. Lord of the Mysteries. Ugh, that'll kill me. And that's just gonna suck. Thursday's gonna be the next Shadow Slave stream. So the next upcoming 3 fucking streams is just gonna be me being like, ugh, why? Basically. I'm cold as fuck. I mean, same, but I've got a fan blowing on me. What the fuck's my hair doing? I just want it to function. You know, let's move all you people right there. Falcon Scott doesn't fall. Jeffrey's just a liar. It's been 105 Fahrenheit every day for me. I don't know what Fahrenheit is. Or I don't have an immediate assumption on Fahrenheit. Yeah, we all gonna be cold as fuck. I mean, it's been mild okay for me today, at the very least. Again, for today, at the very least. It's a roller coaster that doesn't stop. As long as Dorman... I just want 2 people at the call to be okay. And that's Dom and Samara. I know they're not gonna make it, and it's gonna make my heart fucking crush into tiny little pieces, possibly dust for it. But they're the only 2 fuckers I want to live. 40 plus degrees Celsius? Oh yeah. Okay, no man, that is chilly. Gotta have some faith. I only have so much faith. Somebody's already lost, what, close to 2,000 men since joining Antarctica? Like, close to 2,000 men since joining Antarctica? You think the devil would let any of his men die? Yeah. What about Luster? Luster's the only one I am extremely confident in living, out of pure fucking spite for my reading ability. Other than that, I don't want him to. I see Belle being killed off, but I don't think... Like, who cares? It's Belle. Kim, that's like a 50-50 kind of thing. Like, nothing improves if she lives, but like, it's one of those things where you gain and lose nothing if Kim survives. Dom and Lustra, though, that's gonna hurt. Those two reek of death. If you count LL49, it's, the actual convoy is like 15,000. His actual convoy is like 15,000 and has only lost like 100. Well, if you... No, he's definitely lost more than 100 from his actual convoy. Definitely. Because they even mentioned, like, losing, like, a good couple of people. They lose a couple people a little bit after Sunny fights Goliath. They lose people during the journey going past the giant squid monster. They lose people during the little squid monster bit. So, broken smell death. Unfortunately, some people just reek of it. and that's the unfortunate part of it. Anyway, as you can read from the title, today's gonna be a long stream. It's gonna be so fucking long. So I'm gonna try and not get hyper super duper distracted from chat today. Big emphasis on fucking try here, okay? Can't promise anything. Get off my fucking wire or I'll eat you alive, cat. By the time we actually get to reading, at the very least. That's the Lord of the Mysteries. I want Shadow Slave. Yep, there we go. The entire trip from LL49 to Ibris Sunny loses like 9 people total. Yeah, because it's like, what, a cart of people? Or like a truck of people. I'm ready, let's do this. I'm not. I don't know why I decided to do this today. I woke up very fucking early today. Let's start this shit up. Yeah, I also changed out the layout just a little bit. If you open that door several times today, I will twat you with a book. Okay, we need to be in our A game of distraction today. Dickhead, I don't want to be here until like 4 in the morning. Trying to read 30 fucking chapters, or 25 chapters even. 15 already cost us like 3 fucking hours per stream. Do you think Sunny as he is now, with more practice as a master, is the strongest master in the world? No. Like practically, no. No, I can't say that. Because how long have they been in Antarctica? Couple of months. How long have they had Nephis back? About 4 months now. She's definitely got much better control over her abilities now. Josh's first 10 hours. Don't fucking jinx it, prick. Don't jinx it, you little cunt. Okay? Don't you dare. 6 hour streams already killed me. I can't do 10. Really? Who's stronger? I'd say... Unfortunately, I think Sunny is probably the weakest out of the Divine Trio. When it comes to Masters, I definitely think he's stronger than Jet right now. He can probably kill Morgan. And, like, every other Master that isn't Nephis or Mordred. But here's the thing. I don't think Mordred has an... It's the same conversation that we're having at the very beginning of Volume 5, right? It's like, oh... Like, as Awakened... At the very end of their Awakened journey, I would put Sunny above Mordred. Simply because... Like, neither one of them can kill each other, and Sunny's entire fucking bag is stupid. To be fair, I don't know Mordred's entire bag, but regardless. But then... as masters, I would say Sunny's probably physically the weakest. And then there's obviously the idea of Mordred being able to just copy Sunny, right? And probably make stronger versions of him. And then, yeah, 4 or 5 months with Nephis training pretty consistently that entire time, and probably is being trained by other masters in Clan Valor. I would definitely say Nephis is probably the strongest master in the world right now. What happened to the hair? Nothing happened to the hair. First stream for 2k AXP? No, I don't think so. I swear we've had someone get 2000 EXP before in chat. I think at this point he still cannot beat Morgan. No. I have a guttural feeling that I think Sunny can probably beat every master in the world currently. Awaken Mordred would absolutely cook Awaken Sunny. I wouldn't say cook. I think Sunny's just too crafty for that to happen now. At the very end of the lineages as a master. No, highest is 1k. Fucking hell. Did you stop dyeing your hair? Nah, no. I mean, yeah. I kind of got bored of the blonde. I've been blonde since October. I've been blonde since October and I've had long hair since July last year. Is when I'd say, like, my hair was long because I was, like, down to my ears. And then I got, like the back of it got down to... Like, the back of it got down to there, dude. It was getting ridiculous. Morgan is just loaded with memories and echoes because she's from Valor, but I don't think physically she can do shit in Dickle to Sunny. Being able to amplify yourself 4 times and then also have Saint, Nightmare, and Soul Serpent on your side is fucking... It's just too stupid. Plus Shadow Manifestation? Yeah, no. Absolutely not. Plus being able to manifest your own fucking shadow, being able to manifest his own shadows, teleport between those shadows. Now he's got Marble Shell. Fuck, absolutely not, no. I know Morgan is hilariously strong for a master, but I don't think she's beating him. With preparations, maybe hand-to-hand combat and warfare. Valor is cook, I think. Oh, hand-to-hand, no, I don't think Sunny's beating anybody. Like, realistically, I don't think Sunny's beating anybody in a hand-to-hand combat as a master. I just think if it's a fight to the death, I'm putting my money on Sunny unless it's against Mordred or Nephis. Sunny's actually physically stronger than Mordred because Mordred can't enhance his strength like Sunny. Mordred also has like 4 cores more than Sunny. And knowing the slimy bastard, he probably has a memory to amplify himself on that one. Plus being able to clone shit. Plus, isn't Mordred, like, tower over fucking Sunny at this point? If anything, I would say Sunny is probably just a little bit stronger physically than Mordred with all the shadows. What's your least favorite character? Excluding the chair and the rock? Probably Caster. Caster's like the only character I've read in where it's like, I gain nothing from your interactions with this story. Like, at all. Fuck! I did it again, didn't I? I did. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's get into... I saw a rock edit the other day. Same. I saw a rock and chair edit, and I was fucking angry. Dislike him as a character in total, or more as a person. Both. I don't like his character, nor do I like him as a character to read. Hey man, I'm on chapter 960. 690. I'm not saying anything cause spoilers, but I just wanted to drop in and say it's been to say how nice it's been reading and watching your videos about the chapters right after. Fuck yeah. Where the hell's 960? Or 690 even. Oh, it's that chapter. Okay. Oh, you're gonna have fun for the next couple. you're gonna have a blast for the next couple. Butcher. Or Cherry even. So, go enjoy your reading. It's a character, it's nice to see him in the early... See him as an early foil for Sunny, but yeah, as a person, he is a bit of a cunt. He's near this second nightmare, yeah. I know. The second I saw one question, I was like... that one. By the way, be ready for the eventual third nightmare coming soon enough. And I think it's the top Shadow Slave before the Forgotten Shore. Yeah, I know. I know third nightmare is like right after this. The Extraordinary Rock and Shadow Chair are by far the best characters in the novel. Not even fucking close. Okay, let's get ready for the long one. As we start off with chapter 976, Ubiquitous Law. I don't know why it says 980. Oh, because I tried to read before. And I just got nowhere. Oh, yeah. I made the... Well, just Falcon Scott. And also chat easier to read. The Rock gets forgotten, but the chairs are prominent. The chair is prominent throughout the story. You're fucking stupid. Anyway, Ubiquitous Law. Sonny had planned to catch a couple of hours of sleep, but in the end he was too mesmerized by the promise of the marble shell too close to his eyes for even a second. That new attribute of his was both supremely powerful and complex, which meant unlocking its full potential would demand a lot of insight and ingenuity. If he had managed to master it, though. Maybe. Laying in darkness of the sleeping niche, Sonny smiled ominously. What a great present. It should not have come to a surprise, though. The challenge of the Prince of the Underworld had been a steep one. 6,000 defeated opponents, most awakened. Those normal people did not go out the way to seek battle after battle. Would never face that many adversaries in their lifespan, perhaps. Maybe by never, probably, but generally, no, I certainly wouldn't say. More than that, Sonny suspected that the enchantment had actually had several stages. While he only completed the last one, after all, the counter of vanquished souls had already been filled to some extent by the time Sonny repaired the mantle of the Underworld. An ascended armor of the 6th tier, demanding 6,000 kills to raise to the 7th. If the Onyx armor had started off as a memory of the 1st tier, demanding 1,000 kills to raise it to the 2nd, 2,000 to raise it to the 3rd, then it might have taken no less than 21,000 defeated enemies to acquire the soulbound relic enchantment. Jesus fuck. That's an idea and a half. Fuck me. But if Sonny was riding that boat and was taking care of the cannons, I feel like he could have got it. But that's insane. What a scary number. No wonder the marble shell was such a potent attribute. Not to mention it connects to not to mention that it's connected to one of the diamonds. Oh yeah, right. He has 3 fucking things connected to the diamonds now. He has marble shell, blade, Sin of Solace. And Weaver's Mask. Whether it had been the First Lord of the Bright Castle, or one of his companions that wore the mantle before, Sonny had really owed them some gratitude. Even more of it, to be precise. Regardless of the past, though, there was a lot for him to think about when it came to the future. Sonny instantly understood that Marble Shell would drastically, and most importantly, passively, increase his defensive capabilities and resilience. Yes, the dormant state of the attribute was a weakened version of its active form, and yes, the Living Stone trait only allowed him to mend his skin as opposed to his entire body. Sure, he did not currently possess a powerful armor to synchronize with the shell, but it didn't matter. In any sense, Sonny himself was the armor now. What truly infused him about the new attribute was the possibility of finally breaking one of the most ubiquitous laws of the Nightmare spell. In a world ruled by it, attacks almost always triumphed defense. No matter how tough an armor was, a powerful and well-placed strike from a weapon of a similar rank would most often overcome it. Otherwise, he would have never been able to kill an awakened nightmare creature as a sleeper, or continuously challenge enemies that were, strictly speaking, out of his league. Everything had its limits, of course, but generally, that's just how things worked. Not anymore, though. Not with what his aspect was capable of. Someone else would have had to find Marble Shell a powerful aid in battle, but in Sonny's hands, it could be so much more. Possibly the most important quality of the strange attribute was that it had to become a part of his body, and as such, it could augment with his shadows at the same time. An ascended armor might be vulnerable to an ascended blade, but with 4 shadows enhancing it, maybe not. Oh my god, yeah, right, I forgot he can enhance. Oh yeah, right. Plus, if he ever finds a higher tier armor and he's able to put his shadows on top of that, Jesus fucking Christ. That went from elemental mind and soul attacks as well, albeit to a lesser degree. Add bloodweave and boneweave to the equation with the living stone on top of it all. Sonny might not be ready to go around slaying titans just yet, but he was halfway convinced that being hit by Goliath would not instantly kill him anymore. Maybe if he did have an armor on top, I would trust this hypothesis a little more. And that was just defense. Marble Shell had the potential to do wonders for his attack potency and lethality too. The Feather of Truth had always been an unassuming but insidiously powerful enchantment, now that it could be applied to his entire body, and as opposed to only his armor, though that really changed everything. Making himself lighter could drastically increase his speed and mobility. Making himself heavier would help Sonny weather powerful blows, as well as increase the impact of his own strikes. Force was heavily dependent on mass after all, and it was hard to achieve one without the other. The second part of Force was acceleration, so if Sonny learned how to skillfully weave 2 sides of the Feather of Truth together, his combat performance would take a significant leap forward. Wearing a light armor on top of the shell would be the most optimal choice in that regard, since doing so would grant him a double layer of protection while not encumbering him too much. Sonny already had some knowledge on how to use the Feather of Truth in battle, but he was going to need to adjust it to a new scope, as well as relearn a lot of things, both about the general trait itself and about how he should approach combat in general. It would demand a lot of time, practice, insight, and most of all thinking, not to mention perfecting his ability to guide essence in the right way. Bitch, you have Soul Serpent. What? However, dismantling and mastering battle styles was something Sonny was exceedingly good at. So he had no doubt that he would see some improvements very soon. A modest improvement was not his goal, though. He wanted to reach a state in where using the Feather of Truth to its full potential was an instinct for him, to make it something that he did not have to think about to do. That would be a bit harder to achieve. Not impossible, though. Sonny's personal progress in terms of pure combat mastery had been stalled for a while, so now he had actual excitement about a new challenge. Shifting his perception to one of the shadows to observe the dark landscape flowing past the rhino, he smiled wearily. Luckily, I have a whole continent of nightmare creatures to practice on. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, this arm is fucking stupid. This ability might actually unironically be the single strongest thing Sunny has in his entire arsenal. This fucking armor is Sunny basically just being like, yay, I have more bullshit abilities. Literally, it's stuck to me 24/7. Chapter 977, Through the Blizzard. Eventually, Sumi climbed out the sleeping niche and went about business of managing the caravan. They had made it far into the mountains, and they were already moving north towards the true goal. The blizzard was still raging, reducing visibility to almost zero. The landscape was grim and foreboding as ever. Surrounding area needed to be scouted, maps needed to be updated, reports needed to be received, and hundreds of other things demanded his attention. Before getting down to it, Sunny spared a few moments to stare at the grey fabric and the lustreless black leather of the puppeteer's shroud. You know what? Side tangent. I cannot wait to see what puppet shroud actually looks like in the manga. Because I kind of want it to look like a proper ninja gown and all that. I feel like that'd be sick. And him just casually wearing that in Antarctica now, knowing that he doesn't have to get, like, super cold, would be sick. Hey, Caleb. Who could have thought that he would... who thought he could have been reduced to seriously using it again, after all that time? It sure is... it is sure much more comfortable than walking around in a full plate of steel armor. Ah, good old me... The old me had it good. Actually, not really. Yeah, don't be gaslighting yourself, Sonny. I know Antarctica's been hard, but you've not had it easy either. Sonny was ready to climb into the roof of the Rhino when he had noticed Beth staring at him with a strange expression. He lingered for a moment. What? Beth blinked a couple times, then pulled her gaze away. No, nothing. Sonny frowned. Just say it, will you? Beth remained silent for a second, then asked hesitantly, Are you wearing makeup? Oh yeah, it changed the skin color, I forgot. This time, it was his turn to stare. What? No, why would you think that? The old woman gave him a dubious look and shook her head. You just look a little different, that's all. Sonny grinned. Oh, I naturally have the complexion of a marble statue. No makeup involved. Didn't you know? Beth turned away and sighed and mumbled under her nose. Damned awakened. How is this fair? I'm gonna miss Beth. Suppressing a chuckle, Sonny... Okay, no, never mind. That doesn't go against his flaw. Suppressing a chuckle, Sonny disbanded into a shadow and appeared on top of the Rhino, sighing as a bone-chilling wind smashed into his chest. Surprisingly, though, he was not that cold. His passive resistance to the element was already making itself known. Without wasting any time, Sonny made himself heavier for better stability. Summoned the memory of ice and wrapped a shadow to keep himself around his body, simultaneously circulating the essence to double the enchantment granted by the charm. A couple of seconds later, he felt even more comfortable. Sonny still sensed a slight chill, but it was in no way bothersome. Additionally, the winds were powerless against it. It was as if Sonny had turned into a small cliff. Huh. Summoning Morgan's warbow, he sat down on the roof and closed his eyes. I can get used to this. I imagine this is just, like, this entire sentence is just how, Saint feels anytime she has to be on top of the Rhino. She's just there in the wind, like... Not a bad view up here. Ooh, a free kill. Beth just got mogged. I mean, it is the pretty boy after all. The journey to Falcon's continued. Traversing the abominated infested expanse of the Antarctic center was still hard and dangerous. But with Naviv assisting Sunny in defending the caravan, things became a little bit easier. The two masters rarely saw each other, communicating mostly over the chain of relays in the military vehicles. Sunny was stationed at the head of the column while Naveen stayed in the rear to provide the best possible defensive coverage. Mostly, they only met face to face during the rare stops, and while an especially dire threat demanded both of them to fight side by side to vanquish it. Going into battle with Nightwalker was both comfortable and effective. Ah, finally, a professional. Yo, like this bitch ain't just like you're professionally surrounded by professionals pretty fucking consistently. You're just a higher echelon. It's not like lacking professionals. They're there, you're just up there. There's no need to be complaining like this. Naveen was an extremely skilled warrior, using a long bow harpoon and a net woven of an unnaturally durable threads to harm and dismeat nightmare creatures. It was obvious that he was not entirely comfortable fighting on land, and his aspect powers seemed to be under severe restrictions, though so the scorn of the House of Night mostly supported Sunny and made it easier for him to kill the enemy, which was more than welcomed. Naveen was also more curious that most masters tend to be. Not overly so, but enough for Sunny to notice. The difference between them, it was understandable. After all, the Nightwalker had a family to come back to. He carried more than one life in his shoulders. The perspective was a bit new to Sunny. It made him think about things that he had never really considered before. Other than that, things were going as expected. The caravan continued to grow, several more groups from Ebersfield survivors joining it. By then, Sunny was secretly starting to thank the gods that Naveen's ship had suffered catastrophic damage without the additional supplies looted from its hold. He would have to deal with a supply shortage pretty soon. As it was though, he had enough to feed everyone an arm and those who could and knew how to fight for now. Sonny was curious to see if anyone else had noticed his subtle change, but in the end, the only other person other than Beth who had shown any reaction was Kim. At some point, she gave him a very weird look and hastily turned away without asking anything. Kim was able to see vulnerabilities in everything she looked at. After all, Sonny had recently become much less vulnerable. No wonder she was surprised. I can read! Great. Great. What bizarre stories are they going to come up with now? Hopefully Belle was not going to give him weird looks again. Fuck Belle. The crow also noticed that something about Sonny had changed. The echo landed on his shoulder, stared at him with curiosity for a few moments, and then suddenly tried to peck at his neck. After that, the bird let out a startled crow. Stop! Stop! Then it flew away and stayed in the air for a while. Being pecked by an awakened monster was not a pleasant experience, but the shell did not show any signs of giving into the sharp beak. Overall, Sonny was satisfied by the strange incident. The tumultuous march north continued. Swarms of nightmare creatures were slaughtered, more soldiers died, more refugees died too. With thousands of them copped up into moving vehicles, it was inevitable that some would succumb to the nightmare. It was inevitable that some would subdue to that spell. Despite all Sonny's efforts to make sure the new aspirates were found and isolated in time, there had been a couple of instances where the security measures failed. The results were bloody. Sonny was shaken by the loss of civilian lives, but in the grand scheme of things, they were just drops in the ocean. An entire metropolis could have been erased off the map. An entire metropolis was just erased off the map a few days ago, and it was simply one instance of an inconceivable carnage and destruction raging over the southern quadrant. Sonny was growing really tired of watching people die. He knew that all the death toll would not stop growing anytime soon. Yeah, it's all catching up to him. No, we're not pushing this agenda, Kayla. We're not doing this. We're not pushing the agenda that Crow is better than Saint. Crow's great, but it ain't no Stone Saint or Marble Saint or whatever the fuck Saint's gonna turn into now. Ugh. I mean, where he came, considering where he came from, that's true. I feel like I'm missing something here. There's yelling in the background like 3 times. Don't worry about it. Literally, just don't care. You get used to it. 970. Saints? No, Stone Saint. Vibranium Saint would go hard. Vibranium Saint would be indestructible. 978. Back again. The rhino let out a disturbing screech sound that came to a shuddering stop. Sonny remained on top of the roof for a few moments, looking down with a grim expression on his face, then jumping down, landing softly in the snow. He took a few steps away and studied the battered APC. The mighty machine had seen better days. Its armor hull was littered with deep gouges and makeshift patches of scavenged alloy. The wedge-shaped ram at the front of the rhino was deformed and painted dull red. Its poor fucking machine. Its deployment mechanism irreparably damaged and struck in its lowest position. The six mighty wheels were still intact, but all the additional thrusters were either spent or destroyed. What worried Sonny the most, though, were the sensitive internals of the APC, despite the fact that Kim and Samara had been desperately trying to keep it away from the deteriorating completely. Most of the systems were slowly dying. The rhino had been put through too much abuse, and now it seems it was on the verge of failing. A bit sad. Bitter sign escaped from Sonny's lips. Damn. On a side note, Josh, keep watching walkthrough. It gets progressively better after each season, and another thing is to watch the special episodes before season 3. It gives better context. I literally had to go read the manga to see what the OVAs were about because it made no fucking sense. Like 14 minutes into the OVAs, after I watched the yoga one, I was like, what the fuck is going on? 9 likes, chat log in. Hey man, listen to Kylo. Go like the stream. Tell YouTube you enjoy this shit. Behind him, the rest of the caravan was in a similar condition. The column of dilapidated vehicles stretched for many kilometers, each showing signs of battle damage and stress. Most vehicles had suffered as much as the Rhino, which served as a vanguard machine. But then again, most of them were was not as shielded and as robust as the custom APC of the irregulars. After studying the state of the caravan for a minute or two, Sonny turned around and walked forward. After passing between the massive shape of the abomination and the much smaller but similarly fearsome shape of the Blackie, I constantly forget the Echo's names are fucking Abomination and Blackie. Walkthrough has OVAs 5 from what I know. Sorry, 6 from what I know, and I've only watched 3 of them. And as he did, the crow landed on his he stopped and looked at the vast valley below. As he did, the crow landed on his shoulder. Sonny and the 3 Echoes remained silent for a while. The valley was covered in snow, but it could not hide the unturned soil and the signs of a devastating battle that must have had raged here once. Craters and mounds of frozen earth littered the landscape, hitting at a heavily artillery bombardment, and a ghastly mountain of charred bones towered near the slopes, and some distance away it laid a graveyard of broken war machines. Fucking hell. Sonny casually walking into a death zone. Thousands upon thousands of nightmare creatures were moving through the snow. Worse than that, 13 active gates ringed the valley, tearing reality apart. What a terrible place. Yeah, get the fuck away. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then looked at Naveen, who had just reached the crest of the hill. The Nightwalker was looking down with a sour expression. His broken arm still resting in a makeshift sling. He had been wounded in a random battle a few days ago and was yet to fully recover. Sonny smiled. Yeah, it was even more terrible than the 7 new gates opened right away. Right when we had tried to deal with the 6 that had already manifested, encircling the whole division. That was how Antarctica welcomed us all that time ago. Indeed, Sonny knew the valley well. I am. Indeed, Sonny knew the valley well. It was where he had fought his first real battle in the southern quadrant, unleashing Sate to defend the mundane soldiers. Looking down, he could recognize the spots in where he had slain the Gate Guardian, as well as the spot where the division had burned its dead before moving on. Was he feeling nostalgic? Well, it did not matter anyway. What did matter was the valley was only a day's traversal away from Falcon Scott. They had finally made it. Almost. In the end, it took the caravan 2 weeks to get here. June was almost over, but the long nights of Antarctica still showed no signs of ending. The world was dark as always, full of abominable horrors as always. Nothing truly noteworthy happened in these 2 weeks. It had been a constant, grueling, arduous struggle to survive. Every kilometer they traveled had been a little bit harder than the previous one. The numerous skirmishes and battles they had fought all started to blend into one another. At some point, the name of the soldiers and civilians Sonny had lost did too. Oh, that's tragic. Hi, Armor. Later, IDK. But yeah, no, that's that's that. Hey, that's sick. All in all, few people died, comparatively, considering the overall size of the caravan. The number of casualties was statistically insignificant. He grimaced and looked away. He might have brought most of the caravan this close to Falcon Scott in one piece, but the hardest part was still ahead of them. Due to its nature as a place of a massive and static concentration of humans, the siege capital naturally attracted numerous nightmare creatures. It was constantly besieged by hordes of abominations, with more arriving from the south every day. The caravan had to somehow break through the blockade to reach the city gate. Fortunately, they did not have to do it alone. Sonny had already contacted the army command through the Dream Realm, reporting the date that they would arrive in the valley. He was promised assistance and reinforcements, as well as a special envoy to help the refugees make it through it safely. Let it be Chet. Let it be Chet. Let it be Chet. Let it be Chet. The envoy was running late, though. His shadow would have noticed someone in the slopes of the mountains. He did not see any humans in the valley. If someone really planned to make it to the other side to meet the caravan, Sonny had no idea how they were planning to fight their way through the sea of nightmare creatures below. Glancing at Naive, he frowned. Where the hell is that envoy? Before the Nightwalker could answer, Crow suddenly let out a nervous screech and hurriedly flew away. In the next second, a massive shadow suddenly dove down from above, approaching the caravan with stunning speed. Sonny had already drawn its string of its bow, but paused at the last moment, looking at the landing creature with wide eyes. Massive, powerful body that resembled that of a lion, mighty white wings, beautiful golden eyes of an eagle. In front of him was a proud, majestic, and very familiar griffin. Ah, okay. Okay. Good to see you, Gale. Or is this Rowan, as he finally joined in with the party? Yeah, I can relate to the weather as acting weird, as it's always hot or cold. The weather just be a bitch sometimes. The weather just be annoying as fuck. 979. Let's see who this is. Is this Tyrus or is it Rowan? 979. Full circle. The mighty griffin landed in front of the caravan. A cloud of snow jumping into the air around it. A moment later, a human figure jumped off the back, landing not too far away from Sonny and Naveen. The man in front of them was a tall and broad, powerful shoulders. It is! His light armor was crafted from an adamantite scales of an unknown monster, with his blue scarf wrapped carelessly around his neck. His hair was the color of a straw, as was his thick beard. The stranger's eyes were bright blue and piercing. Master Rowan had not changed a lot since the last time he and Sonny had met. Skytide's husband seemed, a little more rugged and wary, but other than the length of his beard, everything else seemed exactly the same. How the hell is he even more handsome now? Sonny blinked a couple times and smiled a little. It's good to see Master Rowan alive and well. Hell yeah. Fucking let's go. In retrospect, he suddenly appeared. His sudden appearance made sense. Since the whole of the White Feather clan had been banished to Antarctica, where else would Rowan be? Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that. I thought that was just like a tryst punishment. No, that's a whole fucking clan. We can finally meet Soul Reaper and the gang. Let's go. Rowan, the best husband of Shadow Slave, in my opinion. He is a good couple with Tyras. Yeah, those two are great. The man in question, meanwhile, studied the caravan for a few moments and then headed towards Sonny and Naveed. As he approached, he paused slightly and stared at them with a strange expression. Then, a surprised smile appeared on Rowan's face. Sunless! Wait, it's you? You're the famous Devil of Antarctica? Sonny shifted a little, then cleared his throat in embarrassment. Yes, that's what people call me these days, I guess. Anyway, it's very nice to see you again, Master Rowan. Really. Rowan remained silent for a few moments and then suddenly laughed. Why didn't nobody tell me? It makes sense though. You do love striking deals with people in exchange for soul shards. As Sonny coughed, Naveen looked at him with curiosity. You two know each other? Still a little startled, Sonny nodded. Yes, Master Rowan of the White Feather clan. Meet Master Naveen of House of Night. The two of us are in charge of this caravan. The two ascended, briefly studied each other, then exchanged nods. There was no real tension between them, but Sonny noticed that they were not entirely at ease with each other, unlike how he was with them. Bitch, why are you getting into like a freeway bind with the two masters you actively respect? The two only masters that are men that you respect, may I add on top of that. Just because she can doesn't mean she wants to fly everywhere. Yeah, that's true. That's a very fair comment. Where was I? Oh, it was understandable. White Feather was a vessel of Clan Valor, while Naveen came from the great Clan Knight. Politically, there was somewhat of a war between them, which was probably only made taller by the fact that Valor and Song were at war, while House Knight remained neutral. Would it continue to stay in the sidelines, though? That nobody could tell. Master Rowan offered a handshake to Naveen and then glanced at the column of battered vehicles again. How many people do you have? It seemed that the time of pleasantries were over, as they were about to discuss business. Sonny was extremely motivated to get the people out of the open and to safety as soon as possible. So he was all for it. Looking back, he said, 4,000 soldiers, 30,000 civilian refugees, plus a few hundred shipwrecked soldiers. I also have 100 awakened and about 20 sleepers, as well as my own cohort of irregulars. Oh, and a dozen or so echoes between all of us, including a couple of fallen ones. Damn! Abomination and Rowan's Griffin were currently having a staring contest. So the last point was self-evident. Master Rowan gave him a long stare. The idea of a big ass dog and this gigantic fucking griffin having the most, like, comedic level stare down is so fucking funny in my head. Because I just imagine the griffin just towering over this thing and the dog's still there, like. The handsome master gave him a long stare. You really brought all these people here away from Everest Fields? Sonny smiled bleakly. Most of them, yes, a few hundred with them were with me before that. Those poor souls had crossed more than 3,000 kilometers in search of a shelter. Rowan lingered for a moment, then briefly grasped his shoulder. You did well, Sunless. You did very well. On God, if they are able to get all, like, what, 45, or like, how many men did he say? 4,000, 35,000 men, roughly, generalizing, rounding up, to Falcon Scott, successfully, deserves all the glaze in the world, because that's an insane accomplishment. His words were encouraging, but his tone was somber. 30,000 refugees might have sounded like a large number, considering how hard it was to escort such a caravan across the ravaged expanse of the Antarctic Center, but there had been tens of millions of people in the Everest Field. Of course, there were more survivors than that gathered by Sonny, who had found their way to Falcon Scott or another siege capital on their own, but the loss of life must have still been tremendous. With a sigh, he looked away. So, how are we going to deal with this? I suspect that fighting our way to the city won't be easy. Master Rowan remained silent for a few moments and then smiled. Actually, you don't have to worry about it. Too much, I mean. We've been receiving many refugee convoys in the last week or so, so the procedure has been polished a lot by now. Thank fuck. Thank fuck. And a few awakened and new sleepers that came with them. Yeah, exactly. If you're going to be talking about the Shadow Slave up to date, just go into the Discord and go into the Shadow Slave spoiler section. Don't do it in chat. Kirbs will smite a couple of you. I can't be asked doing it, but that's why I've got mods. He turned around and looked at the valley ringed by 13 gates. At my signal, there will be a sortie within the city walls to create a distraction. At the same time, your regular colleagues will clear the side roads that circle this valley. All you have to do is cut through the remaining abominations to reach the entrance of the road. Are you and your people up for that? Sonny looked at the distance and smiled. How fitting. Wasn't it the exact same road that his cohort had been ordered to secure the first days of the campaign? Sonny had left Falcon Scott 3 months ago, and now he was returning. A circle was complete. What a tough road it had been. Had he ever suspected that things to turn out this way? Millions of people dead. The first army was in retreat all across the Antarctic Center, and he had somehow ended up being responsible for tens of thousands of lives. Humanity had been thoroughly beaten by the chain of nightmares in this region of the southern quadrant. Not a chance. Not a chance. He had a suspicion that things would turn out disastrously for the First Army, but not so soon. Not to such an extent. Not to mention how bizarre his own situation was. Well, what does it matter? Giving Rowan a nod, Sonny stretched his shoulder and said, Yes, we are. Now let's get the hell out of here. We're just showing off how fucked we would be if we got isekai'd in the Shadow Slave because of all the bullshit we know. I feel like too many of us would probably be assassinated. I don't know what's going on here. Would be assassinated by either Clan Valor or Clan Song for doing something so fucking stupid. I do not want that fuck-ass Phoenix app, okay? I don't care. I don't care if it's the exact same thing. You can blow me. There we go. 980. But yeah, no, I feel like too many of us don't know how to shut the fuck up. Hey. And too many of us would be far too curious about certain things. I would say grab, I'd say 1/1000th of the community would actually do well within the Shadow Slave universe, simply because they are too courteous to do any stupid shit. They would be too cautious to open their mouth. They would lack the ability to go out and adventure on a regular, but would still be actively training and keeping up with the combat abilities or aspect abilities, whatnot, to survive a regular everyday appearance in like a healthy capital. Okay. I put that as 989. I'm a dumbass. That's 980. No, we are cooked even if we well. I know myself well enough to know that I would be beaten to death in a random valley by awakened by simply being myself. With all the knowledge I know, as long as I don't join a clan and just be in the government, I'd live. Nope, you be cook. Even we have to keep our traps shut, and that's the fucking difference. Some of y'all do not know how to shut the fuck up. Some of y'all just simply don't know how to fucking close your mouth and keep it shut. The second a high-ranking government official even fucking hears the idea of you knowing something too much, you're being killed. That's not an and if or but situation. You are just going to die. I don't care how lucky you are. I don't care like what kind of idea goes through your head that think you're going to be surviving much. But I can promise you it is not. We know too much. Exactly. God forbid you run into another person that's been isekai'd. God fucking forbid you run into another person that's been isekai'd and now you're trying to think. Like, you both got to, like, halfway through the story, right? Like, you're just past the third nightmare. You know where the third nightmare is. You know about the Tomb of Ariel. And yes, I've been spoiled on that name. And, which is why I'm not looking forward to the third nightmare. Fuck you, Thomas. If I ever make this into a clip, fuck you, Thomas, specifically. But that's all you know. And now you're trying to actively talk about, like, diamonds and histories and shit. By the way, I don't know what anything that's going on in the third nightmare. I just know it happens in the Tomb of Ariel. That one I want to make especially clear. And you accidentally speak a name of, like, a diamond or a god, or any sort of fucking weird ability that doesn't sound even remotely human, you're fucked. You're dead. I've been told by my friend, that if he was ruler of the world, he would wipe out my bloodline to prevent me from Honestly, my friends would probably do the same. We'd probably do it to each other, actually. Yeah, I'm on volume 10. I just don't have the time. If I remember correctly, in LTM. Oh, Lord of Mystery fans are, like, dead, like, beyond dead. Like, there's no helping them. Now, if a background character number 45 Aura Farms in front of us was spilling the beans. Exactly. And you know that background character 45 is an isekai character. That's from a different universe. The super dead. Super dead. Anyway, let's get into reading. I don't have all day and I've got 20 fucking chapters to get through. With my knowledge, I know if I get Easy Guide and Shadow Slave, I have 4 paths. 1, drink a shot and die. Drink a shot and die. 2, join the House of Night. 3, to join the government. 4, be alone. You're probably better off joining the government, and even then, you're probably going to die even if you're a part of House of Night or be alone. Hi, ADK. Siege Capital. The preparations did not take long, as the caravan was getting ready for one last push. The three masters briefly discussed the plan of battle. There was not a lot they could do. If things went well, most of the nightmare creatures would be drawn away from the city defenses, and the mountain road would be cleared by the irregulars. However, that was a good idea to prepare for a few contingencies, just in case. At some point, Rowan gave Sunny a studying look and said, "You look different, Sunless." See, him and Kim makes perfect sense, right? Who wants to be killed? Thomas on TikTok. Don't worry, he's already been blocked. he got uber blocked so fucking fast. And anyway, he makes sense. His wife is a bird. He rides around on a griffin. If he doesn't have excellent eyesight, especially being a part of Clan White Feather, I'd be mad. Sonny tilted his head a little, confused. Why wouldn't I? Last time we saw each other, I was unawakened. Oh, do you mean my skin? Rowan shook his head with a smile. No, I don't mean your appearance. You just seem older. Sonny blinked a couple of times. I am older, though. By about 2 years. The handsome master chuckled. That you are. Anyway, I think we're as ready as we can be. Should I send the signal? Rowan is an expert at riding birds at this point. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But also, I really like that age comment. Because, yeah, it's meant to be played off as like a... Well, yeah, I've got completely different skin. The last time you saw me, I was an awaken. I'm now a master. Oh, yeah, the last time you saw me, it's been 2 years. But that's not the thing he's meant to be pointing out here. This specific comment being like, you look like you've aged a bit. Like, the stress has gotten to you. We can tell you look a bit disheveled. You look like you've aged more than you've meant to been. Like, that's a really clever comment G3 really put in here. I really, really fuck with that. Sonny nodded, prompting Rowan to summon a memory that resembled a wax clay tablet. He simply drew a jagged line on it, and then waved it at them, walked over to his griffith. Not long after that, the sortie was supposed to lead most of the nightmare creatures away from the valley commenced. It started with a heavy missile barrage, which would then followed by a full company of MWPs preparing from the far side, accompanied by many cohorts of Awakened. I mean, he's older. He's seen some shit, lol. Yeah, but that's like the point, though. It's a veteran looking at another fresh veteran. And not even like a Forgotten Shore kind of veteran. What Sonny's been going through recently is completely different from Forgotten Shore. Forgotten Shore was just stress. Was like young person kind of stress. Like Sonny was just going through the entire emotional spectrum. Here, it's like Sonny's knowledge is now a massive burden on him. Sonny's emotional growth is now a massive burden on him. Sonny's abilities of being an adult man now has grown on him, especially with how Antarctica's been treating him. It's a completely different stage in his life with completely different kind of stresses, and Rowan is specifically pointing that out. Hi, it's your first time in a live. Welcome to the live then. We're trying to get to chapter 1000 today, so we're going to be here for a while. 1000 today, so we're going to be here for a while. 1000 today, so we're going to be here for a while. 1000 today, so we're going to be here for a while. 1000 today, so we're going to be here for a while. 1000 today, so we're going to be here for a while. 1000 today, so we're going to be here for a while. 1000 today, so we're going to be here for a while. 1000 today, so we're going to be here for a while. 1000 today, so we're going to be here for a while. 1000 today, so we're going to be here for a while. 1000 today, so we're going to be here for a while. 1000 today, so we're going to be here for a while. 1000 today, so we're going to be here for a while. 1000 today, so we're going to be here for a while. 1000 today, so we're going to be here for a while. 1000 today, so we're going to be here for a while. 1000 today, so we're going to be here for a while. 1000 today, so we're going to be here for a while. 1000 today, so we're going I just reached 3,000, chapter 3110. Lit. If you want to talk about it, Discord's in the link in the description, dog. There's a whole spoiler section that you can go fucking 8-wire in, and people will more than likely respond. But we don't do spoilers in chat, at the very least. But it's good to have you here. Sonny and Aviv silently watched as the sea of abominations rushed forward. They glanced at each other and dashed towards their vehicles. Abomination and Blackie rose from the ground and shook their gaunt bodies, preparing for a battle. They did not have to wait long. As soon as the horde of nightmare creatures shifted to the far side of the valley and spilled over to it, pursuing the retreating division force, the rhino growled and lunged forward. The battered APC was functioning perfectly. It was as if it gathered all the remaining strength for one last glorious charge. The long column of vehicles followed the mighty machine. The caravan rolled over into the valley before any of the remaining nightmare creatures could react. An onslaught of bullets, arrows, magical projectiles fell upon them, tearing the monsters apart. Further away, the tail of the deceived horde sensed something was wrong. Scores of nightmare creatures turned around and saw the descending column of vehicles. The howls and shrieks informed the rest of the creatures as the mass and the mass then staggered, struggling to change targets. Before the tail of the horde could reorient themselves, however, the rain of strange metal rods fell from the sky, piercing the ground in front of them in a loose line. Then, binding arcs of electricity suddenly shot between the rods, creating a wall of electricity. What's that one bitch from Apex Legends? Fuck it. What's that one bitch from Apex Legends? It's the healer. What's her name? Perimeter. That's her name. Fucking Perimeter coming out of nowhere here. What the hell? And G3 says he doesn't have any inspiration. Bullshit, I called out like 18 different inspirations in the fucking YouTube video. But yeah, okay, no inspirations at all. The first few nightmare creatures that tried to push through the barrier was instantly turned to ash. Damn. Rowan was holding them back for now, but his reserves of essence was probably not going to last long. Plus, the more powerful abominations could weather the damage and slip through the lightning wall. Others could simply leap over it. One was already trying, for that matter. Before it could, though, a javelin fell from the sky, piercing the creature through. The rhino was already heading for the distant entrance of the mountain road. The caravan's echoes were moving ahead from the vehicles, tearing apart the abominations that had somehow survived the raging attack. Even Crow was helping, diving down to rip open the weaker enemies with its beak and talons. Fucking go on, Crow. Sonny was sending one arrow flying after another, each pierced an especially vulnerable spot on the body of the nightmare creatures, killing them instantly. His accuracy was scarily perfect. Months of fighting in Antarctica had really honed his once rudimentary archery skill. Kai would have been so proud. Oh my god. I need the original cohort back, man. I kind of miss these guys. I feel like I'm back in volume 3 and where it's like, I like Sonny, I like his adventures. I really do. Sonny's a great guy. He's a great guy. He's an entertaining guy. His shadows are cool. His journey's cool. I need my crew. I need my crew of people. I need my hungry hippo. I need my flying superstar. And I need my walking autistic blowtorch. Alongside my walking pair of glasses. I need them all. Shifting his aim a little, Sonny sighed. What was his friend doing right now? Probably starting at an anchored battleship, waiting for his turn to board them. Chasing away all distractions, Sonny concentrated on the task at hand. By the time Rowan's lightning barrier failed, the caravan had already climbed the steep slope, well on its way to leave the valley. Naveen had arranged for them to improvise minefield to be set up on the way for any potential pursuers, so they'd retreat. So the retreat had a good chance of happening without a hitch. And indeed, to everyone's surprise, nothing went wrong. That is a surprise. Higher in the mountains, Sonny was standing on the roof of the Rhino and was staring at a familiar gate up ahead. Oh, that was a bad one. That was the place that he had slain the Gate Guardian, the fired witness a few months ago. Oh god, that fucking thing. Very little had changed in this place. The mountain road was suspiciously empty of enemies, and very soon he realized why. A man in a heavy-plated armor suddenly appeared from behind a large boulder and effortlessly jumped onto the roof of the Rhino, landing just a few steps away from Sonny. His face was hidden behind a visor of a closed helmet, but Sonny recognized the ascended Dale, Winter's former partner and one of the captains of the Irregulars. By his steady bearing and equipment, Master Knight glanced at him and nodded curtly. Sonny grinned. "Hey Dale, you're really a sight for sore eyes, say? Have you always been so mesmerizing?" The Ironclaw warrior stared at him for a moment, then shook his head. A calm voice resounded from behind the helmet. "You're not too bad yourself, Sonny." I love the banter. I love the banter already. I can't wait for Kai to explode after hearing Sonny talk about what happened to him. Why is bro impersonating Trump? Because I can. My stream, my love. Hey Sonny, remember the I just said hey Sonny. Hey Josh, remember the gate rank 2 in volume 2? I can't imagine the gate rank 5 gate rank 5 mentioned in volume 1. What category 5 gate was in volume 1? Or what category 5 gate was mentioned in volume 1? Oh, is that the one that wiped out America? Oh, the American gate. Yeah. Oh my god, these have been category 2 and 3 gates. Or 3 and 4 gates, even. The one that destroyed America. Yeah. God damn. I forgot that was mentioned in volume 1. What the fuck? With that, he dismissed his shield and summoned the powerful longbow instead. Fucking hell. Now, would you please concentrate? We did the best we could, but there's still a bumpy ride. And it was indeed. But in the end, the caravan still made it safely to the gates of Falcon Scott. As the Rhino drove past the mighty fortification of the siege capital and approached the colossal, seemingly impregnable ally wall, Sonny couldn't help but to stare at it in wonder. Back when they had left, the city possessed robust defenses, but not nearly as fearsome. The alloy wall was at least 70 meters tall, surrounding the whole siege capital. Its many bastions housed devastating railguns that it seemed like they had been scavenged for discommissioned battleships. Thousands of turrets were placed along the wall's length, some aiming at the ground, some peering into the dark sky. Sonny could see a lumbering MPV patrolling the Jesus fucking Christ. 70 meters. $230 feet. Fucking hell. Don't forget to do that, by the way. Fucking hell. I love how G3 ties everything lore-wise. Yeah, he's pretty good at it. 70 fucking meters. I forget how tall everything is in this series. 20 meters taller than Walmer, Rear, and Ale. Jesus fucking Christ, this wall's taller than the Colossal Titan? No, the Colossal Titan actually towered over that wall, didn't it? How tall is the Colossal Titan? Boop. $60 meters. Yeah, fucking hell, it is taller than the Colossal Titan. Fuck my life. Fuck me. That is insane. I was just about to say the same. Colossal is 30 meters, I believe. It could only peek over the wall. Yeah, on its fucking tiptoes, probably. Or jumped. To be fair, if it jumped, it'd die, but still. The killing field around the city was littered with countless corpses, most of the abominations utterly torn apart. Teams of engineers moved along them, gathering the soul shards and valuable materials. The whole might of the First Army was gathered here, and the city itself had been covered in converted into a fortress on such a scale that Sonny struggled to imagine the amount of effort, resources, and ingenuity that had gone into building these awe-inspiring fortifications. Falcon Scott looked like it was too large to fail. They're all gonna die! Yay! Thanks, Sonny! You just had to speak! Sonny's whole attention was concentrated on the massive gates of the Seed's capital, though, which the caravan was currently swiftly approaching. As soon as the shadow of the wall fell on him, he let out a quiet sigh and suddenly staggered as if robbed of all strength. An intense, overwhelming sense of relief flooded Sonny's entire body. He slowly lowered himself to the roof of the APC. Hazy images of what had happened in the last few months flashed in his mind. The empty streets of L49, the airy darkness of the underground tunnel, and the terrifying silhouette of Goliath raising from beneath the ocean waves, and so much more. And from all of that was behind him now. We made it? The gates of Falcon Scott started to open as if to answer his question. Indeed, Sonny was right. He had finally managed to bring his people to safety. Let's go! Why the fuck did you have to open your mouth, though? Sonny confirmed PTSD. Hey, man. Also, Sonny confirmed PTSD. He had PTSD the second he left the fucking Forgotten Shore. And I should know this, because he told Cassie to fuck off and never talk to him again. Josh, don't read the titles' names. I've already read the titles' names. Not all of them, but I know it goes on for fucking 70 goddamn chapters. All across the Arctic Center, humans were retreating north, to the last bastion of their kind in the Forsaken Place. However, humans were not the only ones moving in its direction. There was a vast, hungry cloud slowly moving between tall peaks. Oh, for fuck's sake. Somewhere on the coast, a swarm of nightmare creatures was behaving strangely. Slowly and silently, the abominations were marching towards the murmuring waves. One after another, they walked into the dark water, only to disappear under the surface without a trace. A day later, the same eerie scene could be seen further north. Oh, for fuck's sake, these things. Far away, deep in the mountains, a river of darkness was flowing through the deep gouge. If anyone could take a closer look at it, they would see the darkness that was actually composed of numerous black beetles, devouring everything in their path. The beetles were heading north as well. In some other places, a walking mountain seemed to be moving in the same direction. The stone giant was making its way across the ravaged landscape, the world shaking as if with its every step. Its singular eyes stared blindly into the distance, as if capable of piercing thousands of kilometers to gaze at something hidden. When the moon appeared in the night sky, its giant eye closed. There was also a blizzard raging somewhere far away. In its center, surrounded by a circle of absolute peace, a grotesque creature was hovering above the snow. Soon the winds picked up, blowing furiously in a single direction. North, north, north. Oh no, Sonny's gonna get fist fucked by Faded. Sonny's gonna get fist fucked by oh my days, brother. He has the creature from LO49 surrounding him. He has the fuck off beetles trying to get to him. He has Goliath chasing after him. He has the swarm of Kizus going after him. And now he has the fucking Winter Beast going after him? Oh my god, these 70 chapters are gonna kill me. These 70 chapters are gonna kill me. On the slope of a jagged mountain, a powerful abomination was prepared to feast on the remains of an adversary it had killed. Before it could, however, the shadow around it suddenly came to life. A dark silhouette emerged from them. The creature was a tall human-like with jet black bone plates covering its leaf. And the imp! Before the abomination could react, something moved. The fountain of blood painted the snow red, soon followed by pieces of torn flesh and viscera. The dark creature raised the abomination's severed head with its hand, which was missing 2 fingers. It stared at it for a few moments. Soon, a disturbing crunching sound could be heard, drowned by the howling of the wind. When the creature was done with its morbid meal, it lingered for a few moments and then looked north, its eyes burning with cold hatred. Below it, in the distance, a large city spewed near the ocean. Falcon Scott. Motherfucker! Give this man a Pokedex. Give this man a Pokedex and just tell him to take it off anytime it tries to go near the fucking city now, because what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? He has this arch enemy. He has Saint's fucking family. He has mind fucking ocean creature. He has a moving mountain. He has a giant fucking a yeti. I imagine a giant yeti. All after him, all at once. Oh yeah, right, and a swarm of fucking Kisus from Monster Hunter. I blame Sony for saying something. Of course he does. Because why? The exact same reason why all of you would die is the exact same reason why everybody's gonna die in Falcon's Court now, because he couldn't shut the fuck up for 10 minutes. Not even 10 minutes, for 30 fucking seconds. Imp, it was me, Barry. Josh the Imp is only after him. It doesn't matter. It will kill whatever it needs to get the Sunny. And now it has shadow manipulation. Brother. The thing is, Sunny should know better. This man is 21, approaching 21 years old. 21 in like half a year. So like, yeah, 20 turning 21. He should know better. Oh my days. Like the stream, subscribe if you're new, do all that jazzy shit. Chapter 981, All Quiet. Rain chapter! Let's go! Oh my days. Rain had recently turned 16. For every teenager, there was a special date. It signified more than words could describe. Because from that point forward, For about 2 or 3 years, they would be viable to the infection of the spell. Rain had expected to feel a large change within herself, but to Rain's surprise, everything about her seemed more or less the same. The world around her, however, had changed a lot. Her daily routine was exactly as it had been before, but beneath the surface, everyone was acting differently. Her parents tried to hide their fear, but she knew how worried they really were. Her classmates were putting on a brave face. None of them could act nearly as well as they thought they could. Even the teachers seemed to be more subdued. The mood on the streets of the city was subtly different too. Of course, Rain was not the center of the universe. Most of these changes had nothing to do with her, and were instead caused by the event that everyone had glued to the news portal, the giant evacuation of the Southern Quadrant. It was a historic event after all. Granted, none of it had truly affected the NQSC. The refugees were yet to arrive, and the dangers they were running from were far away. That did not, and the dangers they were running away from was so far away that it did not feel real. It was just that everyone seemed to have an opinion about what was happening, and there were military vehicles on the road sometime. There were numerous recruitment posters all around the city too, encouraging people to enlist to the second evacuation army. The first one was already achieving victory after victory in Antarctica, pushing back the abominable nightmare creatures each day. Everyone wanted to win glory and help the victorious heroes to defend humanity. Was invited to join the war effort, or at least that's what the news told them. Most people took the propaganda at face value, believing that the Antarctica campaign was going well, but Sunny had a slight advantage over them when it came to such things. Her father worked for the government, after all, and although he rarely talked about his job at home, she had learned a few things over the years. These days, her dad looked very stressed. He looked more stressed with each passing day. And Sunny was gone. Rain had grown accustomed to a eccentric neighbor coming and going as he pleased, sometimes disappearing for long stretches of time. At least she knew where he was on this occasion. If anything, the idea of Sunny ordering soldiers around was more comical than frightening. Those poor people. She knew, of course, that her impish teacher was an actual master. Despite Sunny's ridiculous attitude and strange antics, he was an ascended and considerably powerful. Not just anyone could have been a member of Changing Stars cohort, but still, Lady Nephis, Effie, Knight, all of them were exalted warriors, but Sunny was a scout. Even if he was a splendid swordsman and a cunning tactician, his aspect was not suited for battle, let alone the kinds of battle that must have been happening in Antarctica. What the hell's that fool doing in the middle of a war? Why the hell was he not answering her messages? Damn it, Sunny! Sitting in class and finding herself unable to concentrate on the lesson, there was a perfunctual summer course. Anyway, everyone was sleepy after the intense combat drill. Rain was staring at the screen of her communicator with a dark intensity. Things had been going fine at first, but everything went wrong when Sunny stopped answering. She had not been too worried for a couple of weeks, but it had been 2 months now, and there was still no sign of him. At some point, Rain had grown concerned, and, not knowing what else to do, contacted Akio, but Akio simply told her to relax and that Sunny was definitely doing great somewhere out there. The petite woman seemed to have a lot of confidence in Sunny's abilities, it seemed, and yet Rain was ill at ease. It was funny. Right now, she was being worried sick about being chosen by the spell, but Sunny's strains... she should have been worried sick about the spell, about being chosen by the spell, but Sunny's strange sounds bothered her much more. And so, Rain was staring at the screen of her communicator in the middle of class. A message log would have been embarrassing if things weren't so scary. Hey, did you get my last message? Rain to Sunny. Hello? Stop ignoring me. Why aren't you answering? Sunny? If it's just too busy, say so and I'll find something more interesting to do. What? Not even an okay? Come on. Seriously though, are you alright? Something happened? If I find out that you just forgot to read my messages, you're a dead man. You're not really dead, are you? Just joking. What the hell? Did you even, you did not congratulate me on my birthday. Sonny, you okay? Answer me, damn it. Sonny, answer me. I might be a little worried, so please send me a message when you have free time. Please answer me. Honestly, very, very fair from Rain here. That's fairy. Not very. The funny thing about this as well is that because of Akio's reaction, she shouldn't be stressing too much. Because if you'd think if anybody knew Sunny best, it'd be his immediate cohort, which he doesn't have contact with, or his assistant, which is Akio. And if Akio's like, it's Sunny, he'll be fine. I feel like that would just calm you down. But the constant bombardment of like not being able to get any sort of message back, that is, it's gross. I remember there was like 2 weeks of no contact from my mate Ben back in the day. And when I mean back in the day, I mean like 2016. So I was like 13, 14, give or take. I thought this man died. And to be fair, he almost did. He was in a hospital for 2 weeks. He got into a bad crash and no one fucking told me what was going on. So I am sympathizing with Raid heavily here. Like, heavily here. Rain gritted her teeth and put the communicator away. She tried listening to the lecture, although it was hard to hear anything with how much of her classmates were whispering around her, gossiping about this and that. The class, the gossip, it all seemed so inconsequential. The whole class seemed surreal, actually. It was too peaceful, too warm, too normal. Somewhere out there, millions of people are being displaced or dying. A loss of one of the four quadrants could have long-term catastrophic consequences for all of humanity. The same thing that was transpiring in Antarctica could easily happen to other continents soon. And yet, people were behaving as if nothing was out of the ordinary was going on. They just went about their lives acting unconcerned. Did they not understand what was happening? Did they not know that soldiers were dying on the front lines every day? What's that Jaden Smith line? What's that one Jaden Smith line? It's relevant more now than ever. Poor Rain. All she knows is that it's bad and has lost contact. That makes everyone concerned. Yeah, true. I also want to point out something. Sunny, alright, to her, Sunny's not just her master. Sunny's like one of the most competent people around. I'm back. But like, to her, she's also like one of the most competent people. To her, he is one of the most competent people of all time. For surviving Antarctica, for being one of Nephis' like main people. And he survived the second nightmare. Plus, he's been training her. Plus, he got the endorsement of Nephis in front of her. So, realistically, everything Rain should know about Sunny should be like, he's a bit of a jokester. He's this and he's that. We've been streaming for about an hour and a half. But he's competent. He should be fine. But there's stress still getting to him? Yeah. It's Jaden Smith, so probably not that profound. No. It's the fucking meme line. 1 minute. It's the Can we talk about, like, the political and economic state of the world right now? That's what, like, Rain's on. That's the kind of shit Rain's on right now. She's like, dog, the world is dying as we speak. Can we get our shit together a little bit? How many chapters have you read Lord of the Mysteries? What did we stop last time? 65? We're gonna carry on that on Wednesday. Despite what everyone tells her, lol. Yeah. She doesn't realize he can actually fight. She just views him as a scout and sits out the fight. The entirety of Nephis' clan is known to be profound and exceptional fighters. Sunny has been teaching Rain how to fight, and Nephis has said to Rain, don't worry about Sunny. He is one of the most competent people I've ever seen fight. Yeah, that meme. I'm not fucking crazy, you're crazy. Anyway. People... And yet, people were behaving as if nothing was out of the ordinary was going on. That they were just living their lives unconcerned. Did they not understand what's happening? Did they not know that soldiers were dying on the front lines every day? That Awakened were dying too? Fools. Damned fools. At that moment, one of her classmates turned around and leaned forward and whispered, Hey, Rain, why are you so down lately? You want to get something spicy after class? There's probably going to be a food rationing for a while after the refugees arrive, so that might help. So that might be our last chance to. Before Rain knew what she was doing, an angry response flew out of her mouth. Food is all you're thinking about? Oh, Rain! No, Rain! She blinked, realizing that she was standing, and that the whole class was staring at her. Apparently, she had forgotten to keep her voice down and remained in her seat. The teacher gave Rain a bewildered look. Why, yes, this topic does not seem too interesting to you youngsters, but it would be unprofessional for me to be thinking about something else while presenting it. Now, please sit down and behave, young miss. Wear your manners. Embarrassed, Rain turned her seat and turned that to the window. The class continued to gossip. The class continued and the gossip continued too. Only this time, she was the subject to the whispers. Great. Oh, that was bad. That was a bad kind of cringe. That was a bad cringe, dog. Shit in hell. They put me in a room. A rubber room of rats. And rats make me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. Yeah, but there are titans and beings way stronger than Sunny in Antarctica. If he were unlucky, he could have died. So being worried makes sense. It should be a contradiction in Rain's head. Like, she should be arguing with herself about the matter at hand. That's what I feel like should be going on. Is my argument, at the very least. On her way home, Rain passed a familiar grey house. She paused for a moment, looking at the porch where a certain insufferable master could often be seen in the past, drinking coffee while acting as if he did not have a single worry in the world. The porch was empty. The house was empty too. With a sigh, she turned away and continued walking. Why do I care about that idiot? Anyway. Damn, Sunny. Even if he's sending me a message now, I won't answer. At that moment, her communicator vibrated, announcing that there was a new notification. Terrible. I hate this. At that moment, her Rain glanced at it absent-mindedly and then suddenly froze. There was a new message on the screen. It read, Sunny... fucking Christ. Gods, what's with all the messages? Are you a stalker? I was stuck in an area without a network connection for a while, and there was no need to assault my inbox. Anyway, happy belated birthday, I guess. How are you doing? The data transfers are limited where I am now, so I'll be short. I'm fine. Oh, I received another medal. Pretty cool, right? Rain stared at her screen for a few moments and then took a shaky breath and started typing furiously. Oh god, I love those two. God, there will be nothing in the world that make me hate rain or sunny. There's nothing in the world that can make me hate rain or sunny. Meanwhile, Serpent's getting a free education. Amen, as he should. She? Have we got a certified class on what we can, like, say Serpent is? I imagine a guy because it's literally just sunny. Huh. It's a shadow being. Why do I give a fuck? He could at least get something besides parties and playtime. Yeah, that's true. Sunny saying I'll be sure. 982, dark, empty, and silent. Well, sounds like my love life. Cassie opened her eyes in the darkness. For a few moments, she was disorientated by the onslaught of colors and senses. She was looking at the bright blue sky and a sea of white clouds rolling beneath the ivory tower. Sunlight was caressing her skin and gentle winds were singing in her ears. She was enveloped in heat and red sparkles, flying from a crucible where molten steel was shining in an ancient incandescent glow. A tired voice was chanting something in an ancient language. The alien words drowned in a clamor of the forge. How can she see? Exemplary sibling behavior from Sunny. Amen. Amen. It's a tattoo. I don't think it has a gender. It's still a snake, though. I just imagine it's a lad because, well, it came from Sunny. Because, weird off-tangent thing, Sunny is such a boy's dad. I can't see Sunny being, like, a girl dad, like, at all. She was locked in a small office, reading a document. The paper was cold to a touch and smelled like fresh ink. Her vision was blurry from the lack of sleep and her heart was heavy. The contents of the document were grave. There were other places, other people. It took her some time to find herself among the strangers. Cassie's was the only world that had no color, no shapes. It was dark, empty, and silent. She could feel the soft fabric of her pajamas touching her skin and the warmth of her bed. The smell was all wrong. Though. Wrong, but nice and familiar. Where am I? She frowned and remembered that we're not at her chambers in the ivory tower. She had returned to the waking world, and was now in her room. She was home. Cassie allowed the perspectives of various people marked by her abilities to fade into the background and concentrated on her own. She rose from the bed and went to the bathroom to take a shower. The layers of her room were orderly and familiar. She was careful to keep everything in proper place. That is why she could orient herself without problem here. Not needing anything, the darkness was safe. It had not always been that way, however. For the first few weeks after receiving her floor, Cassie had been walking collecting bruises. I fucking wonder why. And then, the solstice was upon her. After a short but pleasant shower, way better than anything that could be arranged in the ivory tower, she walked over to the wardrobe and got dressed. Her clothes were organized according to a strict system, with a tactile script tag added to a hanger to label colors, so Cassie could find everything she had wanted. She wanted quickly. Finally ready, she left her room and headed downstairs. Outside of her own space, she felt less confident. Her parents tried to be mindful of her flaw, but it was still something unfamiliar to them. In the years after becoming blind, Cassie spent most of her time someplace else. After all, she had grown accustomed to it. She was almost sure that they would not be a piece of furniture moved or a random item left carelessly in the way. But the mere possibility of stumbling onto something or falling down made her feel tense. Cassie felt like a stranger in her own home. She hated that feeling. Of course, nothing here could really harm her. Her ascended physique was beyond being bruised by a mundane accident. But today was a special day. She wanted to make it perfect.
Cassie hesitated for a little bit, and then she activated her awaken ability. With so many prospective mediums out there, her essence was in a state of delicate equilibrium. She had been mindful to not spend more than she could passively replenished, and indulging herself without a reason that was not very responsible. Just for a little bit. Immediately the world changed. Cassie stood near the stairs, but she was cautiously descending them. 1 step, 2 step, 3 steps. Cassie lowered her foot to the first step, but she was also in the 4th step. Cassie reached the 4th step, but she was also on the landing. Her hand was sliding along the banister, but it was also hanging off her side. She did not smell anything in particular, but she could also feel the scent of her mum's shampoo and flowers. Cassie was standing on the stairs, but she also felt a pang of pain as her shin slammed onto something hard, followed by the sound of a glass vase shattered as it hit the floor. Nothing new there. There was nothing there before. Cassie moved to the side, avoiding the unfamiliar stand, and leaning towards a little too small flowers. The vase was standing still and perfectly whole. At the same time, there was the sound of the opening door, and her mother's scent became stronger. Cassie turned to the closed door. The door awakened. Her mother walked inside from the street. Ah, my baby is awake. This is gonna be a bleak chapter, isn't it? Ha! I spelled existence correct, but I couldn't spell blind correct. Fuck my life, I'm stupid. Yeah, there we go. Feeling like an old stranger in your own house must be fucking weird. I also want to point out, this is the first time in a long fucking time since we've had a completely different perspective that isn't rain or sunny. That's been a fucking while. Or at least it seems like a whole chapter dedicated to just Cassie. That's strange. Have we ever had a Cassie chapter? We've had Effie. No, we must have. We've definitely had a Cassie chapter. We've had an Aikyo chapter. We've had a couple of Effie chapters. We had a couple of Kai chapters. We had an Aiko chapter. Am I missing anybody else? Rain, obviously. Nephis for a bit. We must have had Cassie in the Forgotten Shore. Unless I'm forgetting. Cassie smiled and released her awaken ability. Instead, she sent an essence forward and subsided her sight with her mother's immediately. The full room came wide into view, including her unfamiliar wooden stand with a beautiful vase of natural flowers on top of it. She saw herself too. Cassie could see her own face, but not that of her mother. Oh, don't do that to me. My skirtles wrinkled. Happy birthday. I can't believe it. My lovely daughter is turning 20. Good luck. Cassie smiled. She didn't feel like she was 20. She felt like she was like 200. Before she could say anything, her mom enveloped her in a hug. I'm so glad that you managed to come. Work is work, but a young lady like you should not forget about her poor old parents. Would it kill you to come visit more often? What am I saying? Visit? What visit? It's still your home, you know. You live here. Cassie's smile widened. Widened? Cassie's smile widened. Have you considered a mitosis flip? Philip? What? I don't think we've had a Cassie chapter before. That's what I'm asking. Effie, Kai, and Aiko, I know 100% certainty we've had chapters for them. Nephis, I think we've had a collective full chapter about her. Like 2 half chapters, I think. But Cassie, I don't know. I don't think we've ever had. And where are these friends of yours? What do you mean, no one's coming to the party? I get that Lady Nephis might be busy, but what about the others? The young man, Sonny? He's the one you always mention. Where's he? Cassie remained silent for a while. He's busy, too. A daughter of mine is too nice. If it were me, I'd give these so-called friends a piece of my mind. Missing a birthday party is never okay. Cassie hugged her mum tighter. She couldn't help but cling on to her a little longer than she should have. That was because Cassie knew exactly how many more birthdays they would be able to celebrate together. Don't do that! She knew when her mother would die. And how. She knew when her father would die too. She even knew the day of her own death, and where she would be entombed. Cassie knew a great number of things, and because of that, she felt sorry. So, fate was not easy to break, and it could not be broken without paying a price. Alright, baby. Let me go so that I can cook you a very special birthday breakfast. She reluctantly entered the hug inside. I'm not a baby, you know. I'm an ascendant already. Her mother laughed. And who's to say ascendant can't be a little baby? Now tell me, what do you want for breakfast? Cassie masterfully hid her sorrow and put a big bright smile on her face. Ugh! God, this chapter's evil. G3, fuck you. My fucking days. How about eggs with bacon? Her mother was already walking into the kitchen. No problem. We only have synthetic bacon, though. Will that be alright, Miss Ascended? Cassie followed, carefully not to smash into anything else. That's the best kind. There was a digital clock in the kitchen, and when her mother glanced at it passingly, the time was 10 in the morning. Cassie quietly sat down and turned to the clock, even though she could not see it. A few minutes later, when the delicious smell filled the kitchen, she sighed and stared into the distance, as if able to see something far, far away. Her smile flattened a little. It is starting then. Don't fucking do this to me! Oh, for fuck's sake.
Really?
We had a semi-nice rain chapter and we got a devastating Cassie chapter? Are we fucking for real? What an evil prick you are, man. Fuck. $8.93. $8.93. It's here. Let's just do that. Oh, I need a minute. That one hurt. That whole fucking sentence of her being like, I know when she's gonna die. I know how many more birthdays I've got with her. Same with my dad. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you, cunt. My days. I don't think a story's ever actually properly portrayed how fucking miserable it must be to be an oracle. And a blind one like that? Fucking hell. I remember her talking about her mother's eggs back at the soul-devouring tree. Oh yeah, her mother used to make fucking great eggs. She has been the entire series. She's been trying to not spoil anything. I mean, the one time she did spoil something, her two best friends tried to kill each other, so... do you blame her? Who's dying first, Josh? It's probably Dorm. Unfortunately, it's probably Dorm. How cooked are we? Well, it says it's here, so... Have you had enough coffee for the rest of the stream? Fuck no, I'm definitely gonna have to go into the kitchen later on. Cassie's aspect might legit be worse than her flaw. Her aspect is only as bad as it is because of her flaw. No, but no, that was a brilliant chapter, G3. I think that might be one of my favorite chapters of all time. That was fucking fantastic. And here comes the saga. The Fall of Falcon Scott, chapter 983. Okay. Falcon Scott was not the largest city in the Southern Quadrant, but it served an important role. Situated dangerously close to the ocean, it served as the entry point to the Antarctic Center. A constant stream of people and cargo could use to flow through it, making it the heart of the infrastructure of the region. The city itself, sprawled across the foothills of the mountain range, perched atop of tall cliffs, and at the bottom of the cliffs, an independent post fortress stood at the edge of the water, surrounded by a ring of walls. The fortress was much larger and better fortified than the one Sonny had departed the Northern Quadrant from, and the First Army did not spare any resources to reinforce it even further. The port was connected to the city by a chain of individual elevator platforms, which could haul a formidable amount of weight up and down. Due to that, the fortress could support by artillery fire from the city hall, and even if it fell, the enemy would have to scale the tall vertical barrier of the cliff under a rain of defensive fire. Not that losing the port was an option in the current situation. Several alloy leviathans were currently archered near the fortress, swaying on the waves and flooding the dark ocean with moving beams and powerful searchlights. The city itself was grossly overcrowded, housing 10 times its intended population. After all the remaining siege capitals of the Arctic Center had been evacuated here, Falcon Scott sheltered close to 200 million people. Fucking hell. 200. That's insane. Where everything started going downhill? Yeah. Is it really fighting or was it foreplay? The older they get, it's definitely both. But at that point in time, it's definitely a fight. That's 5 times larger than Tokyo. Yep. Woohoo. All of them were waiting for their turn to board the battleships and to be transported over the strait to a much better protected expanse of the eastern Antarctic, where the First Army was still maintaining a semblance of control. One of the 4 naval convoys had been reassigned to ferry people over, but even with the prodigious capacity of the massive vessels, it was going to take a while. The fact that several of the battleships, like Navine's former Bervin and the Adrian, had been lost to the ravages of the Chain of Nightmares did not make the process faster. That's more than half the population of NQSC. Crazy. Now you see why they're heading to Falcon Scott. It's not for Sonny. I mean, Imp. Yes, it is. But everyone else, it's definitely not. Fuck me. Sonny was looking at the live image of the city, which was projected onto a false window in one of the offices of the local government complex. The city shone with a myriad of lights in the cold darkness of the polar night, with the ghostly aurora swirling eerily above. There were too many people everywhere, and most of them looked lost, disorientated, or outright defeated. The larger part of the complex, of course, was located underground, so the window had to be fake. The complex also housed the regional batch of the Army Command, which is why Sonny had received instructions to visit today. With a sigh, he turned away from the window, walked over to the conference table, and sat down. Sonny was still wearing puppet shroud, but the difference was that he had been given time to sleep, take a proper shower, eat a full meal, and much more importantly than that, the weight of tens of thousands of souls was not pressing down on him anymore. All in all, he looked pretty refreshed. Where is she? He did not have to wait long. A minute or two later, the door opened and Master Jet walked inside. Oh, it's so good to see Jet.
It's so good to see Jet, man. Fuck me.
Oh my days, I've never been so fucking happy to see Jet. Soul Reaper looked pretty much the same as she had always, as she had the last time he saw her. Granted, she was wearing the usual bodysuit instead of the battle armor today. Ah, the bodysuit. But other than that, it did not seem like the hellish months of the Arctic campaign had impacted her in a negative way. Fucking good for her, I guess. Noticing Sunny, Jet smiled. Well, if it's not the young Master Sunless, valiant slayer of abominations and savior of men, it's good to have you back, Sunny.
Big sis is back, baby! I want Jet fan art in the 18+ section now!
Lord, the Kirbs is coming out of me. Sunny forced a smile in return. Yeah, it's good to be back. How have you been the last 2 months treated? How have the last 2 months treated you? Because, you know, I've had a bit rough. Master Jet took a seat at the head of the table and gave her a humorous look. You have no one but yourself to blame. Who asked you to be such an overachiever? I sent you to retrieve one man, and you brought me 40,000 instead. I must say, everyone here had that kind of attitude, the chain of nightmares would have been over in a week. Hell, we might have reclaimed America by now. Honestly, that's a very fair comment. How are you doing? I'm stressed. First of all, I've got to go through 15 fucking chapters right now. And I'm on chapter 1 of the fucking siege. Where's Kirbs? I don't know, probably asleep. Asleep or eating. Could be both. Could be neither. We'll never know. Young boy could be in the abyss. But no, that's a fucking very, very, very valid comment from Jet there. She's also got a I never really thought of the comment like that. Sunny's actual job was just to bring back Professor Opal. He did not need to do anything else. I've already put so much art in there. Sunny is such a go in Antarctica. Yeah, no. Sunny, yeah. Sunny glanced at her darkly. No thanks. Considering how many refugees were currently in Falcon Scott, 40,000 was not a large number. However, a few of those thousands were actual soldiers, and a couple more were experienced sailors. That was actually significant enough to make a splash, so the news of his return spread far and wide. All of them, both the refugees and the soldiers, also seemed to be very fond of telling tales of the devil's many exploits. Sunny was not entirely sure what kind of reputation he had earned, but he definitely had a reputation now. All throughout the city, people were familiar with his name. For better or for worse. Thanks for sending me your crow, by the way. It helped a lot. Jet grinned, but before she could say anything, the door opened again. Winter and Dale entered and took the seats. With only 4 irregulars in office, it seemed a bit empty. Sunny looked around. And where's Randall and Jess? Master Jet lingered for a moment. They're dead. He grew quiet. Oh. Soul Reaper sighed and then picked up her datapad, scrolled through a few documents, and addressed them in a bright voice. Well then, let's begin. There's going to be a very big strategy meeting in about an hour for everybody important enough to attend. But before that, I should update you all on the current situation. In the next few days, Falcon Scott is going to be besieged by an endless sea of abominations. Our task is simple. We must ensure that it doesn't fall for at least 3 weeks. Fuck me, no wonder this is 70 fucking chapters long. Jesus Christ. Also, Phoenix, I'm going to need you to professionally get off my deck, okay? Nope. Nope. Yeah, no. This I'm not doing, okay? So if I have to do it like this, I'll do it like this. 984. Each more painful than the last. Thanks. Thanks. I needed to know that information, Philip. The situation was both clear and grim. Sonny knew that some of the things that Jet told them, but some were a complete surprise. The First Army was planning to withdraw from the Antarctica Center, taking an entire population with them. The previous plan on hunkering down in a number of fortified siege capitals for the gradual evacuation had been abandoned, or rather postponed. It was going to be enacted eventually, but not before everyone was safely relocated to Eastern Antarctica. Eastern Antarctica was doing much better than the central region of the quadrant for a number of reasons. Firstly, it was much larger and more densely populated than the center, with better terrain, and that is why the First Army's contingent sent there was several times more powerful. The first Army Sonny was a part of was numbered of 100,000 soldiers and around 5,000 awakened accompanying them, or rather, had numbered. Now, there's maybe half of them left, with three field armies operating in Eastern Antarctica, and on the other hand, had 300,000 soldiers and 15,000 awakened, not counting the local forces. Where are we at in the story? We're on the second, part 2 of the fall of Falcon Scott. East Antarctica was doing so much better than the central region of the quadrant for a number of reasons. First, I've already read that. The field army, not counting local forces. If there was not enough, 2 of the 3 saints participating in the campaign were stationed there as well. The emissary of Song Clan and the government transcendent were both signed to the large landmass. Skytide's alone responsible for the whole of the Antarctic Center. Can't believe they... look, I like Skytide, but that's completely fucking irresponsible. The chain of nightmares also seem to be hitting the central region especially hard. Lastly, and perhaps most pivotally, the Antarctic Center, where the Winter Beast had appeared. That Titan alone was responsible for numerous deaths, since its influence had collapsed the communication network across the entire landmass. If it were not for the fact that Saint Triss was a direct counter to its powers, the situation could have been much worse. Sadly, she could only contain the Winter Beast, not slay it. One of the strongest saints, most likely, in this story, is fighting a gigantic titan to a stall? To a stall? And she has the advantage! And she has the advantage! Oh, they're so gonna die. Oh my god, they're all gonna fucking die. Being worked to the fucking bone here. I love to hate it. Tyrus versus a Titan. Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck these guys. Fuck Valor. In any case, the army command had decided to cut its losses and concentrate on the remaining human forces in the quadrant on defending a single region. The first detachment of the Second Army was scheduled to arrive at the end of the month, so the decision at least seemed prudent. The problem, of course, was the battered defenders of the Arctic Center had survived the relocation first. There was close to 200 million people in Falcon Scott, and relocating them to the eastern Antarctic was going to take at least 3 weeks. The strait was not very wide, so ferrying refugees across it would be 10 times faster than trying to evacuate them all to the northern quadrant. Still, there's just too many of them to accomplish anything in a timely manner. So the remaining members of the field army had to make sure that the siege capital would survive those weeks under constant siege by the nightmare creatures. Master Jet leaned back. We resisted 3 large-scale assaults yesterday, and there's probably only going to be about 4, 5 today. That number will only increase in the future. We're going to have to stop counting them eventually, I think, since it's just going to be one uninterrupted onslaught of abominations, 24 hours a day. Winter and Dale glanced at each other. Eventually, the ascended sharpshooter sighed. It's not the number of nightmare creatures that worries me. It's the particular powerful bastards that we have nowhere to go on but here now. They have nowhere to go but they're here now. So Reaper shrugged. We will just have to develop strategies against each one. That is what the big meeting is for. Although, let's not speak about it yet. Sonny checked out the conversation a little, looking at the empty chairs around the table. Davis, Randall, and Jess. 3 of the 6 irregular captains were now dead. He did not know them too well, but their losses still seemed like a bad omen. Especially Randall, somehow. Sonny imagined that the grizzled veteran would be the last of them to go. Jess seemed like a very nice person, too. Curse it. It did not slip his attention that the 3 fallen masses were the ones who specialized in direct offense, be it frontal assault, hit-and-run tactics, or stealth operation. The one who survived were Sonny, Winter, and Dale, the utility specialist, a rangefighter, and a defensive powerhouse. If there's a philosophical lesson in all of that, he was too disturbed and saddened right now to figure it out. I feel like the lesson is very bold and clear here, Sonny. Speaking of that, hey, Sonny, are you listening? Sonny glanced at Master Jet and blinked a couple times. Yeah, a little. Soul Reaper chuckled, then threw something at him. He caught it and then looked at the small box. In his hand in confusion. Opening it, Sonny saw an iron medal with an image of a burning heart attached to it. The medal looked very ostentatious, if a bit solemn. More than elaborate, much more elaborate than the previous one he had received, with an attached ribbon painted in rich red. However, it was made of simple iron, so it couldn't be too valuable. He looked at Master Jet with a silent question, making her laugh. God, you don't know anything. That is an Order of Humanity, Sonny. It's the highest military honor a person can receive. Congratulations, you're officially a hero. God, that feels so surreal to say out loud. That's not how you spell jet. Oh, hi, Hosh. I remember live, laugh, lop. Fuck off. The House of Night are all chill. What? In all his problems in the storms, he had to help in the government on Earth. No, she doesn't have the advantage. Her powers are similar to the Winter Beast. It's like if Sonny fought another person with shadow powers. It's not a counter. Oh, right. Got it. Oh, so like Sonny fighting Kurt, in where it's like he has a better understanding of how to use his shadow abilities. Hence why Master Jet brought him along. Got it. But no, that's fucking surreal. Him gaining this privilege only from the military after doing everything he did, after saving 40,000 people. 40,000 people, another master, a whole bunch of the night crew, and a shit ton of soldiers from Mount Ebrus. Frankly, yeah, I think he deserves a bit more than the highest prestige from the fucking military, but you know what? Pop off, Queen. But it's this little line, "You're officially a hero," that kind of throws me. Because he's a literal devil. He is literally the devil. So, feels off-putting. He frowned a little, prompting Jet to smile. And yes, it comes with contribution points. Lots of them. You've also earned a promotion to Major. That comes with an increased state lit too. Sonny relaxed and then looked at the iron medal with a bit of fondness. Shut up. I do know some things, actually. The Devil of Antarctica. Fucking amen. Also, I made a video months ago. Actually, this video that I made months ago, if not over a year ago now, I think, is the reason I started making, is one of the reasons that caught me into reading Shadow Slave. On my other account, I made a video talking about, some of the coldest nicknames of all time. And at the time, the only web novel that I had actually properly read all the way through was Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. I don't think I'd read Kill the Sun yet at that point. I think it might have been a couple of weeks after. But one of the names that kept popping up was the Devil of Antarctica from Shadow Slave, and I had no fucking idea what it was. And it wasn't until one of my mutuals put me on and was like really nagging at me to go read it, and where I made my video being like, should I read it? You read Kill the Sun? Yeah, it's fucking edgy as shit. It's great, but it's certainly a difficult read. Is it good? Should I give it a read? It's difficult. Not Lord of the Mysteries difficult. It's just like, it's dark. It's kind of fucky. So if you enjoy that kind of fuck shit, then yeah, go ahead. I think it's good. I think it's actually really, really fucking good. And I'm still kind of mad I didn't put it into the tier list. But yeah. It'd be up there though. It'd be like a solid 8.7 for me. It's fucking good. With a few low moments. He doubted that he'd be able to use his considerable amount of accumulated contribution points in Falcon Scott, since the logistics here had to be under dire strain. Most resources would instantly be distributed to those who needed them, including valuable memories, or not so valuable memories for a matter of fact, considering how many new sleepers had to be armed. Once he had reached the eastern Antarctica, however, Master Jet glanced at her datapad and said, "It's time for us to head to the big office. The strategy meeting is about to start." Sooty stood up, glanced at the false window one last time, and headed to the door. If we reached East Antarctica, I mean. Ew, bloody hell. Bloody hell. This is difficult. Sounds too dark for me. I mean, it's literally called Kill the Sun. Anyway, here's my daily reminder to go read God Dropped into a Ghost Story. Still gotta go to work. The author of Kill the Sun is well known for the darkest worlds for an MC to suffer through. Nick from Kill the Sun goes through some of the worst shit. I didn't finish Kill the Sun. What chapter was I on? I think I got mid 200s for Kill the Sun. How do you kill nuclear fusion How do you kill a nuclear fusion reactor made out of fire and plasma? And H and other stuff. Play Hollow Knight and you'll figure out how. Play Pokemon Uranium, Black 2, White 2, because that's what Kyurem Black and Kyurem White is. I got Silksong, that would do. No? Technically not. Definitely not, because I know what Boss Failure is talking about, so no. Close enough? It is. It is and it isn't. It gets really, really good. Dark in the 300 and 500s. Fuck. I've got too much shit to read. It's funny how people brought up Hollow Knight and I'm playing it. It's... yeah. Shit like that happens a lot around here. I think we mentioned Sekiro at one point and somebody was playing that. Because of, we mentioned Sekiro because of the new anime. Yeah. I'm not into dark stuff. I'd still say give it a try. I've read darker, not good, but darker stuff. Anyway. Currently doing a Nuzlocke of Black. Got wiped in the first gym. Crazy how they actually know how to fight in that game. Trying to Nuzlocke Pokemon Black and White fucking sucks because the first two gyms are actually incredibly difficult. And then the rest of the game is hilariously easy. No, Gym 1 and 2 fucking suck. They suck every goddamn time. I can't remember the book type gym leader, but he's like pathetically easy regardless of what starter Pokemon you've got. Then there's Elisa, who makes you want to rip your teeth out. Then there's Drayden. Nope. Clay. Depending on the kind of setup you've got, he fucking sucks. Skylar's alright. Bryce. There we go. Bryce, not too difficult. Gym's annoying. Pokemon in that gym are annoying, especially if you don't have a pretty good team compromised around like a lot of the fighting and ice types. Then there's Dragon Spiral Tower. Blows for a Nuzlocke. Fuck me, that tower sucks. And then the Dragon type gym leader also fucking sucks because you have exactly 3 fucking counters to it that are worth a damn. And if you don't have any one of the 3, you're fist fucked. And then, of course, there's the Ann and Getz's fight, like, right back to back. I'd argue Black and White are some of the hardest games ever in Nuzlocke. Not as hard as Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, but definitely up there. You just need to get lucky with a lot of your captures. Anyway, enough Nuzlocke ramble. Enough Nuzlocke ramble, and like and subscribe ramble, bitch. Tell YouTube you like this shit. Tells me that you enjoy it too. The next conference room was much larger, and there was even some refreshments for the participants of the meeting. Sonny found the darkest corner of the room to settle in and tore open a packet of sweetened snacks. After making sure that there was no honey involved in the creation, of course. This man's fucking hatred. This man's hatred for honey is gonna go deep. I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh player. So what would our version? Masochist challenge? What would a Yu-Gi-Oh player of a Nuzlocke be? Can't lose a monster card by another player? The only time you can use it is to sacrifice for another card? That sounds fucking miserable, actually. Holy fuck. That sounds fucking dreadful. Chewing on something that felt like dried berry, he glanced around. The most prominent figures of the first army were arriving one after another. There were a few mundane commanders, but most of them were ascended. Eventually, he counted no less than 21 masters, including the 4 irregulars. Navi and Rome were also present, so he gave them a wave. Master Jet, who was relaxing in the chair next to Sonny, gave him a curious look. What interesting friends you keep, Sonny. He shrugged. What about them? Soul Reaper chuckled. No, nothing. It's just that we're in a room full of government ascended and you, and the two you're waving at are both connected to great clans. If I didn't know any better, I think that you'd have a bit of a fondness for social climbing. That's just impossible. Yeah, exactly. Oh my god. This dead skin needs to fuck off. Graveyard is like a second hand. Is like the second hand for decks. I've never used toenail clippers like this before. But if it gets rid of that bad fucking scab, I don't mind. Sunny scoffed. The only one I'm climbing, the only climbing I'm fond of is... Actually, never mind that. When you're the one who helped me helped me bonker a deal to get me into joining Valor anyway, surely you understand that there's precious jewels like me don't need connections to earn favor in Great. I never, in the nearly 1,000 chapters of me reading this shit, have I ever needed Sunny to not call himself a jaw. Calling himself a precious jewel is dreadful. Josh is currently on chapter 65 of Lord of the Mysteries. Josh is almost finished with the prologue of Lord of the Mysteries. Thank fuck. Hearing Jet laugh quietly, he added with a straight face, "Oh, thanks for that, by the way. The mere thought that I could have been living like a prince somewhere in Bastion instead of spending quality time here in Antarctica makes me feel slightly less nauseous. Who needs luxury when you can make unlimited military rations, right?" Winter stared at him from behind her sunglasses and grinned. "I did not know that Vela tried to recruit you. And you refused, huh? Was she really that ugly?" Calling Morgan ugly is very funny with the art I've seen of her. Sunny raised an eyebrow. "No, what do you mean?" Winter shook her head. "I mean the bride they offer you. Of course, to marry you into the clan. Either she was ugly or you are really stupid." I guess I have my answer. He opened his mouth to retort, but at that moment the door opened and two people entered the room. The atmosphere instantly changed. First of them was Saint Triss, who was striking and stern as Sunny remembered her. The second was a man with a smooth ebony skin and perfect white hair, his eyes glistening with shades of indigo and deep blue. Fuck yes, let's go! It's good to see that Saint Tyrus is more than alive. Sunny fumbled. Yeah. Sunny had only seen the man once, and it was from afar. He knew who the stranger was. Bloodwave, a transcendent of House Knight. He was in charge of the naval convoy that had delivered the field army to Antarctica, and the Saint Sunny had witnessed diving into the black water as a monstrous killer whale once. Ah, he's also in Falcon Scott. I mean, it made sense in retrospect. The Navy convoy was assigned to ferry and refugees across the strait, so of course Bloodwave was involved. He was most likely in charge of making sure that nothing destroyed the ships during the relocation. The emissaries of House Knight were not a part of the First Army, which is why Sunny failed to realize that there was actually a fourth transcendent in the southern quadrant. Right now. No, there had to be even more, since the other three convoys also required a mighty guardian to protect them. Initially, they was not supposed to involve themselves with the ground operation, but the situation seemed to have changed somehow. Skytide greeted everyone gathered in the room, then proceeded to take a seat at the head of the table. Bloodwave simply leaned on the wall after exchanging a few words with Naive, forcing a few masters to shift uncomfortably at his presence brushing against them. Whew. Sonny felt it too. What an awesome man. I mean, to be fair, you could turn into a giant killer whale, and you're actively fighting a monster that has taken down 2 ships that can hold, what, 3 million people each? Something like that? It was like I think it was like 3 million. Might be way more, I can't remember. It's been so long. Then yeah, no, I'd be like, that's a sick fucking man. Also, he's kind of giving Scar energy, or an Ishvalan, with the white hair and ebony skin, so, and hey, the Ishvalan's pretty cool. As he studied the mysterious saint through his shadow, Skytide started the briefing. You all know what must be done. Without wasting any time, Saint Tyrus briefly described the overall state of the First Army's contingent, the scope of tasks in front of them, as well as the enemy forces arranged against them. Her voice was calm and composed, as though they weren't facing an existential threat of dreadful proportions. To be honest, Sonny struggled to imagine Skytide losing composure under any circumstance. What would she even look like? Actually, I hope they never find out. Fucking fair reaction. If a demigod is in front of you, and is keeping composure at all times, and you're trying to think, what would that demigod look like scared? I think you're a stupid bitch. I think you dumb as fuck. Most of what she had told them were things that he already knew to some extent, but hearing all of it listed in a structured manner was helpful to get a solid glimpse of the big picture. The big picture did not look too good. Pointing at the projected map of the city and its surroundings, Tyrus continued. Now that Falcon Scud is the only target in the region, the infighting between nightmare creatures will increase drastically. The terrain limits their approach, which means that various swarms and tribes of abominations will have to compete with each other for the right to attack the wall. Many will be slaughtered long before they reach us. I want to watch Angry Triss for good reasons. What do you mean by that? Anyway. Fated has its fingers on its trigger, just waiting for Sonny to finish the thought. Her gaze was cold and heavy. So we shouldn't have to worry about them being overwhelmed with pure numbers. What we do need to worry about, however, is that only the most brutal, lethal, and powerful creatures are going to make it through. The main purpose of this meeting is to identify priority targets among these creatures and come up with a way to deal with them. St. Tyrus gestured at the projection, where several images replaced the city map. The preliminary analysis shows that these nightmare creatures present the most acute threat to the city. Sonny looked at the image, feeling a grim weight settle in his heart. He was already familiar with most of them. The cloud of vermin devouring the landscape, an unclear image of a river of darkness flowing through the deep gouge, a still image of LO-49's facility, a hazy drawing of a grotesque beast hiding in a veil of snow, and a walking mountain with a single inhuman eye emerging from the sea of incandescent lava to attack a vast city. Sonny sighed. 3 weeks, huh? You only had to talk, Sonny. He only had to open his mouth. You only have to say the stupidest shit imaginable. My days. Respectfully, of course. Remove that respectfully shit out of here, Lava. Okay, first of all, remove that respectfully shit. There is nothing respectful about the reasons you want St. Tyrus to be angry at you. Okay? Because I know you was at the stream that shall not be named. I know you were. I know you was happy about those last sections, bitch. Actually, was you there? I'm gonna say you were. I'm gonna gaslight you into believing you were. Anyway. She can toss me around all she wants for all I care. Respectfully, of course. And for no degenerate reasons. None whatsoever. Yeah. One cup of water done. One cup of water. Consider the trigger officially pulled. Yep. Fucking straight to his dome piece. Fuck me. Alright. 14 chapters to go, baby. She's married and has a kid, bro. Brother, you think people care? Hello? No, this is a human emotion. This is a human emotion. Shut the fuck up, Lava. Oh my days. Fuck me. Ugh, what do you want? The piss me off. Got it. Got it. Fantastic. Brilliant. The child's not relevant to the plot. Dog, it's Tyrus and Rowan. I could have guessed she has the kid. Or has a kid on the way. It's not that hard to predict. In the same way, it's not hard for anybody in stream who hasn't already to hit the like button to tell YouTube that you enjoy this kind of shit. Alright? We're gonna be here for a while, so might as well get it done. Anyway, part 4. St. Tyrus waited for a few moments, then spoke again. Some of you have already faced one of these monsters. Master So-and-so over there has already survived encountering 4 out of the 5. Without prompting, everyone in the room turned to stare at him, their expressions varying from pity to astonishment. Even heard a few whispers. 4 and he's still alive? That kid must be cursed or something. Devil's own luck, huh? Sun cleared his throat. Yeah. Using this moment, I might as well say sincerely, thank you. I might as well say sincerely, thank Army Command to give me the opportunity to complete my collection. To get to know the Winter Beast as well. He's a jokester. He had to open his mouth, didn't he? Nope. A wave of laughter spread through the room. Skytie gave him a stern look. I'll mark you as a volunteer then. Before somebody could protest, she continued. That's just karma, bitch. That's just fucking karma. That's how that shit works. You should know. The first target is a swarm entities known as the Devouring Cloud. Our diviners were able to determine that it's not a powerful nightmare creature, per se, but instead the remains of one. The Devouring Cloud was most likely a fallen terror. One that had its main consequences consciousness destroyed at some point in the past. The swarm is a blood the brood remains. However, it's what we need to counter. She glanced at the irregulars. Master Winter, considering your proficiency in ranged and area of effect attacks, you'll be in charge of bolstering the city's defenses when it comes to deflecting aerial threats. Winter nodded. After explaining a few more details, St. Tyrus continued. Okay, so Winter's dealing with the cloud. I'm assuming the Ishvalan soldier is going to be dealing with LO-49, if he can. The second target is a creature that was designated as a Heart of Darkness. Not a lot is known about it, except for the fact that it's composed of numerous insect-like drones, wielding powers connected to the eternal darkness and possibly spectral distortion. The knowledge of this is being brought to us now by the first irregular company. That would be Sonny and the members of his cohort had been diligently reporting everything about the enemies the cover encountered during her visit to the Dream Realm. Skytide looked in the direction of the four irregulars. The Heart of Darkness has been present in Antarctica since before the Chain of Nightmares. Its rank and class are unknown, but the current theory is that the irregulars disturbed the creature's evolution to Titan. So, if so, we might have avoided an even bigger disaster. In any case, the people most suited for the threat are, she named 3 unfamiliar First Army Ascended. Apparently their aspects would work well against the myriad of numerous darkness-infused beetles. Sonny was happy to hear that he would not have to face the damned insects himself again. Yeah, no, that's completely fair. If I was Sonny in that situation, I'd be mad. But also, if I'm Sonny in this situation, he just did literally the most MVP move he could have fucking done. Other than actually literally stalling a fucking Titan, stopping one from forming, I'd say that's even more impressive, or as impressive as stalling a Titan, knowing how strong Sonny is now. This is most you see all these baddies as pretty and beautiful. To all dense people, I'm talking about seeing the words. Draw me some fan art then. Harsh, you can't be asking a child to draw you some fan art of baddies. Harsh, you cannot be asking a child to draw you fan art of baddies, okay? We can't let that slide. we can't let that slide. No. We're not, no. End that conversation right fucking there. Okay. Imagining and drawing a different. Fated will remember that. Yeah. Wonky. Fuck me, I can't type. He was the one imagining it in the first place. That doesn't mean you ask him to fucking draw it! Ignoring the obvious point too. Harsh, I love you, man, but fucking Christ. Oh, this is gonna be a long stream. It's already been 3 fucking hours. Oh, it's about to be. Better late than never, fucking Christ. If things are going according to his plan. If things went according to plan, the third target was designated as a terror of LO49. Once again, the exact rank and class are unknown, although the creature is most likely a corrupted terror. It is responsible for destroying the battleship Adrian, as well as massacring the garrison of LO49's installation. Master Sunless is the only known survivor of the attack, so he's the best person to inform us about the threat. Sonny lingered for a few moments and shrugged. It's just not much to tell you. The bastard hides underwater and kills people by luring them into the ocean with an immensely powerful mind manipulation. It also places a mind hex on everyone else to make them ignore the victims. That's its pattern of behavior that I've witnessed. Which is not to say that the creature does not have any other means of attack. You can read the details in the reports we submitted. He thought a little, then added, "If there's one strange thing about that terror, it is that it emerged from a gate alone. It does not seem to have encountered any other weaker nightmare creatures to defend it. Either, which might be a vulnerability. Oh, there also has been some kind of limitation to its ability to wipe. It has some kind of limitation to its ability to wipe out large groups of people. Otherwise, it would have not waited weeks to kill everyone at LL49. Okay, so Sunny's going to be probably dealing with that one. The stream isn't even 3 hours long, bro. It's 15 minutes in both 4 then. Okay. I'm back after 3 hours. What did I miss? I don't think it's been 3 hours since you missed. I think you were here like in the 40 minutes, no? Hush, I saw you on Goku versus LTM characters. Now die for your sins. I can't wait to be a part of that conversation one day. Because I will be the most annoying person you ever meet about it. Because I'm not going to let my girl be slandered like that. Can we not power scale? Can we not do power scaling? I haven't seen a post like that in 3 weeks. I was here at the start of the stream. Yeah, I thought you was here a bit later on though. I thought you was here at like 30 minutes in or something. Saint Bloodwave and Master Naveen, since the creature appears to be aquatic in nature, it is going to be in your responsibility to hunt it down. The terror cannot be allowed to approach the city. The emissaries of House Knight simply nodded. Oh my god, I have never butchered the word corrupted so badly in my life. I'll post it in chat. This is how I spell corrupted. I don't even know how the fuck I did that. I have no fucking idea how I did that. What the fuck? Harsh, I'll fucking strangle you, cunt. Don't you fucking dare. I'll hurt you. I'll hurt you, cunt. Fucking ooh language. You know what? Nah, I'm just off myself because this is clearly my fault. Who whooped it? It happens. I don't think I've ever fucked up that horrendously. Bear in mind my early years of trying to spell because. The W and the C aren't even that close to each other. How did I do that? You know what? Yeah. The subjects of dyslexia is getting worse. Shut the fuck up, Jerry. Joshua spoke French. Where's my tie? I'm gonna fucking make a noose. I don't have a noose. You know what? The astronaut cap can come on. I'm just gonna hide my eyes. The emissaries of House Knight simply nodded. Sonny hoped that they had had enough mind protection memories. Meanwhile, Saint Tyrus turned to the image of the Winter Beast. A hint of a contentment appeared on her beautiful face. The Winter Beast was recently confirmed to be a corrupted titan. I cannot kill it, but I will contain it. Dealing with the creature will be my responsibility. Many of the people in the room paled at the mention of the creature's rank. Master Rowan especially seemed to have a grave expression. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. It's his fucking wife. The dyslexia is evolving. Joshua, how dyslexic are you? Very fucking bad. That's honestly impressive. I fucking know. Anyway, can we get back to annoying fandom's power scaling? Which one? They're all fucking annoying. Actually, the most annoying one that I've had to deal with this year is Invincibles. Invincibles power scaling is really funny because people try to get that shit universal and it's like, you can't even get it to the moon. Shut up. Anyway. Ignoring the somber mood, Skytide turned to the last image. Oh. Master Rowan loves his wife so much. It's so sweet, honestly. Hell, yeah. No, honestly, Rowan's just that guy. Go talk to future Josh in 9 years when he finishes Volume 8. The thing I hate the most right now is Gojo. I only hate the Gojo one because only specifically when it's against Sukuna. They'll be saying he uses bullshit and mistranslated data books. Guess who also loves his wife? Jet, Kisung, and Tyrus are top 3. That order. Invincible has power scaling. I thought that shit was vibes based from the author's mouth, by the way. Oh, don't get me wrong. That man is actually just straight up fucking stupid. He's stupid. He fucking sucks at what he does, right? Unless it's horror based. Like The Walking Dead, that's a great comic. But him trying to make anything kind of consistent and invincible? Nope. Who won't come in? I'm back. The old dying fucking dog didn't know how to leave the... didn't know how to get into the house. Joshua's dyslexia seems to be ranking up as he continues to read Shadow Slave. Rowan pulled one of the best baddies in the series, and Tyrus pulled her dream hubby. Amen. Joshua has an unholy titan level of dyslexia, and it's only getting stronger. Soon he'll be French level dyslexia. Floor dyslexia. You know what's funny? My floor might be dyslexia, but it's definitely not illiterate. Which I can't say for most people. Which leaves us with the fallen titan Goliath. The creature responsible for obliterating for the obliteration of the Eber's fields. Do note that, as of now, we have only experienced its physical might. The exact nature of Goliath's power is still unclear, so we don't know how to determine how to destroy him. The masters grew silent, staring at the frightening image of the stone colossus walking across the desolate land. In that silence, there was suddenly a calm voice. I'll kill him. Everyone turned around, staring at Sunny with a confused expression on his face. What? That bastard owes me a new armor. Plus, I never killed a titan before. Should be an interesting experience. Has he killed a Terra? Has Sunny killed a Terra? Am I forgetting something? He's seen Terras being killed. Mimic wasn't a Terra. Whatever. I can't think of one. Anyway, Sunny needs to get this fucking fade back right now. I need Forgotten Shore level run back right now. I need this cunt to get his shit kicked in and be like, I'm a killer bitch. Nightmare. Nightmare is a fucking Terra. I forgot Nightmare's Terra level. I'm sorry. I always forget. That's on me. 100% on me. Sonny getting his lip back against Goliath is something that I needed so fucking much. When was the last time Sonny got his lick back? Mordred? Fucking barely. I don't even think he can classify that as like a get back. That's more like just pissing Mordred off. Most of them shook their heads. This is not a good time for empty bills, kid. Sonny shrugged. As good as time as any. St. Tyra studied him for a few moments and then turned away. In any case, before she could finish, though, several communicators in the room notified their owners about a received message. Sonny raised an eyebrow. That was unusual. Falcon Scott was still in the area of effect of the Winter Beast, so there was no network connection anywhere inside the city wall. There was a powerful communication array, though connected via a chain of special arrays to the eastern Antarctica. Its bandwidth was very limited and mostly monopolized by the Army Command. Sonny had to spend a considerable sum of contribution points to receive a small quota, which allowed him to get in contact with Rain. Still, the quota was small enough for him to get a count symbol. Josh is slowly becoming French, the first language, then dyslexia. Soon, it'll be his very body. I'd burn alive. Alright. Data packs were uploaded and downloaded twice a day, according to a strict schedule. He glanced at his own communicator to check time. It was around 10 in the morning in the northern quadrant, which, translated to local time, would be nowhere near scheduled activation period of the array. Interesting. Even more interesting were the people who had received the messages. It was only 3 of them. Skytide, Bloodweave, and Soul Reaper Jet. So the 2 Saints and the head of the irregular army. Got it. St. Tyrus read the message and frowned slightly. The other transcendent sighed, then briefly showed his communicator to Nyviv and hid it. Master Jet glanced at the screen and showed no reaction whatsoever, remaining in her usual relaxed pose. She hesitated for a moment and leaned towards her and asked quietly, "What was that about?" Sonny glanced at him and shrugged. A Saint died this morning in the Dream Realm, while heroically defending a citadel from a vicious nightmare creature, one of Valor's. Oh shit! Valor's lost a second Saint? Why the hell did Bloodwave get the message then? Unless it was part of the irregular company that was in the Eastern Quadrant, but yeah. That's fucking... Ugh. I guess that by the 3-minute pause. Fucking clan. Ah, a nightmare creature. Fraud watch right now, yeah. Sonny was taken aback a little. Saints do not die often. Some vicious nightmare creature, huh? Soul Reaper smiled a little. Yeah, things are going to accelerate a lot now. Now that matters. Not that matters for us. For now. You stinky fucking bitch, alright? Suck my fucking toe. And do not bring me back to that website, alright? How convenient, innit? What a way to boost morale, am I right, ladies and gentlemen? Or am I right? Sonny was sitting on the battlement of the defense wall, looking at the apocalyptic sight of the giant horde of nightmare creatures advancing on the city. There were so many of them that it seemed as though the ground itself was moving, flowing forward as it seethed and churched. The darkness surrounding the city was chased away by dozens of flare rockets, which slowly drifted down from the black sky like bright falling stars. On the ground, rivers of flame were devouring the carcasses of the abominations that had been slain in the previous assaults. The The incendiary mixture burned long and hot, but luckily enough, the stench of scorched flesh could hardly reach the top of the wall. Time for a second cup of water. Fuck yeah. You know what? Let's all take a giant drink, eh? Oh.
Oh, I've never had that one happen to me. Oh. That third gulp right there went down the exact wrong hole. Like perfectly down that side. Fuck me. Fuck me, that was weird. Chapter 987. Went to go get some water. What did I miss? Water assaulting me. Pillars of smoke rose into the sky, twisting as they struggled to support its weight. Above it all, obscured by dark clouds, ghostly lights of the aurora swirled with shades of crimson. The battle was about to begin. As the advancing sea of nightmare creatures crossed an invisible line, a powerful mass drivers installed on the bastions of Falconscott came to life, flashing with electricity as they sent heavy tungsten rounds flying forward with terrifying speed. The railgun fire was accompanied by deafening thunderclaps, making the whole wall shake and vibrate. Even though the tungsten rounds were not explosive, they impacted the horde with enough force to produce flashes of light and devastating shockwaves that pulverized dozens of nightmare creatures and cut bloody swaths through the mass. The horde, however, continued forward unperturbed. A moment later, the breaches created by the first salvo of the railgun were entirely gone. The abominations rushed forward with murderous frenzy. As the mass drivers accumulated new charges, the heavy caliber turrets placed along the wall joined the fray. Long tongues of fire ballooned from their barrels, and thousands upon thousands of bullets filled the air. The shining steams of them twisted as they slid across the horde, decimating countless creatures. The noise of the turret's barrage was dire and what the fuck? Cataphonous? I don't know. Sonny winced unhappily. I could not imagine even bothering trying to sleep in this fucking city. You know, it's probably not a good idea to name the chapters The Fall of Falconscott. No, 70 of them, no less. 70 full fucking chapters all named the same thing. Great idea, G3. Fucking appreciate it. Walter's pretty good now. Adopted to it. Thank fuck. You know how large Falconscott has to be to hold 2 million people? What's the most densely populated country in the world? It's India, innit? How large, and how... One minute. I'm gonna look really fucking stupid. Because I do not know my geography that well. That's just not what I fucking pressed. Oh, yes. India's 1.48 billion. Oh, it's Morocco. Or Monacoa. I don't know how I said Morocco from Monacoa, but okay. I don't care.
Never mind, I'm not getting my answer. I'm just not getting the answer that I want. No need right now. That's very inconvenient. Falcon Scott is 200 million, but it's intended for 20 million. It's 10 times more crowded than it should be. Still silly. Still silly that it can support it. There's a YouTube channel called Tyler Griffin that has a song for the fall of Falcon Scott. How long is that song? Because unless y'all want that song on fucking repeat constantly for God knows how many goddamn hours these streams are gonna go on for, I don't think it's worth it. The water be hitting different today. Amen. War was a lot of things, but mostly it was loud. He glanced at the 70-meter drop below him, then concentrated on his hands again. His fingers were spread apart and moving, as if performing an elaborate dance. From the side, it looked like as if Sonny had gone crazy or was trying to cast some strange hex. Of course, he was doing neither. Instead, he was weaving shadow strings. It's just that the slowly forming threads of essence were only visible to him. Oh, that is very fucking convenient. Luckily, the members of his cohort were long accustomed to their leader's eccentric antics, so they were not paying it any attention. Instead, all 6 were tensely observing the approaching horde. Once the herd of MPPs stationed at the top of the wall braced themselves and opened fire, Samara placed the barrel of the rifle on the battlement and lead on the scope. Before she could charge a shot, however, Sonny placed his hand on her shoulder and shook his head. His third hand. That was, since he was currently using 2 of them were made out of flesh. Nah. We can't be using that phrasing, G3. Shit doesn't mean what you think it might mean. 2 of them were made out of shadow. Samara glanced at him with a slight frown. Sir, why not? Sonny continued to weave shadow strings as he answered. There's no need. The Garson has the station under control for now. So don't get involved unless the nightmare creature scaled the wall. Conserve your essence. He lingered for a moment, then added. According to the latest report, the Devouring Cloud is only 1 day away from reaching Falcon Scott. We're going to need all the strength tomorrow. The irregulars shifted uncomfortably, remembering the last brush with the flying swarm. Sonny, meanwhile, disregarded his own advice and turned his attention back to the invisible threads of essence. What the fuck is Sonny trying to make? By the way, has anybody listened to The Path of the Divine by Sensei Beats? Never heard of it. The battle progressed more or less as he expected. The horde advanced despite suffering heavy losses, and not long after the MWPs unleashed a hail of rounds and missiles into the massive abominations, the mundane soldiers joined, followed by the awakened sorcerers and archers. This siege was a strange one, considering that most of the defensive measures of the city were only able to deal with the dormant and awakened creatures. To slay the fallen ones, awakened fighters had to abandon the safety of the battlement and sortie it out. Emerging from heavily armored hutches in the hall of the hidden tunnels stretched beneath the killing field. Those tunnels were used to intercept those abominations that were capable of boring through the ground and could easily collapse in case the enemy took control of one. If a corrupted nightmare creature appeared, the masses would be sent out to destroy it. It all sounded well planned and controlled, but the actual reality of it was pure chaos and mayhem. The abominations possessed all kind of vile powers, so each assault was unpredictable and dangerous. Each victory looked like a lot of human lives to achieve. Later, Alma. We lose Alma, and we get Admiral. What's the ideal ratio of Dr. Pepper to water? Bias or non-bias? Non-bias. 1 can per, like, 4 cups, I guess. Kirbs writing the water is like alcohol. I'm on my 5th cup today. 7 beers, 8 beers, 9 beers, 10 beers, 11 beers. I love that fucking audio clip. Noticing a line of hatches open lower down the hall, and a dozen swift figures jumping out of them. Sunny sighed. He caught a glimpse of Dale's heavy armor, which meant that something truly dangerous had emerged. The army command was strangely protective about the irregulars, mostly keeping them on reserve for now. They probably meant to do the best. They were probably meant to be doing the part of dying once the priority target shows up. That's fucking mean. What did I miss? I don't know. We've been streaming for about 3 hours and 15 minutes, give or take. 1 cup of water to 0 cans of Dr. Pepper. Well, yes, which is why I said about 1 can of Coke or 1 can of Dr. Pepper to about 4 to 5 cups. I want a 5 cup. Holy shit. I can't fucking believe it. He's been drinking a lot of water recently. You gotta give him credit. It's completely fucking needed, though. Joshua says I probably shouldn't drink 7 cups, though. Because a healthy amount for a young adult, an incredibly young adult, is between 3 to 6 cups. Which you should roughly average out to 4 to 5. No, 7 is a good number. G3 would agree. G3 can suck my taint, okay? Fuck that man and any number he tries to come up with, because none of it ever makes sense. None of it ever makes sense. The normal amount of water you should drink a day is like 3 liters. No. If you are physically straining yourself, yeah, 3 liters sounds healthy. 2 liters is the healthy amount for an adult. Kirbs is not an adult. Kirbs is child. Me, adult, yeah, I should. I should be roughly drinking about 2 to 3 liters. I'm gonna drink 4 cups a day then. Exactly. If you ever get thirsty, you can just increase that cup by 1 a day. And then drink other things in the meanwhile. Anyway. True, I forgot bro was 14. 15 this Friday? Or is it Sunday? 15 in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. True, I forgot bro was 14. Yeah. So whatever math you understand about adults, you need to cut that shit by a good bit. And I do actually mean a good bit. The differentiation between a, like, mid-teenager, a late-stage teenager, an early 20s, and a late 20s, physically, is hilariously different. Hilariously different. I turned 18 today. Lava, bitch. Is it your birthday? Lava is unk. Alright, BRB. Gonna get another cup of water. No. This stream's gonna be longer than I fucking thought then. Lava, are you actually 18 today? If 18 is unk, what's 20? Granddad. Damn, lava younger than I thought. What the fuck? Also, yeah, lava is younger than I thought. I thought he was like 19, 20, give or take. My cups are closer to 500 ml, so I usually have like 3 or 4 a day. Not to mention the bottles of lemonade that I have in between. 3 liters is about right. If you do not drink much water, you can cause kidney issues trying to filter out all the water. Which is why you need to eat fiber. Have fucking fruit. If you're having kidney issues, fruit usually helps, because fiber moves all that shit around. Well, fucking happy birthday, Lava. What the fuck? Fucking happy birthday, cunt. Jesus Christ. Been here for so long. Bro, you drink a lot more than me, because I drink like 4 to 5 liters a day. Let me get my calculations up. But yeah, everybody in chat, give Lava a happy birthday. Right now. I demand it. He deserves it. He's 18. Yeah, exactly. Like, active gym goers need to drink a lot more water than we, like, you know, usually do. Welcome to being an adult, Lava. It's all downhill from here. Happy day of birth. I'm celebrating with my family before the stream. I went celebrating with my family before the stream. Fair enough, bro. Hope you enjoyed your fucking time. Okay, so... And if I cut a third. So about... Oh god, that's gonna be 90... Oh yeah, then yeah, I drink about like 3 to 3.5 liters a day as well. But to be fair, I also go gym quite frequently, so. Damn, I drink a lot more water than I thought. Fuck me. Let's call it a birthday present, Lava. Happy beat to taxes. Unk status. Brother is not an unk. Lava, no, we're not doing this bullshit. I'd say 25 is a happy unk status. 20 and up, it's like kind of unk. 25 upwards, 100% unk. There's no arguing it. 18, fuck off. Joshua, do a big ping in the Discord. Just be annoying as hell. No, I don't want to do that. We just need to acknowledge it now. All 30 of us, as YouTube is telling me. Anyway, let's get let's get back into fucking reading. I do think 4 to 5 liters, but I also add electrolytes and shit to my water. I wouldn't do that too frequently, unless there is a health specified reason for why you drink electrolytes. You shouldn't be doing it like every day. I'm something of an unk myself. 27. Yeah, you're a confirmed unk. You're a confirmed unk, Koyo. 5 years, 5 years. 5 to 4 years older than me. Josh defending Go's grandpas. Fucking after him, apart you cunts. Anyway. Noticing that Knight's cohort has been unleashed through the current battle has been going less smoothly than he thought. And indeed, not long before Dale's eliminated his target and retreated, the Horde broke through the protective barrage and reached the wall. It seemed that the Abominations had learned to use the piles of corpses left behind by the previous assault as cover. Fucking hell. 30 is hella wrong. 30 is granddad.
4 to 5 liters is too much for your kidneys to filter, even if you gotta achieve a cutback a bit. Oh, yeah, no. Actually, it depends. It depends how big you are and how healthy your liver is. If your liver's fairly healthy, 4 liters is going to be fine. 5, though, I don't think it matters. Don't do that. 5 liters is, like, too much for anybody. Wait, Josh, you're 22. 50. How are you even alive, you fossilized unk? Josh is probably 23, 24. 70. Unk holds the beginning of the universe. He did say he was 13, 14 in 2016. Yeah, I'm 23. 23 turning 24 this year. For the average man, 3.5 liters is fine. Yeah, exactly. It's fine. Not recommended. Still a little bit too much. But if you want to just live a normal, healthy day-to-day life as a full-grown adult man, well, what? It's like 2.5 liters is more than fine. Also, Joshua's water intake is very dependent on how different time is between you take it. So I go through about this and a half a day, roughly. That's like my general intake from when I wake up to about I go to sleep. So 15 hours, 15 to 18 hours of my day is just going through. Two and a half to 3 liters. I feel like such a chud. Yeah, you got. Fun fact: I have been the same. I have the same birthday as Bugs Bunny. Yeah, Bugs Bunny definitely feels like a July. Now that you've pointed that out, Bugs Bunny is definitely a July. The lowest part of the wall was also the most reinforced. All materials received from the carcasses of well-armored nightmare creatures went into making it hard to breach, so the horde stored at the bottom for a while, suffering under the flood of bullets and explosive projectiles. However, the abomination started to pile on top of another, forming morbid ziggurats of bodies. The ziggurats grew, rising higher and higher as more nightmare creatures climbed the ladder, made of withering flesh. 10 meters, then 20, then 30, and eventually it came close. It became clear that there was a substantial risk of the horde that would scale the wall. With a sigh, Sonny paused his weaving and stood up, easily holding his balance on top of the bait. A black bow appeared in his hand, and that arrow that seemed to be made of lightning ignited on its string. They know how to build siege towers, right? Drawing his bow, Sonny lingered for a moment and then set a strike of thunder flying down. A moment later, the howls of nightmare creatures torn through the clamor of the battle. The spell whispered into the ear like a Saronis choir. The battle raged on. You would think, right, as Sonny in this situation with your big fucking brain and plenty of experience of upgrading your shadow manifestation, you would have one formed across the entire wall and just push it forward. Or get Shadow Lantern, summon that shit out. I know it's going to take a lot of essence, but like form that shit out, make it spread out, and push it forward. So that 30 fucking meter goes right back down to 10. But no. That would require Sonny having a brain. A brain, how dare he? How the fuck do I have 12 chapters left? Oh my fucking god. I low-key just forget usually. Only when I'm reminded in the dreams do I ever... Only when I'm reminded in the streams do I remember to do it. Or the Discord. 5 liters is still too much for a gym person. I want to stress that out right fucking now. Even if you're in the sauna for like an excessive amount of time, like 45 minutes plus in a sauna, and you're purposely dehydrating yourself so you can rehydrate yourself later on throughout the day, that's still excessive. Also, I'm going to piss so fucking bad. I'm going to be right back. Fucking cunt. Oh, my fucking days. Oh. Oh, that hurt like a bitch. Ooh. Fucking prick. Ah. Ah. Fucking smashed my knee in the corner of my door. Ugh. Oh, fuck my life, that hurt like a bitch. Oh. Why did I have to... Why is my luck? Smash my fucking knee into the corner of my door. Bro's building Mount Everest in his kidneys. Oh, is lava going? Alright, later, lava. It is like... It'd be like, what? 11 o'clock for you? Poor Josh, pull my knee. Fucking ow. That hurts so much. Oh my god. I can hear the British Joshua. Fuck, shut the fuck up, love. Shut up. I've had enough British problems recently, like discovering Batman's being filmed 20 minutes, a 20-minute drive, I want to emphasize, away from my house. So, I don't need any more British comparisons. I can't find the exact model of my Pikachu cup, so I don't know how tall it is. Just measure the circumference.
Just measure the circumference of it, and then convert. Oh god. Oh fuck. What's the equation where you're able to figure out the circumference and height of something, and where you're able to measure the capacity of it? Whatever. I've not had to do fucking math since 2019. Use a ruler. Yeah, it is that. Joshua, what type of bullshit are you spewing? Maths, bitch. You want to know how much fucking water your cup can fill? There's maths for that. The fucking that's it, volume. Thank you. Oh my days. Oh my days. You can tell I haven't had to do maths in fucking years. You mean pi times r? Yes. I'm too dumb to do maths. Bitch, you 15. You need this. I say that as a person who just openly proclaimed he hasn't had to use maths in fucking years. But still. Different point. I went to do film. Not maths. Even though there was a weird amount of maths to actually do there. But that was money maths. That was money maths. Anyway, let's carry on reading the fucking Siege. I love maths and numbers, it's fun. It can be fun, but sometimes it can give me a headache. And it still raged on by the time Sonny and his cohort were done with their shift. Or maybe it was already another assault. By now, it was often hard to tell where one attack ended and where the second one began. Descending from the wall, the irregulars passed through the busy camp below. Lumbering loaders were racing to send heavy ammunition containers up. Wounded soldiers were being triaged and tended to. Fresh reinforcements were waiting their turn to enter the elevators. Here and there, the damaged NWP stood, being hastily repaired by a crew of technicians. Leaving the staging area, they soon reached the Rhino. The mighty vehicle might not be in the best of shape, but it could still be used to get around the city. Plus, while the members of the cohort had decided to bunker in comfortable barracks, Sonny chose to remain in the familiar APC. He had learned how to drive it. Well, more or less, from Luster. Are you going with us, Captain? Oh, sorry, Major? Kim looked away awkwardly after asking the question. Sonny simply shook his head. Not today. I have a couple of errands to run. Just take the Rhino to the barracks and then park it in the usual spot. Oh, and rest today. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. Although the cohort ended up not doing much today, everyone was still tired. They quickly drove off, leaving Sonny alone. Day 4 of their stay in Falcon Scott was coming to an end. My knee hurts so fucking much. Okay, what I've realized is that the cup is 90% of McDonald's cups, and it lacks chunk of being first notch in my index finger. I can't do maths. I have tried to learn countless times. You mean you don't? Wait, what? You mean you don't do exact measurements for movie props and shit? Oh. Well, first of all, no, that's the design team, not for me. Second of all, that's a completely different question. That's more of a timing question than anything else. That's like a prop designer and set designer's job, no? Yes. But what, I think the kind of thing you're specifically looking for is like different lenses and when it comes to tracking. And tracking, I'm not even kidding, that is like 99% timing. You got that shit down, you got that shit down. And you can use maths to make that shit way fucking simpler. Like, way simpler.
But who fucking cares when you can just get the same shot over and over and over again, and then pick between pick through between like the hordes of the same shot you've just done, and then go to the fucking editor's room and then constantly range the shots in whatever order that you kind of need them to be in, just to then edit them down and throw it to another set of editors who then have to clean it all up, and then throw that to another set of editors who have to add sound to that fucking thing. I'm not kidding. Most of this shit is kind of just done on a fucking whim. If you need to do money, if you need to do, like, maths, it's 99% of the time for the money. That's it. How long out the 3 weeks do you think Falcon Scott will last? Two. Just grow a new knee, than it is. Rip it off? No, I don't want to rip it off. While my knees have not failed me yet, thankfully, 23 years and a half going, 3/4, but still, I don't want to rip my knee off. Thank you very much. I'd appreciate it if you don't ask that question again. Circulating his essence to hasten his replenishment rate, Sonny walked for a few minutes, breathing in the cold air as the hum of the distant explosions washed over him. Then he jumped on a step of moving transport and allowed it to carry him closer to his destination. Oh! I think I know who he's going to visit. The visitor of the city at war floated past him. Too many refugees crammed into too few buildings. Everyone was doing their best to create some sort of passable environment for themselves and their neighbors, but there were just a lot of problems. Everyone was doing their best to, but there was a lot of problems too. Most of the people were shaken and traumatized. Some very close to breaking down, and there was a lot of conflicts and violent outbursts, and even more dark feelings. There were a lot of nightmare creatures being born from the bodies of failed aspirants as well. Since the spell ran rampant along the refugees, there were just not nearly enough soldiers to find the infected before the worst happened. The suffocating atmosphere of fear, tension, and sorrow permeated the air. And yet, people lived on. The resilience and adaptability triumphed over everything, allowing them to endure even find moments of happiness in this hell. Sonny saw plenty of smiles, heard plenty of laughter, and witnessed many small details in how the refugees were handling their changed conditions while looking forward to the evacuation. To being evacuated. They still have hope. Eventually, he jumped down and walked the rest of the way on foot, reached the section of the staged arena where large white warehouses stood in several rows, surrounded by a massive activity. That was where the scavenged materials were being processed and refined for the use of the First Army. A tiresome-looking engineer looked at him. Major Stunless. Sonny nodded and allowed the man to meet him, lend him toward a particular row of warehouses. Yeah, we received your request. The approval came fast enough. As long as you have enough contribution punch, yeah, you can cut a good chunk of it yourself. Not that I know what you need it for. Usually, it's the mundanes we arm with the processed materials that dream of wielding memories, not the other way around. Sonny smiled. The warehouses were full of nightmare creatures' carcasses. These valuable enough to retrieve from the battlefield and proceeded by the army. I've never seen him not blonde. I mean, to be fair, I've been blonde since October. Also, no, Kirbs is not wrong. This is dark brown. I've had black hair before. I've had black hair with that camera before. You would not be able to see, like, the little bits of white that are emanating from my lights right now. That I can fucking promise you. Also, I'm gonna feed these fucking vermin. I'll be back.
The fuckers have been fed. The corpse of the the corpse of the remnant of the Jade Queen, the corrupted tyrants he and Skytide had killed. It's good to know that he's given a little bit of credit to the Tyrus here. Had been placed here once. For example, the incredibly durable jade carcass of the monstrous beetle has been refined and used as reinforcement as a section of the wall. Most of the proceed materials was instantly used to strengthen the fortification of the wall for the First Army itself. There were all kinds of things that could be done with various parts of nightmare creatures. From crafting melee weapons and upgrading an armor shell with the MWPs, to powering exotic spellware mechanisms. I'm losing my voice. I can tell I'm losing my voice and it's getting really fucking annoying. You know, because your life is Bugs Life Matter, I'll let you off with that joke, knowing that you're talking about a giant beetle. I'll let you off with that one. That was why Sonny had to push his weight around, bargain a little, and spend a bunch of contribution points to receive a modest quota. Studying the warehouse, he asked, "There was a corrupted devil yesterday that managed to breach the wall. Where's it kept?" The engineer stared at him for a few moments. Sorry, sir, I have no idea which one of them breached the wall. We just received the carcasses and come up with ways of dismantling them. Another team then thinks of a way to actually use the parts. Sonny blinked a couple times. Makes sense. Just show me the corrupted material you have then. He was led through several warehouses, studying a series of ghastly corpses, each one more frightening than the last. There was a creature that resembled a giant mole covered in heavy plates of bone armor, and a creature that looked like a mass of spikes, with a small skeleton body hidden somewhere in its center. There was a carcass of something that seemed like an 8-legged metal tick, and the size of a house. Ugh. And a stone sphere covered in bumps that look eerily like human faces. Fuck me, what the hell? Joshua, I don't read them either. Handshaking. Damn. Finally, Sonny found what he was looking for. In a spacious warehouse, a large carcass was laying on the floor, surrounded by an alloy scaffolding. The creature was vaguely humanoid in shape, white bone, and countless rows of needless bristles from its back, which, with each needle was about 3 meters long, wide enough for him to be able to barely grasp it with a hand. The weight too was much, and way too much for several men to lift it. It was bound to be made of a strange material that seemed to be somewhere between metal and bone, wickedly sharp. Yesterday, that devil had shot those needles at the wall, shredding the armored alloy as though it was paper. Sonny stared at the dead abomination, then nodded. Yeah, that would do. The engineer glanced at him with interest. Ah, the needles? How many do you want? 1 should be enough. Deciding to not bother with the proceeding team, he summoned the Sinosaurus and listened silently to the whispers while cutting one of the needles. The engineer observed him ferociously. I'm sorry, sir, but can I ask you what you need it for? Sonny grunted as he lifted the needle and placed it on his shoulder. Then he glanced at the man. Sorcery practice. Ah, shit, okay. Fuck, how do you spell porcupine? Not how you spell, but okay. Oh my god, shut up. Got it. Alright. How do I spell it? You know what? No. That's one of these times where I'm actively too embarrassed to show you how I spelled it. Fuck off. Not you. You go fuck yourself. One of the rare times of, I can't let my pride be shattered into fucking pieces in how I spell, poor pin pine. Okie dokie. Carrying this. Oh, wait, no. Did I change the. I didn't. 11 chapters to go! Woo! We won't judge? Yes, they fucking will. You are not here long enough to understand these people. Yes, they fucking will. Carrying the needle on his shoulder, Sonny chose to walk to his next destination. The thing was heavy enough that even a master like him felt like a bit of a strain after a while, so he had to wrap himself in the shadows at some point. People were giving him weird glances, but no one said anything. The puppet shrouds identified Sonny as an awakened, and unawakened were known to do strange things on occasion. Sonny also found that mundane people often acted shy in front of him ever since he became a master, which pleasantly cut the number of awkward conversations he had in half. That he had to have. So he just had to be careful not to hit anyone with the unwieldy needle by accident. As he walked, he decided to check his runes out of boredom. Shadow fragments. 2,471 out of 4,000. No, you can trust us? No, I can't. I can't, Philia. You people call me dyslexic. You call me ugly, chopped. I've got one of my. You fuckers call me French. Fucking French. I can't accept that. Can't accept that. He smiled a little. Also, wow, I did not realize he was over halfway to having 5 shadow claws. The siege at Falcon Scott might have been a terrible affair, but one thing it did not lack was enemies to kill. The rate at which he had earned fragments increased a lot in the past 3 days. By now, the change made by each individual fragment was insignificant, but it added up. Did we lie, though? Yeah. I'm not French. Are they rude or are they wrong? You can be both, bitch! Never talked to you, but as a Frenchman, I agree. Sadly, everything but French. I'll end this fucking stream right now. 5 months of non-stop fighting fills the core a bit. Yeah. You hate it because you're right, besides the French part. The French, I will not accept. Absolutely never. I'll accept the French in. I'll just never accept being one. Because I'm not. He was now considerably stronger than he had been at the start of the Antarctica campaign. And the 5th core was not as unachievable as it once seemed. Nephis was still far away from reaching a Terra too, which meant that he finally had a chance to catch up to her class, at least for a short while. Does it matter now? In the end, both of us will either be Titans or dead. Nightmare was subjugating many nightmares these days as well. All in all, Sonny was in good shape. His cohort had been forged into one of the deadliest combat units on the continent, with each member hoarding their skill to a truly fearsome degree. All that left to propel him to an entirely new level of power that To propel him to an entirely new level of power was the saint to emerge from her evolution. Saint, it's been like what? For 2 weeks? 2 fucking weeks? French or nightmare creature, which one would you rather be? Nightmare creature for sure. Soul core is better than no soul. You motherfucker, you took my joke. I literally thought of it and then I saw your fucking comment. I'm so mad. This is the only time I'm pinging everyone. Oh, are you asking them, would you rather be French or a nightmare creature? Dear Lava, do not enter the dream realm. I've made an absolute dog shit cake. I just completely fucked it up. Admiral on server. That shouldn't have made me like laugh nearly as fucking much. That means Soren currently has 8,471 fragments in total at the moment. Imagine the boost in strength from that compared to a normal master. Yeah. Like, just fucking insane. Meanwhile, Mordred just juggling soul calls. She's been evolving over a month. I mean, like, yeah. And it's like, dog, can you just get out of it? Well, there's one nightmare creature that I'd love to be. But Josh is not at that part of the story. Huh? I can't even think of what a nightmare creature could be that you'd love to be. Also, nightmare creature, 100%. Again, Absolite said it fucking perfectly, so... Anyway, let's carry on. Maybe, just maybe, they would indeed manage to hold Falcon Scott for 3 weeks. Sonny made way for a column of military vehicles and looked at the crowd of refugees around him. Yeah, doubtful. With a sigh, he made a turn and approached one of the hastily erected dormitory towers. This one looked more suitable than most, but not by much. Looking up, he saw the vast expanse of glowing windows with thousands of humans taking shelter from the cold within. He glanced at the devil's needle, then awkwardly spun it and thrust the point deep into the ground. Taking it into the building would have been a hassle, and Sonny was sure that no one would steal it. The thing was wide. The thing weighed enough. Weighed more than any mundane human, or even a group of them, would carry away. I don't know. Mundane humans are fucking strong. The difference between a demon and a devil is quite substantial, so I don't blame her. I meant in regards to French. By the way, it's a total of 32,000 fragments. Has been to be a fully saturated titan. Sonny at the moment would be as strong as Effie without his shadows wrapping his body. Damn. That'd be a lot of fucking soul fragments. Romanians would easily steal that. Okay, let's comment with the racism. Fuck me. I would know. Oh, you're Romanian. Fucking Christ. Scared. If you are Romanian, then okay, you can make the joke at your fucking people. The problem, though, was that the needle was so sharp that it continued to sink into the frozen soil under its own weight. Sonny stared at it as a result for a moment and then repeated the process, this time thrusting it into the ground with dull end. The higher cores get real hard to fill, so I can imagine. This reminds me of our old fridge got taken from the front door of our house and nobody noticed. What? 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 Okay, you know what, yeah. You know what, I just believe it at this point. No, it took me a minute to realize that it was Philly that wrote out the message. And I was like, never mind, that makes perfect fucking sense. It's not just your health that's fucked up, it's just your look in general. I'm not Romanian though, I just know that a lot of them would love to steal my shit. I barely let Kirbs get away with the fucking... Just carry on reading. Finally satisfied, he walked into the entrance of the tower where a lone civilian was shoveling snow away. He was passing. As he was passing, the man flinched and stared at him with wide eyes. Sonny sighed inwardly. Am I really so scary? Captain? Solus, is that you? Sonny raised, surprised, Sonny raised an eyebrow. Yes. Technically, it's Major now. Do I know? Before he could finish the sentence, the civilian dropped the shovel and grabbed his hand, shaking it vigorously. Sonny froze. What the hell is going on? It is you, Master Sunless. Sir, my family and I only survived because of you. After the Ebers Fields, I thought, sorry. You brought all of us here. Thank you so much. Oh, so many people are gonna die. Oh, so many people are going to die. French racism is okay because I'm British. English, to be hyper fucking specific. That is blood-tied fury I have to the guns, okay? But then there's, like, genuine fucking racism. Also, that's not racism. I want to be real specific about that one. Entirely wrong term. But, like, that Romanian joke, that's just racism. What the fuck has he rank up his needs higher quality shadow essence to form a new core, hence why the value of killing lower ranks is worthless. Yeah, we got a new fridge, so the old one outside to get rid of later and some randomly vanished. Problem solved. I mean, yeah, I guess. Prejudice against color or culture, it's borderline low. No. Fuck it. Okay. No. There's jokey, haha. Oh, here's a blood tie that's been going on with me and another country of people for, what, 3,000 fucking years going on now? That means nothing. It means nothing. I don't hate the fucking French, nor do I give a fuck. Also, again, not racism, because one is skin, and the other one is something about fucking culture. Oh, okay. Also, Joss, when you said you get a haircut that's short and you walk through season 1 review, flashbang the fuck out of me. Sylvia asked Bob. Sylvia asked fucking Bob. Alright, fair enough there. I didn't fuck autism, can't tell the sarcasm between messages, my bad. But also people legitimately do get that mixed up. So yeah, apologies on that one. Sylvia ass haircut. Oh, Admiral. You know what? I might just remove admin from you. Oh my days. Not claiming I got the fucking Vegeta cut, are you?
You can't even say that. The French have got great haircuts. I can't even diss him on that one. The drinks and the haircuts can't even do it. And the fashion, but still. Who's Sylvia? Oh, fuck me. Can we get the specific image up? I don't think we can. Wait, we might be able to. Why does Sylvia look so much different in the anime? You know what? Never mind. Who cares? No one watches the anime. Come on, we can find a haircut. We can we can find Sylvia's haircut. Where is it? We aren't supposed to do tangents today, man. Well, today was also meant to be a long-ass stream anyway, so who fucking cares? I need to prove this point, though. Bro got a Gohan cut? No. That one's just wrong. There is no clear fucking image of Sylvia. Or Sylvia with the fucking cut. I get. No, that's just not gonna do, is it? Oh my god, this is really just gonna have to do, isn't it? Alright. And it's not showing. Woohoo! Fucking yay! There you go. That's Sylvia's haircut right there. Brass Namek's gone. Go fuck yourself. That's Sylvia's haircut. Behind the horns, it actually goes even further back. So, I hope you rot in hell. Because that's just fucking rude. Okay. What's your opinion on the new cut, Josh? It's not even that bad. It looks terrible on camera, I've got to admit that. But in person, it's just like a whatever cut. Oh, from Tibet, yes. Yes. I've read the whole series, lol. I forgot about that diabolical haircut that she got given. Crazy. And anyway, Sunny did not know how to behave in this situation, but thankfully the civilian finally let go of his hand and hastily opened a small bag hanging on his belt. A moment later, Sunny found himself holding a carefully packaged sandwich. Please take this. I know it's not much, but my wife made it herself. You probably don't get a lot of home-cooked food standing there on the wall. Oh, so many people are gonna die. Oh, so many people are gonna die. So many people are gonna die. Sonny wanted to return the sandwich to the man, but then lingered. The refugees were not starving, but he knew for a fact that most of the rations they had access to were no different from what he had grew accustomed to in the outskirts. Getting the ingredients to make this simple sandwich must have not been easy. It was made with love and care, which meant that their small but sincere gift meant much more than it seemed. Oh my god, I can't believe I can get fucking sentimental over this cunt getting a boy. The flags are getting deadlier. I'm getting sentimental over this lad getting a fucking pussy. This is stupid. This is just silly.
He smiled lightly. Thank you. I'll enjoy it well. The man seemed exceedingly happy to hear that, and gingerly let Sonny go, picking up his shovel and returning to clearing away the snow while whistling a tune. Walking inside the building, Sonny glanced at the sandwich and frowned a little. He did not really know how to feel about the strange encounter. On the other hand, it was nice to see a tangible result of his efforts. After the caravan reached Falcon Scott, the refugees were quickly possessed and assigned to various dormitories. Sonny had not seen any of them again. On the other hand, a cheerful man was clearly deluding himself in the thought that Sonny had saved him and his family. All Sonny had done was postpone their deaths by a few weeks. They would only be truly saved once carried across the strait to East Antarctica. Until then, a sharp sword still hung above their necks. All the more reason to be told. All the more reason to halt that damn war for as long as they can, then. Suddenly thoughtful, Sonny used the elevator to descend underground and approach a particular door. A few moments later, he knocked. Beth opened it and gave him a long look. Oh, it's you. He raised his hand with a wide grin. I brought sandwiches. Well, a sandwich. She stepped aside and let him in and turned around. Professor, your favorite awakens here. Sonny dismissed the boots of the puppet trap before coming inside. The small action made him feel strangely nostalgic. Huh, civilian life. I can barely remember what it's like. Yeah, I knew this bitch was going to Professor Roble. I knew that. I wonder if they're gonna carry on the conversation about about the whole generational thing. Suck my fat fucking nuts, okay? I'm not going. Blow me. Oh, okay. There we go. We're back. I'm never using feet. I'm not using it. I refuse to use it. I'm petty. But 10 chapters to go. Woohoo! Anyway, I wonder if the conversation about different generations and if push comes to shove, Sonny should let Professor Roble die should come up again. Yeah, I've seen the go once, which are the first 3. Random thought. Imagine if Sonny really made cursed memories to mess with Neff with the absolute worst names and descriptions. Imagine Neff just like laying in bed on her phone, just catching up with all the fucking like 2 years worth of like TV shows and news. She gets bored of like what she's seeing, goes through her fucking memories to see if Sonny's alive. Frankly, see how much stronger he's gotten. And there's just like and it's just a wall of text of the most random bullshit you could ever fucking think of. Oh my god, imagine Sonny making a memory that says I love you to Neffis. She'd know it was him. That's what makes it funnier. Cause you know she'd read it all. Trying to correct his grammar and all that shit. Also, on that whole imagine making a memory that says I love you to Neffis, I like the imagery that if Sonny's going to propose and they're like far away and they're trying to communicate with each other, that's how he does it. It's through a memory. Being like, oh yeah, go check your memories. Or like, go check like the shared memories and shit. And it's just a box. And it just says, will you? She opens it, not thinking any better, and it's a ring saying, marry me. As she sees the description just pop up. That'd be sick. Sonny slammed out an unholy, abominable GG memory. How to not suck ass while hiding from tidings. Memory. How to survive being kicked by a titan. Anyway, 10 chapters to go. Sonny had no particular reason for this visit, apart from simply wanting to check on how the old man had settled in. From his first impression, the dormitory apartment was too small, bare bone for someone of Professor Roble's stature. There was there was 5 compact bedrooms connected to a shared living room, kitchen, and bathroom, with 3 of the bedrooms occupied by each other. You could hear the children's voices behind one door, which meant that there might be an entire family of refugees living in there. In that regard, maybe the fact that Professor Opal and Beth had reached the Professor and Beth each received an entire room for themselves had already had privilege. Memory description? No. Oh, fucking hell. Sonny needs to make a memory with a modern isekai name. Oh, yes. And the description is just the script of, like, the first episode of the isekai, fully mapped out. Oh, that sounds so funny. Still, what the hell? Maybe he should not have been surprised. Professor Opal was indeed a distinguished scientist who had made great contributions to humanity. But the Antarctic Center was an administrative center for the administrative center of the whole quadrant. With 200 million concentrated in Falcon Scott, there must have been a whole lot of disgusted people waiting for their turn to be evacuated. Memory description does stuff. This time I was reincarnated as a nightmare creature. Oh my days. Beth led him to the kitchen and put the kettle in the stove. Not they were doing up busy trying to keep the caravan from falling apart, so he had noticed that the young woman looked a bit haggard in comparison to how she had been in LO49. Gee, Sonny, I fucking wonder why. There were dark circles under her eyes, a slight uncertainty to her movements, and a grim slant to her brow. Beth's temper, however, had not changed one bit. Tell me straight, is the wall going to hold? Sonny lingered for a bit, stumped by the frank question. How should I know? Sure, it's going to hold. Until it doesn't. Beth scoffed, poured synthetic tea into 3 cheap alloy cups. And yet you seem terribly calm. Sonny scratched the back of his head in confusion. Do I seem calm? Well, I guess I am. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? The old woman stared at him with outrage. Death! You can die! He thought about it for a few moments. I'd rather not, of course. But definitely way worse than some other things. Believe me. Memory. That time a beetle, oh my god, what? That time a beetle crawled inside my heart and nearly entered my bloodstream, so I became an SST virus to poison it, but now gods and demons fear me. You know what? Yeah, that grammar fits as well. To be fair, the I'm stuck in an endless tunnel, ask Cassie, was close to an isekai title. Yeah, no, that's very fucking fair. Sonny had lived through several ghastly experiences himself. He still remembered a few of the harrowing nightmares that he had been subjugated to by his own shadow steed. It seemed that he had developed an abnormally high tolerance to pain and fear somewhere along the way without even noticing. Of course, his aloofness would look strange to a mundane person. Sonny opened his mouth, thinking that he should probably try to conceal Beth somehow, but at that moment, Professor Opal finally appeared, sparing them both the moment of awkwardness. Ah, Major Sunless. How nice of you to spare some time for this old man. The 3 of them settled between the small dining table, enjoying tea. At first, Sonny was the one doing most of the speaking. It's good to... So, the city's defenses are in good condition for now. But expect a big assault tomorrow. Make sure to remain inside and don't go to the surface level of the building, no matter what happens. Beth and Professor Roble shared a glance. For some reason, the young woman seemed to be unhappy with her mentor. Yes, everyone's received instructions on how to behave when the air attack alert is activated. Thank you for reminding us, young man. Sonny nodded, then hesitated for a while. Eventually, he asked in a cautious tone. I am sorry to ask, Professor, but why are you still here? I would think that they would put you in a priority list of evacuation. Every civilian in this city was designated as a member of a certain group, each having different value. The highest value civilians were meant to be ferried across the strait first, with all the rest placed in a long queue by a randomized algorithm. Various factors could affect one's weight in the algorithm, though. Families with young children had a much better chance of being placed higher, for example, while people with genetic defects would be placed lower. Fucking hell. Citizenship level also affected the algorithm, which meant that non-civilians from the local version of the outskirts would be evacuated last. That time I was betrayed by my best friend and became a slave to my crush. That's a banger. And I know that would make so much fucking money. And it would unironically slap. That time I became the rightful heir of death and the bastard son of fate. I fuck with that. Those last two fucking bang. Mostly because I would actually read that top one. And that bottom one, I'd be like, that's probably a cold ass title. Kind of like, oh, fuck me. What's that terrible anime? It's a terribly edgy anime. People fucking love it to bits because the main character's OP as shit and has shadow abilities. Eminence and Shadow. That's it. I'd read that bottom one and think, oh yeah, that's like an Eminence and Shadow kind of thing. You know? Anyway, it's nice to see that the government are still racist, ableist, evil, conniving bastards, even in worlds, eh? Shadow. It's not shadow. It's not shadow abilities. It's just like not actual shadow powers. That's the point, I think. Even after hundreds of years, the government remained the same. It seems. Fucking apparently so. However, none of it had anything to do with Professor Roble. By all accounts, he should have been one of the first ships out of the harbor. A giant vessel had been cruising between Falcon's Guard and East Antarctica for several days now, bringing many millions of people. Okay, there was loud noises going on in the background, like loud noises, so I had to pause. Anyway, I couldn't get past episode 1. It was just bad. Beth gave the old man a scathing glee. Yes, Professor. Why are you still here? Did the stream break for anyone else? It did. It did, which is why I was like, this. So I almost executed myself. Context. Ma just came in from work, right? Literally just came in. She calls me, asks for the slow cooker. I'm like, okay, yeah, great. Sound, whatever. Okay. I grabbed the slow cooker. By the way, I'm on my tiptoes. I'm doing this. My knee fucking hurts. And I'm like, dragging it there. And I'm like this close to the corner cupboard. Right, I'm this close to it. Just trying to grab this fucking slow cooker up there, right? For some godly fucking known reason, there is a knife. One of the big fucking knives, like that. Easily between this range, roughly. Just up there. And I see it from the handle, turn around, knife edge, and I go... I've never almost shit myself so fast without being sick. So excuse me, I do legitimately need a minute. That knife did scare the ever-living fucking soul out of my ass. But that's fucking insane. I know it's fucking insane. We went on a couple of derailments, okay? Plus, I almost just got decapitated, so, like, leave me fucking be, okay? Oh, my days. Yeah, thanks, Helios. I needed that right now. Do that. No way you're still streaming, brother. This is one of longer streams, admittedly, yes. Is this how Cal feels whenever Sonny starts talking? Yeah, probably. Before you could say anything, the young woman turned to Sonny and said with, Nope. Move. Believe it or not, the professor gave up his position on the priority list, saying that he wouldn't leave without his assistant. And since I have nothing to do with the high-value group, we're both stuck. And in the standard selection group now, Gods only knows where we'll be assigned in placements in the placement queue, let alone get to leave. I know what Professor's doing. Professor Roble has removed himself from the high priority list because he wants to make Beth the high priority. Because he doesn't want to leave Antarctica. He 100% knows he's going to die here. Oh, fuck. That sucks. Bro's using Undying Chain to survive that knife. Fucking apparently. Reattach that shit. And this makes perfect sense, knowing the literal last conversation we actually get to have with Professor Roble too. So yeah, I'm putting all my money on that. Sonny blinked a couple times. Is this true, Professor? The old man looked down in embarrassment. Oh, you kids don't understand. I'm an old man, you know. My bones still hurt from long weeks spent on the road. I can't rest a little before jumping a ship. Beth scoffed, and this time Sonny was inclined to agree. What kind of bullcrap reason is that? Because it's not the reason. There was obviously something deeper going on. Hopefully, the professor simply did not want to leave Beth behind, which was already stupid. If he has some self-sacrificial mission, though, Sonny had to set him straight. He opened his mouth to say something, but at that moment, the kid he had heard earlier banged on the kitchen door, holding a makeshift U in her hands. Grandpa Opal, it broke. Professor Opal gave Sonny an apologetic look and then smiled at the child and picked up the toy. What? It broke all by itself, huh? Oh, well, don't worry. I'll fix it up again. Your friends are going to have to be, gonna have as good as new in no time. The old man patted the child on the head and then simply looked at Sonny and smiled. All the more reason for the army to make sure that it holds for as long as possible then. If it is not like we're trying... Wait. Is that what I said? Is that what I said myself? Sonny winced and then finished his tea in one gulp and stood up. I guess you're right. I'll be going then. He glanced at Beth. Contact me if you need anything. With that, Sonny left the small apartment and returned to the surface. Picking up the devil's needle, he grunted and put it on his shoulder. That old bastard, what does he that old bastard. What does he think that I have to be here? If I could get the hell out of Falcon Scott like he could, I'd be relaxing in East Antarctica already. However, actually, Sonny could leave at any moment as well. A bit of desertion was nothing as long as it meant that he would survive. So, why was he himself staying? Damn, Professor, as if I didn't have enough headaches already. Grumbling quietly, Sonny carried the heavy needle as he headed towards the distant barracks. Yeah, I'm dying on that fairy. Go fucking suck my left nut, cunt, alright? No, we're not doing this game. Okay? We're not using your dog shit. We're not using your dog shit platform. We're not using it. Fuck off. I know it's the same fucking platform. I'm not doing it. I'm not entertaining the idea. Absolutely not. We're not entertaining this idea. What, is Novel Fire down? I guess Novel Fire is fucking down. Whatever. Regardless, I'm definitely on the idea that, Professor Opal actively doesn't want to live. Dyslexic. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. 9 chapters to go. Woohoo! 991. Sonny found the rhino without any problem, since it was parked in the military barracks. Getting the corrupted devil's needle through the main hatch had turned out to be harder than he expected. So he ended up climbing to the APC's roof and lowered it through the upper hatch here. Eventually, though, he found himself inside the dark, resilient interior of the slumbering machine. I forget this thing is fucking huge. Of the slumbering machine. It was a bit weird to see the rhino so empty, but not unpleasant. So, with the whole APC to himself, Sonny felt as though he could relax and took off the mask of a confident leader that he had forced to wear in front of most of the people these days. Damn, that thing was heavy. Top 7 hottest women in the show. From the top of your mind. In Shadow Slave? I don't know. He dragged the needle to the armory, dropped it on the floor, and returned to the lounge area to take a quick shower. Then, feeling fresh and rejuvenated, if a bit sleepy, he summoned the Endless Spring, plotted it down on the couch, and put his feet up using the shadow chair as a footstool. Sonny took a sip of cool water and then carefully unpacked the sandwich and took a bite. The sandwich, indeed, had been made with love. It was truly tasty. Mentally thanking the gorgeous refugee, Sonny enjoyed his meal in peace. It was going to be his last opportunity to rest tonight, so he made sure to chew as slowly as he could. From Shadow Slave? come back to me next stream. We'll write it down, alright? Is it not gorgeous? That I can generous refugee. Definitely a gorgeous woman, though. Very soon, however, the sandwich was gone, and it was time to get to work. Sonny closed his eyes, sighed, and walked into walked to the rear section of the vehicle. There, a small piece of memory laid on the holographic table of the command suite. Sonny summoned a few more, dropped them into a pile, and counted everything. A small grimace appeared on his face. Sonny had not been keeping watch on the wall for the past few days. After reaching Falcon Scott, which became a hub of everything in the Arctic Center, he had been very busy spending all of his contribution points as well. Getting good memories was hard, but luckily, he was once again going for quantity over quality. Additionally, he had no reason to stick to the official channels. Receiving anything through the armory via the armory's request system was a tough and slow process, especially the network being down most of the time. So he just traded his points directly to the awakened soldiers for the memories were useless for them. It's a man gang. Okay. So he's a gorgeous man, is he not? Who's to say the refugee wasn't? He had a few sleepers from the cavern to be his errand boys, which made the whole process faster. Not fast enough, though. Shaking his head, Sonny left the pile of memories alone, cleared some space on the table, and summoned 2 weapons. One of them was his old loyal Tachi, the Midnight Shard, and the other was Morgan's warbow. Oh shit, he's gonna make the sword stronger and arrows? He concentrated for a moment, allowing his gaze to peer through the surface of the 2 memories. The incantation tapestry of the ethereal strings hidden inside them was vast, mind-numbingly complicated. He could already feel a hint of headache coming. Sonny was trying to do something that he had never done before. A few things, actually. Firstly, he wanted to recreate an ascended enchantment, which were much more expensive and complex than awakened and dormant ones he had been mostly copied before. Ooh. Oh, okay.
Thank you. First person in chat to compliment the fucking hair. Secondly, he wanted to disassemble the structure of a particular enchantment into a basic element, then heavily modify one of those elements and turn it into an independent enchantment of its own. Oh, brother, you're making shit complicated. And lastly, he wanted to create a functional memory from scratch. That he would have done on many occasions. That he's done on many occasions before, but only in the most rudimentary form. I imagine he's trying to up his game. The first 2 steps were already hard enough, but it was the last one that turned unexpectedly troublesome. As Sonny had found out, not all materials had the capacity to sustain powerful enchantments. They would simply disintegrate under strain, or torn apart by the raging essence. He needed to refine materials to create a powerful memory, hence the needle of the corrupted devil, since Sonny was planning to use the transcendent soul shards. Nothing less would do. Sonny studied the weave of ethereal strings at the same time, wove essence threads of his own. He was going to need a lot of them, so there was no need to waste time. Minute passed after minute, merging into hours. Sonny continued sitting motionlessly in front of 2 memories, with only the fingers of his 4 hands moving in the air. Eventually, his deep concentration was broken by the sound of an incoming call. Sonny lingered for a few moments and then suddenly shifted his gaze to the communicator. As soon as he pressed on it, Master Jess's face appeared on screen. She was chewing a piece of roasted monster meat,
seemingly very hungry or hungry to finish her meal. Damn, am I really the first? No, you're the first. Everyone else has been mean about it. But if I gave a fuck about everybody's opinions, I don't think I'd be doing this. A fawn of a nightmare creature's side. That's what you fuckers are to me. Appreciate it though. Hey, how's your side project going? Sonny stared at her insidiously. It's going. It would be going better if I was not distracted by unexpected calls in the middle of the night, though. Well, anyway, did you manage to get what I asked for? Jet swallowed the last piece of the roasted meat, wiped the juices off her lips, and smiled. Yeah, I gathered all the memories that the members of my cohort have no use for. Anyway, what did you need them? That's a crazy amount of contribution points to waste on a bunch of tier 1 tinkets. Sonny smiled with the corner of his mouth. I'm thinking of giving them to a beautiful lady. Hey, he's waiting for her to come back. A spark of curiosity glittered in Jet's eyes. Oh, better be quick with it then. If she really is a lady, reaching her bedroom might be a slow affair. And we all might be dead very soon. What? No, that's not what I mean. Soul Reaper laughed. God, Sonny, relax. In any case, are you prepared for tomorrow? Sonny, glowed at her for a couple of moments and then scoffed. Yeah, sure, as prepared as I can be. Saint's gonna eat good. Apparently so. Jet drank her water from her flask and again closed it and smiled again. This time her smile looked very ominous. Very good, because tomorrow came a little early. Get your cohort Major Sunless. This man cannot fucking breathe. This man can't breathe. In the next moment, loud sirens of the aerial attack alarm howled eerily throughout the city, echoing throughout the crowded streets. Saint. Amen. Saint, baby. Or is it Demon Saint now? I don't know. It's gonna be a while, so it's already been a month. I feel like it's gonna be a lot longer before we see that. Woohoo! Chapter 992. Damnation! Sonny scrambled to his feet, hastily dismissing the midnight shard and grabbing his bow. On the screen of the communicator, Jet's face disappeared, replaced by an incoming message that named the section of the wall he and his cohort were supposed to go. Ah, got you. South. This time they were meant to be. They were meant to fight right above the main gate of the city, on the path of the defensive barrier that faced inland. And where the battle was going to be fiercest, it seemed that the army command was finally done holding irregulars in reserve. Sonny glanced at the clock, and it's just past the earliest time for the members of his cohort to return from the Dream Realm, if they had chosen to go to sleep tonight. That's good. He dashed to the pilot's cabin of the Rhino and ran the vehicle through the startup procedure. The APC sluggishly came to life, making many sounds that were probably not a good sign. As Sonny waited, he mentally went over the members of his cohort, thinking about what task he would assign them and whether the flaws would be detrimental to the particular battle. The chances were low, but he still needed to check. Is this where we're gonna finally learn the flaws of his fucking cohort? We've only been with them for like, what, damnit 200 chapters. Something like that. No one with an essentially crippling flaw would have made it through years of service, and soldiers were not required to disclose them. Sharing something that personal and potentially dangerous could only be done voluntarily. That was nothing about the flaws in the dozer Sonny had read. But after spending months fighting side by side with his people, he deduced most of them. It's about fucking time. God damn. Again, how long have we been stuck with these cunts? Couple fucking... I guess for Sonny, 4 to 5 fucking months. Learning about the flaws of his fucking cohort. Kim's is probably the one I'm most fascinated in. Kim and Bell. Yeah, Kim and Bell's are definitely the ones I'm most fascinated in. The flaws of the irregulars were indeed not too dire, and most of his people were mature awakened who had at least decided to learn how to deal with them. Quentin, for example, seemed to be unable to break a promise. Kim was naturally unassuming. Sarah had a slow rate of soul essence regeneration. Bell had to work especially hard on his impulse control. Luster, well, that one's pretty apparent. Okay. I genuinely feel we already read this moment. No, we learned about their abilities. We never learned about the flaws, though. So Bell has to learn to control his impulses. That's kind of shit. Samara. I guess Samara's is probably the worst one that just got explained. Because Soul Essence Regeneration, knowing how strong she can be, is quite detrimental for how much stronger she can make herself. Bella's just this chat. Yeah. It's only praise for Dawn's flaw for real. Luster, well, that one's pretty apparent. Dawn's flaw was the cruelest, but it would also only become detrimental years from now. His body was slowly but constantly growing, and it would most likely collapse under its own weight one day, sometime in the future. Nothing that would play a role in today's battle, though. Oh, good. Huh, that's not even a terrible flaw. Brother can basically just become Whitebeard. Oh, good. At that moment, the hatch of the rhino opened, making an eerie wailing of the sirens much louder. The members of its cohort rushed in, summoned their armors and memories as they did. Captain, everyone's here. Without waiting for Luster to get into the cabin, Sonny lowered himself into the driver's seat and sent the rhino forward. His driving skills were not really top-notch, or any good, really, but he had to get the APC to the wall at least. Get yourselves ready. You'll remember the plan, correct? Since Winter was going to take center stage in the battle against the devouring cloud, the irregulars had to come up with a few strategies in advance. Yes, sir. Sonny nodded. Well then, go rub Luster's lucky charm. God knows we're gonna need some luck today. I forgot he had a lucky charm. Hearing the laughter of his comrades, Luster crossed his arms. Hey, that thing really works. God, you're gonna fucking need it to. 4 out of 5 of the most deadly nightmare creatures in the region. You call that luck? Exactly. I managed to meet everyone. And I survived meeting everyone. Chuckling, Sonny concentrated on controlling the massive APC. The rhino sped through the streets of Falcon Scott. Thankfully, they were mostly empty by now. The air raid sirens sent the refugees scrambling to get inside. You can see a lot of frightened people still hurrying to reach their assigned dormitories, but mostly there were only military transports in sight. In my opinion, flaws become easier and easier to deal with the higher rank you become. I think that depends. I think that heavily depends on the kind of flaw that you have, though. Just think of Dawn as a living black hole on God. I mean, yeah, that also works. If Dawn keeps descending, he won't even notice the strain. Yeah, pretty much. Again, which is why I basically just called him Whitebeard. Because that fucking could just grow taller and taller and taller. Just give him a Haishiju. A Haishiju? Is that how you pronounce it? And then just do a Conqueror's kind of clash. Brother would be sick. Briefly, Sonny wondered about the man who had gifted him the sandwich. Hopefully him and his family had a room below ground. If not, surviving the devouring couch would not be easy for them. Concentrate. Finally, the rhino reached a staging area under the wall. Not bothering to park it properly, Sonny picked up Morgan's warbow and headed for the exit hatch. His soldiers followed. The army camp was in a stage of perpetual organized chaos, more so today than even before. A tense, anxious mood hung in the air. Everyone had a grim expression on their faces, sometimes glancing south with fear hiding their eyes. Sonny thought that he could already hear the distant low hum of the approaching swarm. "Look alive!" His shouts seemed to energize the soldiers, glancing at him with hints of recognition and reverence. They parted, letting the devils march through. Sonny made sure to put most of the calm and arrogant expression as he could manage, as if the vast swarm of flying abominations was nothing more than a little annoyance. His performance seemed to have worked, since some of the tension dissipated. Even the members of his own cohort seemed relaxed a little. What? Why the hell are you relaxing, idiots? All of you know that I should be damn terrified of the devouring cloud is. I mean, even I'm scared. Caster's flaw likely lessens if he lived long enough to rank up. With flaws like Caster's, that makes me ask a question about the likelihood of growing old the further up the chain you go. Right? Because I think the age aspect might be very small, but it does increase the older you become, the higher in the spectrum you go, right? Average human. We're 300 years into the future. They've had to evolve to keep humanity going, right? I'd like to think of it as like the average lifespan now is probably 90 years old across the planet. If you become an awakened, or if you become, and it stays like that even if you become a sleeper. If you become an awakened and you're able to live life as just an awakened, it averages out to like 105, 110 years old. Master, 110, 115, possibly 120. Saint, 120, 140. But because they've only been dealing with this shit for the better half of, like, what? It might even be even less than that. It might be, like, 2% older per incremental increase of your rank. I like to think of it as like that. And flaws like his, like, as a sleeper, it's really fucking bad. But as an awakened, it would age him less. As a master, it'd age him even less. But it would, like, equal out, kind of. That's how I like to think of all those flaws working. Sonny acted like such a tad that he even fooled his cohort, making them forget that he was still a cockroach. I think it's more severe because he wasn't awakened. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Your way off on Aegis Masters can be several hundred years old. Saints even over 1,000. It's far more exaggerated. So I was right. Because that's information I didn't know. That information, never been explained to me. Never been told. But it makes perfect sense, right? If you're becoming even prettier, or more handsome, or more elegant as you grow older, or the further up the system you kind of go, I can imagine that your lifespan just astronomically increases to try and keep that idea in short. Short-lived god, but still crazy old for a human's perspective. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you're essentially trying to become a god, so makes sense. Anyway. Sylvain didn't die from old age. Sylvain and the rest of the fucking knife wielders were cursed with immortality. So that doesn't work. Anyway. But he wasn't. Not really. Mostly because the brood monsters had no means of attacking incorporeal targets, so his personal safety was not at risk. And because the Devouring Cloud was the least dangerous of the enemies converging on Falcon Scott, it was still supremely dangerous, however. The irregulars entered into the open elevator that took them to the top of the wall. Falcon Scott looked strangely empty from the moving platform. Its usually liveliness gone, it seemed as if the whole city was holding its breath, hoping the predator would not notice the prey. Zero chances of that happening. Stepping onto the wall, Sonny looked around and noticed a few familiar figures some distance away. A minute later, he was standing side by side with Jet, Winter, and Dale, looking south over the battlements. The fourth of them remained silent for a while until Soul Reaper finally spoke. Her voice measured. Oh shit. Wow. That is a lot of abominations. Below them, in the distance, the ground was slowly disappearing behind the immense wall of swirling haze. It looked as if the world itself was being devoured, erased from existence by the approaching cloud. Suddenly, Sonny caught himself missing the calm darkness of the underground tunnel. 3 chapters! Woo! Chapter 993. Again, that's information I just didn't know, but that's good to know now. The only reason people on Earth don't know the limits of awakened lifespans is because the spell has only been there for 60 years. Yeah, exactly. Wait, so the Sun God's sorcery can just remove Caster's Flaw entirely? Yeah, pretty much. No. That's a great question. Say Caster's a saint. He's able to live for 1,000 years. And he does that and he still has his charm, and he does that by the time he's 27. Like, he's a really young saint. Then yeah, I guess. If he has the Sun God's, like, thing, I think it would still physically age him. But I don't see it being that visible. You know? Like, I can still see it being, like... I don't know. Yes, essentially, but that's, like, divine intervention. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Nope, it's going against the law of imperfection. I feel like his flaw would fundamentally change. I feel like that's a difference. I feel like the spell would have to intervene at that point. Flaws are a law. They can't remove something even the gods are bound to. The chain lords never grew older.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think he'd still be able to physically age, maybe to a lesser degree if he used this aspect, but he would not die of old age. Like, I imagine the aging Cap would, like, he'd just be bones. He'd just be bones, pretty much. That's how I imagine it be. Anyway. Falcon Scott 11, Chapter 983. The Devouring Cloud possessed an essential threat to Falcon Scott, but strangely, Sonny was not too worried. At least for himself. Perhaps it was because of Marble Shield that gave him the confidence, or perhaps it was the presence of the other Ascended Regulars. The four of them were a fearsome force by themselves, and there were thousands more of Awakens defending the city to boot. Not to mention countless mundane soldiers, impregnable fortifications, and 2 entire saints. Skytide had been away fighting the Winter Beast somewhere in the wilderness. It was unknown whether she'll be able to return in time to participate in today's battle, but Bloodwave was here protecting the Ark ship if anything went south. He undoubtedly intervened. Master Jet studied the approaching brood swarm, her icy blue eyes cold and calculating. She then sighed. Something's different. Sonny glanced at her with a silent question, prompting Soul Reaper to shake her head. The Devouring Cloud is behaving differently from how the report described it. He frowned and then glanced at the distant haze. Indeed, the swarm was acting differently from how it had been before. It seemed slightly less erratic, slightly more driven, the speed of which of the devouring world custom distance was greater than that of Sonny's expectation. Huh. Do you think the impression of the Titan got to it? Would that make the Titan a... Oh, fuck. A Terra Titan? Or whatever rank. Like a Fallen Titan? Or stronger, even? That's crazy. Only if that's the case. They might have just been able to reform, or they're just really hungry for food. That was fucking stupid. He frowned at summoning his helmet. Dale shrugged. They probably sensed the 200 million souls behind us. Why wouldn't they get to a feast? Winter smiled. Well then, let's show them some hospitality. She remained motionless for a few minutes, then raised her hands and courteously removed her sunglasses. A deep sigh escaped her lips. That was the first time Sonny saw Winter's eyes. They are entirely black, with pupils that resembled 2 drops of calculated blood. The look of them made him deeply, irrationally uncomfortable. Yeah, no, that's fucking gross. Begin. Several awakened, 3 from Soul Reaper's cohort, 1 from Dale's, stepped forward following Sonny's nod. Lustre did the same. In the battle, Winter was going to be the tip of the spear. Her aspect would play a key role, and so it had to be augmented as much as possible. Several memories started to manifest into the air around the Ascended Archer. A beautiful handmade mirror, a small skull with a precious jewel embedded into the forehead, a silver coin with the image of a beautiful woman on one side and that of a hideous monster on the other. And at the same time, 4 Awakened activated their own abilities. I like to think this is talking about Sylvain. I know, I like to think this is a very subtle hint at Sylvain here.
One started to draw a complicated circle around Winter, saturating it with essence as he went. Another concentrated on the memories, somehow channeling more power into them. Luster simply placed his hand on her shoulder, and then sent Sunny a strangely pleasant glee. Again, if Luster dies in this battle or any other battle coming up, I'm not gonna feel bad about it. I'm telling you all this right fucking now. That fool. Sonny rolled his eyes and walked a few steps away. He wrapped one shadow. He wrapped one shadow around his body and the other three around Morgan's mobile. Then elevated how much essence he had. Evaluated how much essence he had left. Fuck me, I can't speak. Whew. Luster will Lust. It's his true name. Luster will stand on business at the very end. Trust his luck after all. I don't care. Josh's reaction to Luster's death. It won't even be that. I think it'll be more stone-faced. It was not as much as he would have wanted, but enough to summon the strike of storm many times, as well as manifest countless soul arrows between the shots. He would be able to achieve the dying wish as well if the abominations managed to get close to the wall. Today, Sonny had a personal goal, to slaughter as many of the brood beasts as possible. Hundreds of them, or maybe even thousands. With almost all of the vile creatures being awakened, he would not get many. He would not be getting many fragments, but that's alright. What he wanted were memories anyway. The more the better, no matter how weak. What do you think, Sonny? We're going to win today? He glanced at Master Jet, who was calmly spinning a simple shuriken in her hand. The aura of illusion, cold radiating from her seemed especially chilling right now. He shrugged. Sure, why not? Just a bunch of ugly flying leeches. Soul Reaper grinned and did not say anything else. Again, I love the big sister, little brother energy here. It's always going to be great. A few minutes later, the devouring cloud entered into the fire range of the railguns. Once again, the thunderous sound of having tungsten rounds scatter the sound barrier made the whole wall vibrate. Even enough Sonny knew that the bombardment had killed countless creatures. It seemed as though the distant haze simply swallowed them. Ew. Doing not even the smallest rip or rift in the uninterrupted veil of horrors. Ah, crap. Then the turrets and the MPPs joined the barrage and unleashed a hail of bullets. Numerous tracer rounds flew from the wall into the rolling cloud of brooded beasts. It was strangely beautiful, as though a shining rain was falling from the ground into the sky, struggling to pierce the black veil of inextinguishable darkness. Jet is cool and hot at the same time. Goals for real. Jet is just built like that bad bitch. What can I say? What can I say, huh? Jet for real built like a bad bitch. As if utterly untouched by the devastating onslaught, the devouring cloud continued forward without ever slowing down. By now, the hum of the countless leathery wings had grown loud enough to seep through the calmer of the firing guns. God damn, that is awful. Spreading through the air like a murmur of a vast sea. The creatures were already close enough for the illusion of the hazy veil to fall apart into a harrowing visage of mirage of black dots swarming in the air. Sonny Grimson then drew his bow and sent the strike of thunder into the approaching horde. Before the furious boat reached it, he had already begun to pull the string again, and an arrow of pale gold appearing in it. The flash of stark electric light illuminated a tiny portion of the swarm, followed by the whisper of the spell. Crap. At that point, the devouring cloud was supposed to slow down, but they had reached the edge of the vast killing point between the city and the wall, and the mountains. Coming to view with numerous piles of nightmare creatures' carcasses covering the ground, the Bruin Beast was supposed to turn their attention to the beautiful source of food, before continuing towards Falcon Squad in full force. However, they did not. Acting in contradiction to all of the analytical reports by the Army Command, the swarm ignored the feast of the rotting flesh completely and instead accelerated forward even more. That was when Winter finally made her move. Taking a deep breath, she raised her bow and summoned a single fiery arrow. Her black eyes seemed to become even darker still, and the crimson blood drops of her pupils shone with an eerie, ominous glow. The strings of the bow rang, and the flaming arrow flashed through the darkness, leaving a blazing trail behind. When it hit, the darkness of the polar night was suddenly no more. Oh, damn, okay. And I mean, I know she's being amplified like fucking crazy here. She's getting like 200% hollow purple Gojo like levels of amplification here. But still, that's fucking nuts. What the fuck do you want? Okay. My friends are weird. My friends are really fucking weird. I guess I'll leave that for a conversation for another day. Okay. Chapter 994. Anyway. Nope. Hungry leeches. I wonder why they're doing this though. Mine are too. Well, myself included. So do you like us? Nah, worse. They're more polite than you, but they're that. The moment Winter's arrow reached the devouring cloud, a brilliant flash of light blinded everyone for a moment. A vast sphere of flame bloomed in the middle of the swarm, spreading far and wide like a rolling wave of destruction. Then it collapsed on itself and exploded once again. What kind of black hole shit is this? Tongues of flame spread through the massive abomination, swallowing countless brood of beasts. Some of them turned to ash, and some of them fell down to the ground like burning stars. Others continued to burn as they streaked chaotically through the sky, their flesh boiling and dissipating. They did not die before colliding with the Veil Brethren. The fire spread. As if possessing a mind of its own, it continued to spread from one abomination to another, until it seemed as though the sky itself was aflame. The darkness has chased out by the furious orange-white glow, and Sony felt something that he had never expected to feel in the middle of Antarctica. Scorching heat caressing his skin. He sunk in a shaky breath. He snuck us in a shaky breath. Damn! Damn, you realize... Damn, you realize my first comment ever on your stream was calling a giant beetle hot, right? I know. It's why I called out your name specifically.
and said, you know what, I'll let you off, because your name is literally Bug Lives Matter. I like how you came to that conclusion, though. It only took you, what, 3 hours? I think you came in like 2 hours into the stream, something like that. So, top notch on you. For finally realizing. It seems as all the preparations were not in vain. Winter's opening was not short of breathtaking. It was outright frightening, if he was honest. But if it was just the opening, nevertheless, although the Devouring Cloud had sustained considerable losses and had to slow down, it was in no way stopped. Although some brood beasts were charging through the wall of fire, lunging towards the city. Grinning at the sight of a fiery slaughter, Sonny took off his momentary shock and drew Morgan's warbow again. More, I need to kill more. Although another bolt of lightning slammed into the swarm, reaping a multitude of lives, an arrow of pale gold pierced the brood breast clean through and continued to fly forward, killing several others. There were so many abominations that Sonny did not even have to aim. The 4 cohort of the irregulars, as well as the rest of the awakened defenders, poured all their strength into destroying the descended tide of winged horrors, even though it seemed as though the sky itself was falling on them, vast sweeps of it enveloped in flame. No one's courage broke. It was natural to fear one's life, but with 200 million people depending on their protection, the soldiers of the First Army stubbornly clung onto their positions despite the terror of the approaching swarm. By his side, Soul Reaper waved her hand, dozens of throwing stars appearing between her fingers and shooting with terrible speed, shredding a whole sweep of the swarm like a steel rain. I think G3 doesn't like bugs at all. The amount of insect nightmare creatures is insane. And there's like no awakened with an insect type aspect. To be fair, we did have to deal with like a lot of insect imagery in the first Nightmare. Not first Nightmare, in the Forgotten Shore, so. Well, not even then, they were mostly fishy. And arachnids aren't bugs, so. Man, I don't know. A few steps away, Samara was methodically discharging her rifle, explosions of essence blossoming into a mass of nightmare creatures. Pieces of torn flesh, steams of blood rained down without stop. First Nightmare too. I don't think there was a bug in the first Nightmare. The rest of the devils were doing their part. Winter was not at all done with her part of the slaughter either. One after another, enchanted arrows flew from the string of her bow, with 4 awakened elites using their aspects to augment her and the number of her powerful memories feeding into the power. The ascended archer became the source of a shocking devastation. The Mountain King had lava. Oh, fucker, it did, didn't it? Ah. I just don't think of them as, like, insects, though. That's the thing. And a whole moth. See, that one I don't remember. That one I don't remember at all. Sonny finally understood. Sonny finally understood why Winter was sometimes called a walking artillery unit. There was a lot of arrows in her arsenal capable of widespread destruction, and augmented as she was, the scope of her destruction only grew. Thanks to her aspect, the arrows never missed. Ah, that makes sense. And with Luster continuously feeding her soul essence, she had no reason to stop. The devouring cloud was melting in front of his eyes. More. Sonny strained his muscles and drew the string, in the process of dismissing and summoning the strike of thunder back. Oh my god.
Sunny strained his muscles and drew the string. The process of dismissing and summoning the strike of thunder back finally finished. This time, a fierce bolt of lightning pierced the air once again. You slain, you received. And yet, even with all the destruction summoned upon the brood swarm, it was still advancing onto the city. Half of the vast killing field had already disappeared into the shadow, and the first of the winged horrors were already reaching the wall. Somewhere to his left, a massive NWP stumbled, the appalling shape of the brood breast disappearing into the breach of the wall platform armor that had created with its circular fleshy maw. The Mountain King had lava, a whole moth. I mean, the Mountain King was a moth, just not fully grown. Remember the description of the puppet shroud? I do not remember the description of the puppeteer shroud, because it's been roughly 1,000 fucking chapters since I've had to remember what the puppet shroud was. He very, very rarely uses it, so... No, I don't remember it, funnily enough.
I just remember it being a coffee kind of thing. Oh my god.
5 hours and 20 minutes. And my back is killing me. In the next moment, a massive machine jerked erratically and stepped back, plummeting from the battlement into the darkness. Have you tried having a better memory? No. That's not happening. Unless you want me to write down every fucking item and item description Sonny gets, I'm not going to do it. That's just not worth my time. What's worth my time is the story being presented to me. At the same time, Dale stepped closer to Winter. A spherical dome of transparent energy enveloped the two of them. As well as all the Awakens standing nearby, their arrows and bullets easily passed through the dome to hit the enemies. But when the long brood breast lunged at Winter from above, it collided against a wall of shimmering energy as if against solid stone. Do you think the real NTM Mountain King is still alive somewhere out there? No. And I say that because I think I think the king dying wasn't a part of the test. I also don't think Sunny sacrificing was a part of the test either. I think those were two benefactors that helped Sunny get to the divine aspect, or be worthy of a divine aspect. I think the Mountain King was always going to die. And I think some items have important lore, and I try to remember them. Like the Cinesols being made from fucking Ariel, which is a diamond. The diamond of what? I don't fucking know, but it's a diamond. Oh, yeah, they do. That one's actually in the item description. You know what? I'll worry about that another day. Anyway. Like, if Sunny sacrificed himself to the gods, I feel like he would have gained... What's below divine? Whatever's below divine, he would have achieved that. If he had killed the Mountain King and still got divine... killed the Mountain King and sacrificed himself, he still would have got divine. I feel like the very simple fact that he was able to kill off Oro, or get Oro killed, is the reason he got divine. So I think Oro survived the encounter because he was able to kill the Mountain King, somehow. I don't fucking know. Sacred, thank you. Like, Oro is the detrimental part of that nightmare. I feel like that's the important part about it. Like, I think the Mountain King was going to be dead, regardless. The Demon of Dread. It has been said in the description of Cinesols. I fucking thought so. At the end of the stream, I'll describe something as well. I want to go into who I think the next antagonist is. Sunny uttered a silent curse. At the same time, Dale stepped closer to Winter. The spherical... Oh, I already rolled up. The creature's body bounced away from the rain of blood. I guess it's time for Sonny now. Jet voice confirmed his thought, then briefly glanced at each other. They dashed away from the irregulars. Sonny dismissed the bone, took a deep breath, and summoned the Cinesols instead. Oh, shit. Okay. Instantly, the insidious voice, his own voice, spoke to his ear. Huh? Are you still pretending that you can actively save everyone? You know, shut the hell up and no one asked. To be fair, Oro surviving the encounter doesn't mean that he killed it. He could have just escaped. He could have just escaped, but I feel like the likelihood of him killing him is higher than him not killing it. You know? Especially if my idea that Arias, and all the other 9 members are indeed fated like Sonny. Like, if that idea is correct, then I 100% believe, regardless of the end of the encounter, if Sonny isn't there, the Mountain King is still dead, but Aura would still be alive. That's my assumption at the very least. Do not spoil me, do not spoil me. I do not know if the 9 are fated or not. The only character I know is fated is Sonny. I have not read any of my Shadow Slay Theory videos since The Forgotten Shore. I want to make that preference fucking heavy now, because I know a couple of you are still new in the comments. Crazy how he doesn't use his aspect at all in the first nightmare. Oh yeah, he doesn't, does he? What is his aspect in the first nightmare? Because it was like something not useful at all. I remember that. I feel like fated would be really rare though. What are the odds of 9 people would be fated at the same time? That's if we believe the 9 were all like a group of people that talk to each other, that even lived in the same period of time. I feel like the 9 could be a chain event of people. Like, there could be 2 at the same time, out of the billions and billions of people living in the dream realm. And then they discover another person fucking decades down the line. Possibly hundreds of years down the line. And then they find another person, and all of them lead into a culmination of, like, 9 people. Over a time span of, like, 1,000 years, give or take, right? Probably even way fucking longer than that. And it's like, oh, there might be 5 of us right now in present day that we exist. But over the period of time of all of us knowing that we are fated, there have been 9 of us. Oro never unlocked it at that point of his life. Yes, he did. He was awakened Oro. Which means he definitely had his aspect. This is fated we're talking about. Something being unlikely doesn't make it impossible at all. Exactly. Which is why I tend to call it like a luck factor. It's not just something that the universe votes onto you like luck in any sort of way or form. But it's something that like what's the word I'm fucking looking for? I completely forgot what I was trying to say. He'd be separated. Sonny would be separated. I feel like 9 are distinct people who have been recognized as fated individuals, or known each other to be fated individuals. And Sonny is someone way later down the line. And the reason it's way later down the line is because of Urias literally fucking existing. Still, to this day. I feel like if I want an answer to Fated, it's going to be from either Weaver or from Arias. Which we're 100% going to meet again. Anyway, I'm going to... You know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drag chat over here. Away from my inbox. I don't want chat there. And they're going to be behind the stream. Okay? So y'all can talk however you want. And I'll tell you when I can put chat back into vision. So, ramble off. I'm gonna just go read out loud. When she's augmented. Oh, bollocks. What's the fucking thing called? What's the fucking thing called? I've not gotten there yet, so I don't know what the fucking name of it's called. Is it, is this it? Whatever. Oh, never mind. That's a better one. Amaterasu. That's a way better comparison to the one I'm thinking of. Gritting his teeth, Sonny followed Soul Reaper until he reached a relatively empty section of the wall, a couple 100 meters away from the position of the irregulars. She shouted by the nearby soldiers, commanding them to retreat. Then Jet turned to Sonny and flashed him a wicked smile. Are you ready? He nodded. Then activate that charm of yours. Oh my days. Sonny sighed and then poured essence into the undying wish that at the same time wrapped all four of his shadows around his body and activated the underworld enchantment, a trait of the marble shell, enchanting the effect of the charm. His goal was rather simple. He needed to give Winter as much time as possible to eradicate the swarm at the same time, prevent Bloodfruit from flying into the city. No matter what better way would there be to achieve both of them than to achieve both of them at the presence devouring couch with an irresistible tasty target. The plan was bound to work. The only downside was, for a while, Sonny would have to survive the attention of an entire swarm. Somehow. I forgot to move it there. My bad. Y'all can't even bitch at me. Y'all can't even bitch at me because I can't see you. 5 chapters away, ladies and gentlemen. 5 chapters away. We can do it. We can do it. The world seemed trapped in a violent seizure. Hello. The darkness of the endless night was savaged, torn apart by the spreading wildfire that was disorientated, and the disorientating flashes of numerous firing armaments. The cacophony of thunderous salvos and inhuman shrieks fused with an almost palpable force, pressing down on Sonny from all sides. Okay, G3. Some distance away, above the burning hellscape of the killing field, the devouring cloud had formed itself to create a breach in the wall of flame. The dark mass of brood beasts poured forward, rushing into the defensive barrier of the last human city. The incoming segment of the swarm swirled into a long and vast protuberance. I have no idea what the fuck that means. It looked like a giant tentacle that grew and twisted, aiming for a singular spot on the city wall. A dome of shimmering energy where Dale and Winter were making their stand. Something was indeed very wrong. Since when did the devouring cloud so purposeful? How could a swarm of mindless broods be so... could not only identify the deadliest threat, but also show enough coordination intent to try and take it out first? Feeling a chill run down his spine, Sonny activated the Undying Wish and watched as the tip of the dark perpetude pivoted, changing direction to attack him instead. Wonderful. He glanced at Jet. Lingered for a moment, then asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you sure we want to do this?" So Reaper lowered her graceful glaive, a thin layer of ice, slowly, and condensing into a silver blade. Brushing her raven black hair back, she smiled from the corner of her mouth. "What do our wishes have to do with anything?" Sonny looked back at the approaching swarm and sighed. Fair enough. Oh, look at that, he's gone fucking crazy again. That's lovely. Oh my god, my nose is so fucking itchy. At that point, most of the armament of the southern section of the wall had concentrated their fire on the advancing perpetude. It was being torn by the heavily tungsten rounds of the railguns. The squirrel of bullets unleashed by countless turrets, the Soderic rifle fire mundane infantrymen, the memories and abilities of awakened soldiers. As Sonny watched swarms of miniature missile shots from the soldiers of the towering MWPs streaking across the sky and blasting countless abominations to shreds, the attacking swarm was continuously breaking and rebuilding itself. New bloodrooms instantly taking the place of the slain one to close the gap. It was not showing any signs of slowing down, though, which meant that Sonny could not escape it. Well, he was not worried. Sure you are. He winced at... This fuck-ass sword, bro. Oh my days. I fucking hate this thing. My god. Can this fuck-ass sword just piss off for more than 5 fucking minutes of my life? Sonny Winston glanced at the Sinosaurs with displeasure. His mental defenses were supposed to be quite high right now. Why wasn't the damn sword affected at all? Ah, yes. Your new shiny shell. A good reason to feel confident in any way, I guess. And if it's not enough, you can always just escape into the shadows, right? Sonny pretended not to hear the insidious voice. Have you not stopped to think about Jet, though? Where would she escape? Are you ready to watch her die? You better be. An outsider like her doesn't matter anyway. He glanced at Master Jess, who was observing the swarm by her side. Her beautiful face was calm and focused. He sighed. You're very proud of yourself, aren't you? You're very proud of yourself, aren't you? Toying with me, playing with my deepest fears and insecurities. But aren't you embarrassed by yourself a little? Fuck off. The Sinisaurus did not answer. I'll admit, it did catch me by surprise a couple of times, however. Now that I know what to expect, why would such a childish jab have any effect on me? I don't know whether you really are the voice of the cursed sword or simply a part of my own subconscious twisted by it, although the latter seems more probable. However, one thing I know is that you are out of your league here, buddy. You're out of your league here, buddy boo. Buckaroo. Fuck off. I mean, who do you think you are? You're not even the voice of Ariel, the demon of dread. You're merely a memory of an echo of a whisper. Something that pathetic wants to drive me crazy? Please, don't make me laugh. You know what? Regardless of the shit talking I'm giving Sonny here, right? For this admittedly terrible block of text. If there's one thing G3 is not good at, it is talking.
It's that regardless of the kind of fuckery Sonny goes through, it's that this cunt will not just give the fuck up. He does not care. I mean, he does care. It's obviously getting to him, hence why he's making, like, shit-backed comments. But think of all the mental bullshit Sonny's gone through just for a sword to be shit-talking him. He's been manipulated by a tree. He's been mentally fucked by a piece of armor. He's been mentally fucked by a walking squid creature, by Mordred in his own soul, by Sylvain, whose aspect is literally driving him crazy, and damn, he have to interact with her. And then, of course, there's the fucking sword. Oh, and of course, the constant whispers and murmurs of the nightmare spell, or the nightmare gates even, constantly in his ear being like, "Jump in this fucker, cunt. Don't you want to kill him more?" Or some stupid shit. I don't know what happens if you jump in the nightmare gate. But still, like, this fucker has gone through so much mental anguish. Oh yeah, right. Died hundreds and hundreds of times in multiple people's bodies by his own fucking steed. By his own shadow. After being manipulated by a femboy. Like, fuck off. The mental fortitude of this kid is insane. Like, really think back on the shit he's gone through mentally. Just mentally. The fucking fortitude of this man's brain is crazy. So even though this entire dialogue, this entire box of dialogue is shit, it still shows even a manipulation from a fucking diamond isn't even getting to him. Crazy work. This man's got a fucking... this man's brain is insane. Not for the good reasons, either. There were very few moments of silence, and then the insidious voice answered mockingly. "And yet, here you are, talking to an imaginary voice in the middle of a battle." Sonny smiled. "So what? Hearing voices and talking to myself is somewhat of a hobby of mine. Been there, done that." He pushed away the annoying whispers to the back of his mind and concentrated on what was about to come. A small shadow suddenly fell from the sky. Sonny almost moved to attack it, but then held himself back. In the next moment, a familiar crow landed on Jet's shoulder, glancing at him agitatedly, and turned to its master. "Swat! Swat!" Jet patted the bird on the head with a small smile. "Yes, I know. Now go. It's going to get too dangerous for you." The crow let out an outraged craw and spew its wings to make itself look bigger, but to no avail. Sure, to dismiss the echo, making it dissipate into swirls of sparks. I like how... I think that's the first time we've seen an echo actively fight back. That's cool. But crows are known to be incredibly intelligent creatures, so it trying to fight back against it actually makes a whole bunch of sense. Oh fuck, what's the name of it? Crow? Wait a minute. If it is an intelligence factor that made Crow like actively fight back against Jet's wishes to try and bring it back into his soul sea, what would happen if you act like... I know you can get human echoes, like we got Kurt's echo. Would it have a soul of its own? Like, would it... Like, would it... in cases of, like, battle, would it try and fight back? What would happen if he turned... You know what? That's questions for another day. That's questions, thoughts, and fairies for another day. Actually, that's a pretty good fairy. I should probably... Not my usual place I write fairies, but you know what? Pop off. Echoes, intelligence. I like the fairy. That's a cool fairy. It feels so weird knowing I'm streaming and I can't see chat. It's fucking with me a little bit, I can't lie. I can only see current viewers, chat rate, and total views of the stream. And it's fucking with me. A few seconds later, a swarm of them appeared. A swarm was upon them. The first of the longer bloodied broods was cleanly severed in half with Jet's glaive. 2 bleeding slabs of hideous flesh flying over the wall onto the siege camp below, but the next one was already attacking. Sonny allowed his mind to switch into the state of battle clarity, or rather, dive deeper into it, since clarity had become like second nature to him. His thoughts accelerated and his perception of the world became sharper, clearer, and more encompassing. Is this, That's a Shadow Dance ability, right? Like, he learned that from Nephis. Or he mastered it during his fight with Nephis, at the very least. He moved forward with light steps. The Sinosaurs flashed through the air to pierce the creature's body. Its flesh parted by the jade blade like water. At the same time, the shadows around them stared, and a dozen black tentacles rose from them, grabbing the creature's brood breasts and tearing them apart. The tentacles were different and much more complex than the ones he usually summoned before. These ones had joints and had a semblance of structure, ending the crude but nimble and powerful hands. Sonny's long hours of practice had not been for vain. He had pushed his grasp of shadow manifestation forward by a lot. Why are you messaging me? Why are you, of all people, messaging me? For no fucking reason. I will kill a bitch. I swear to God. I also like this idea that the more he uses shadow manifestation, the more texture I think he's gained. I think that's the word. Texture, detail, something like that. Of course, using it burned through his essence. Everything Sonny did required him to spend essence. Weaving shadow strings, repeatedly summoning the strike of thunder, sustaining and augmenting the effect of the dying wish, saturating his body with resilience and strength, and any other master would have drained through all the energy already. But Sonny's reserves and essence were vast and potent, more than 4 times the volume of anyone else at the same rank. At the same time, his control of it was nothing short of exquisite, allowing for a near-perfect efficiency. And imagine how much better it would be if he had Soul Serpent. He had quite a lot of fight left in him. The question was, would it be enough? Chapter 996. I can't believe we're well, technically, 20 minutes to 6 hours into the stream. Fuck me. I'm losing my fucking brain here. Anything else to add in that? Oh, yeah. Woohoo! 996. The swarm of brood beasts descended upon Sonny and Master Jet. The two of them moved with speed that would have been that seemed utterly inhuman to mundane soldiers. If any of them had remained nearby, curiously enough, a master would have been stunned just as much.
Again, this is doing nothing but back up the idea that Jet and Sunny are not that different in strength as of right now. Both Ascended Irregulars were showing a level of physical prowess that only those with extremely powerful combatant aspects would have supported to possess. Soul Reaper's glaive turned into a blur as she spun it, dissecting scorns of the ghastly abominations. The beautiful Jade Giant danced like a feather, harvesting life after life. Of course, neither Sunny nor Jet remained static, moving across the wide expanse of the battlements like a hurricane of cutting steel. They danced between the attacking nightmare creatures, never remaining in one spot long enough to be buried under their onslaught. Well, Sunny danced. His style was graceful and fluid, to a point where it seemed as though he had no rigid shape at all. Master Jet, on the other hand, fought with dire and straightforward inevitability of the existence of the experienced butcher, slaughtering her enemies both methodically and ruthlessly. Dog, I'm not changing my tier list. Master Jet's staying in that fucking top tier master. She's just going below the fucking Divine 3. Ain't no way any of you are convincing me Morgan's stronger. I fucking refuse it. There was an awful beauty to her mesmerizing savagery as well. Get ready. Sunny did not need the warning. The whirlwind of abomination surrounding him was already bad enough. But that was just the beginning. Most of the perpetrudes of the devouring cloud had yet to reach them. The situation was about to become many times worse. Oh boy, why did I come to this damn continent? Full of self-pity, he pivoted to his right, narrowly avoided the diving blooded brood beast, and banished the Cinesauls to cut down another one. At the same time, he glanced over at the edge of the wall where the long stretch of the world was obscured by a swarm of abominations. By now, the two of them had surrounded by all sides. Most of the enemies were still coming from a singular direction. The good news was that the Dying Wish was working, preventing the brood beast from passing the wall and escaping into the city. Bad news was that he could not see the glow of Winter's flames at all now, which meant that a part of the swarm attacking them was a second at most, growing much harder to deal with. Oh my god. My brain. That was gross. I'm not gonna have a voice tomorrow. Which meant that a part of the swarm attacking them was the second at the most, growing much harder to deal with. There had to be really many of them to obscure the wildfire entirely. Sunny called upon the shadows, and the black wall suddenly rose between the battlements and the main body of the perpetrude. Countless brood beasts slammed into the next moment, impaling themselves onto the shark spikes that shot from the black surface. Even more had to twist into the air to avoid the obstacle. They did not slow the swarm much, but they did funnel it somewhat, giving Sunny and Jet some room to breathe, at least for a moment. Then, when things got really tense, damn it. That felt like throwing up, but it was burping. Oh my days. I think I gained a new lung. Oh, fuck me. Oh shit. There were too many blood broods lunging at him to kill and evade them all. Sunny did his best, but he was still not enough. Even with the help of the Shadow Hand, he was forced to retrieve several attacks head-on. Making his body as heavy as a slab of rock, Sunny gritted his teeth and stood his ground. A disgusting, livery body slammed into him. If he had not used a Feather of Truth to change his mask, the impact would have thrown Sonny into the ground, or even worse, off the wall. It was, as it was, he only took half a step back while the brood beast bounced back with a nauseating crunch of a breaking bone. That hurt. Before Sonny could do anything, another nightmare creature tore into his forearm. The leathery vibrance of the puppet shroud held some of the horrid fans back, but not all of them. However, the creature's fangs scraped fruitlessly against Sonny's skin. Not even a scratch on it. He grinned. Chew on this, bastard. With that, Sonny spun the Sinosaurs into a reverse grip and easily cut through the abomination's long neck. Usually, it would have been hard to deal with that damage from such an awkward position. But the jade blade of the cursed sword was so sharp that he did not even have to put effort into cut at all. You know, when this sword gains a new body, or somehow manifests a body, or when Sonny gets rid of it, one way or another, he gets fed up, and it gets to the imp, or whatever, like, fully, this thing is going to love killing Sonny. It's going to adore the idea of ripping this man to shreds. The brood beast's body convulsed and fell down. Its severed maw, however, was still stubbornly trying to gnaw at Sonny's flesh. Whatever. Ignoring the vice-like and unpleasantly moist grasp of the creature's jaw, he threw himself back into the battle. A few moments later, he threw it off his forearm, pulling away a powerful inertia. Sadly, it was not the last of the abominations that he managed to hit him. As the numbers grew and grew, Sonny started to miss more attacks. Most of them failed to perpetrate the adamantite barrier of the marble shell, but a few did not. There were now shallow scratches here and there in his body, and their numbers were swiftly increasing. Master Jet was in a similar position, although she did not seem to be as bothered by it at all. Although her black leather armor was torn and shredded, revealing glimpses of alabaster skin and trinklets of crimson blood, she fought with the same unrestrained, magnificent brutality. There was even a dark, wicked grin on her face. What's wrong with that woman? Again, that's just your older sister, brother. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Nope. He wasted a moment to shift his sight and glance at her core, only to see that it was brimming with essence. Full to the limit. That cost him another scratch, as well as a pang of envy. Damn it, Master Jet's aspect is simply cheating. To be fair, his aspect was somewhat of a cheat as well. More than that, both of them were fighting in nearly optimal conditions. Soul Reaper was well suited fighting against large numbers of weaker enemies, who could provide her a nearly endless supply of essence, while Sonny was a true menace when surrounded by shadows. Although the cruel length of the polar night, the whole world was enveloped by shadows, and he was the master. And yet the both of them were in dire danger. Motherfucker! Even if individually brutes did not pose much of a threat to the two ascended, thousands upon thousands of them did. An army of ants was way more capable of killing an elephant. Whatever an elephant was. Fuck me. Gritting his teeth, Sonny danced between the countless abominations and felt his own essence disappear into frightening speed. The winter better be very busy obliterating the main body's swarm. Fast! Okay. Chapter 997. I'm going to disappear real quick. I have not eaten since like 3 in the afternoon. Ugh. I'll be back. When I'll be back, I will put chat back on screen, by the way. So if you've got questions or whatever, or comments, just throw them on. I'm back. Alright. Chat is now back on screen. Hello. Oh, later, Bugs Life. Oh, I'm so fucking tired. Josh, have you thought about Jet's flaw yet? Oh no, that's... that she constantly needs to have essence running through her. We kind of had that idea anyway from, the battle with the Jade Beetle. It was like, her soul doesn't look right, and she's constantly trying to kill and attack whatever. Plus her name is Soul Reaper. So yeah, I think her flaw has something to do. Or her flaw is very literally she just needs constant spew of essence. $5-hour stream, huh? 6-hour stream actually. Anyway, let's get this done and over with. I got that right? Better do. Black pillars of smoke rose into the sky, obscuring the stars like a smoldering veil. Between the roiling dark heaven and the cold, ravaged land, the fierce inferno seethed and swarmed, drowning the world in a scorching orange glow. Surrounded by a numerous abominations and a cacophony roar of heavy armaments, Sunny and Jet fought against the devouring cloud. The wind was picking up. Struggling not to slip into a fetid blood that covered the alloy expanse of the battlement, Sunny pulled Soul Reaper close and bent down, summoning a dome of shadows to surround them. His breathing was hoarse and labored. There was no light inside this improvised shelter, and the brood beast was already attacking it. The whole structure trembled under the onslaught of heavy blows. Well, still, he did not dare to sustain a barrier for more than a few seconds, afraid that the swarm would lose interest and shift its attention to the city. I won't last longer. Master Jet was uncomfortably close. Her physical state was battered and bloodied as his. Her chest rose and felt erratically betrayed at the same level of exhaustion. Erratically berating at the same level of exhaustion. Nevertheless, her voice sounded calm. You can't fight anymore? He shook his head and then spoke after realizing she probably could not see him. No, not that. The charm. I don't have enough essence to keep it active for long. She lingered for a moment. Do what you can. After that, let's see what fate has in store. Yeah, Sunny would said a choice of words, then consider if it was time to summon Nightmare. Yeah. Fate is certainly a word we can use here, chat. Nightmare was also large and stacked armor. His main defense was speed and viciousness, which would not protect him against the swarm. If the Nightmare Stallion sustained heavy wounds today, Sunny would not be able to call upon him tomorrow. Back to the slaughter then. He glanced at Jet. Ready? She smiled in the darkness. Always. He allowed the suffering shadows to subdue, and the black dome fell apart around them. Immediately, the flood of brood beasts descended upon the two ascended. Sunny and Jet were pushed back to back. Unable to move, the jade longsword and the silver glaive buried, tearing through the ghastly abominations. The smell of blood permeated the air. It was somewhat of a heroic scene, exactly what he had often seen in dramas and webtoons about Valiant Awakened. Not very practical, though. Soon, stuck in one spot and limited to where he could move, Sunny became a perfect target. Curse it! A strong gale of wind slammed into them, throwing many brood beasts off course. Jet used that moment to lunge forward and banish her glaive, causing an explosion of frost to spread through the swarm, and clear a bit of space between them. High above, a veil of smoke looked like a storm cloud. Yep. Sunny was still feeding his essence into the Undying Wish, sustaining the augment of the Undying World, hoping to buy Winter another minute. Maybe half a minute of time. But the Devouring Cloud seemed to have suddenly learned how to resist Sylvain's charm. Without any provocation, the massive brood beast shifted, flashing past the two bloodied masters, ignoring the alluring enchantment of the Dying Wish. They lunged in the direction of Dale's protective barrier, still shimmering with mystical energy. What the hell? Sunny slashed the nearby abomination, cutting it in half. Another bead brutally simply ignored him and flew away. You have slain an awakened beast, brood of the Devouring Cloud. You have received. He ignored the quiet whisper of the Stell and stared at the apocalyptic scene of the battlefield. The killing field below the wall was enveloped in flame. The sky was burning with red embers as well. The main body of the swarm seemed diminished, somewhat. I'm so fucking tired. I can't even pretend I'm not. I'm fucking exhausted. Oh my god. Where once there had been an uninterrupted wall of winged horrors, now there were tattered curtains of them, and the vast breaches and gaps in its veil, seething mass. Winter and all the other defenses did not waste any time at all and brought them. The problem, however, was that the flames unleashed by an ascended archer in her initial attack had almost died down, and now the whole of the Devouring Cloud was advancing onto the city. This was the key moment. Winter had to break their advance and once and for all. And that was going to happen. Nothing could interrupt her. God damn it. Sonny prepared himself, dashing forward towards the position of the rest of the irregulars. He could see dark tentacles from the thin perpetude slamming into Dale's barrier. The wind howled so loud that it drowned out the thunder of the firing railguns at the moment. The barrier grew dim, but held, for now. The radiant arrow escaped from it, stretched across the killing field and disappearing into the devouring cloud. Then, it was as though a large portion of the swarm imploded in itself, countless abominations being violently pulled and crushed into a visible force. However, it was still not enough. Dale's barrier was growing dimmer and dimmer, and the swarm was still advancing, a dozen seconds away from crashing into the defenders of the city. Not enough. And then a vast shadow fell from the city, tearing through the veil of smoke and clouds obscuring it. At that time, the devastating net of lightning enveloped the devouring cloud, turned into a world of white for a second. Thousands of abominations instantly turned to ash. A giant bird of prey with white feathers and a devastating talon of luscious steel dove from the swarm. Her enormous wings were withered in thunderclouds. The bolt of lightning danced around her body like a cloak. A hurricane of wind summoned by her arrival threw the center of the devouring cloud into disarray. Sonny froze. Sky tide? Fucking hell. Could have came any later, Triss? I called it Triss again. Tyrus? 2 seconds. Told you. St. Tyrus looked battered and exhausted, but still incredibly fearsome. Her white feathers were painted by blood, and there was a thin layer of ice covering many parts of her body. Despite all that, she was cutting through the swarm like the blade of a guillotine, and at the same time, powerful winds pressed the abominations down and pushed them away from the city. Sonny stared at the incredible scene of in tired silence. He had never been so happy to see a saint before. That's a lie. That's twice now you've been extremely happy to see a saint, bitch. Stared at the incredible scene. Oh. Lowering the Sinosaurus, he looked at Master Jet. And somewhat confused question escaped his lips. Have we won? She lingered for a moment and then shrugged. It seems that way. Before Soul Reaper finished the sentence, however, the city wall suddenly quaked under them. Oh my days. What is going on? Stop fucking talking. If you fuckers jinx yourself one more fucking time during this 6-hour stream, I will kill a cunt. I will kill a cunt myself. And if it has to be G3 to stop you fuckers from talking, then so be it. Fuck. How many times are gonna jinx themselves, man? Fuck me. Fated to licking its lips at these dickheads. Why are you on? Where's my finger? There. Don't charge. 998. 2 more chapters to go, thank God. The wall trembled violently, almost throwing Sonny off his feet. He caused himself from falling and spun, the Sinosaurus flying into the defensive stance. What the fuck was that? Master Jet used her glaive and keep herself upright and looked around. For the first time since the start of the battle, her expression became grim. She did not answer for a couple seconds, then her icy eyes widened slightly. Soul Reaper turned to Sonny, saying something he had already sensed himself. A cold shiver ran down his spine. The call. The call of the nightmare had already grown closer and louder, assaulting his mind with an onslaught of screaming whispers. In the next moment, the world came undone, and the piercing sound of a tearing alloy filled Sonny's ears. The battlement beneath him was falling apart, and a strong aftershock of whatever it was that had been destroyed had rolled through the air, throwing him away. No! Sonny did not see it yet, but he had understood what had happened. A nightmare gate had just opened right below where he and Jet had fought, annihilating a large section of the wall. An ugly rift in reality torn through the armored alloy, turning it into nothing. A vertical schism of pure nothingness plagued. Oh shit! Of nothingness played strange tricks on both light and darkness, making it appear as it simultaneously perfectly flat and inconceivably deep. A litany of inaudible screams thundered out of the deafening sounds, washing over the world like a demented call. The wall was breached from the bottom to top. Some of it by the devoured of the gate, the rest simply collapsing when the supporting structure suddenly disappeared. Sonny plummeted down an array of debris. Before he could truly comprehend what was happening, his body brushed against the boundary of the gate. Instantly, an explosion of binding plane enveloped his body and soul. A strange repelling force pushing against him. The Nightmare Gate was a one-way path. The creatures of the Dream Realm could never enter through into the waking world. Could enter through the waking world, but nothing from the waking world could pass through the lands of the nightmare. Only Awakened could answer its call by sending their souls on a perilous journey. All they had to do was fall asleep in its vicinity of the rift. Oh, this is a level 2 gate? And if so, fucking yikes. Masters and Saints could answer it, too, by pulling their own anchors, but just not physically stepping through the gate. Maybe sovereigns were different, but Sonny had no time to think about that. All he could think about, really, was for a few moments, after experiencing the shock of brushing against the lightless rift, his mind became utterly blank. When he came to his senses, he found himself falling a 70-meter height, the ground approaching him with frightening speed. Still disorientated, Sonny scrambled the summon of Dark Wings, but they froze for a split second. There was not enough time for the translucent memory to manifest itself into existence, and its achievement to activate. He may be 3 seconds left. Would the fall height kill him? If a mountain can literally fucking kick you, I don't think falling 70 meters is going to do it. It's only 270 feet. You're fine. I think it was 270 feet. It was something stupid. I'm not going to fucking check. Sonny did not know, and he did not want to find out. Even if he survived somehow, the flood of nightmare creatures would soon find a way out the gate and finish the job. Damn it. Something heavy and sharp suddenly slammed into Sonny's head. A torn piece of the wall's fragment. Following an instant, Sonny reached towards and called upon the shadow for a falling piece of debris. They moved, sliding towards his body. Sonny made himself as light as he could, and then manifested the shadow. In the next moment, a vast mantle of darkness surrounded him like a steaming black cape, catching the wind and slowly falling down this fall. I mean, the mountain killed him. I mean, a big hole in the wall cannot be good, not to mention the electronics. Amen. It was almost enough. He hit the ground hard enough to bounce off it and back out for a moment. The mantle of shadow was torn apart and dismissed. And dispaced. Sonny rolled away. His body a mass of pain. Vaguely recognizing the landscape of the staging area around him, he came to a halt after violently slamming onto the feet of the loaded robot when weakly crawling under it, hoping to hide from the raiding debris. It was good thinking. Not a second later, a piece of alloy must have weighed several tons crashed into the ground in the spot where Sonny had just been a moment ago. And that was all Sonny could do, though. After taking shelter between the legs of the loader, all lengths seemed to abandon him. All strength seemed to abandon him. All he was pain. Ugh. He was alive at least. Blood weaving the marble shell, as well as his ascended physique, had protected Sonny's body from being severely damaged. He was just a bit shocked, that was all. Arguably, touching the gate had caused much more harm. Sonny didn't know what kind of damage he had received, but he felt serious. He knew he'd still fight, maybe, but not right now. Josh, how many major spoilers have you seen about Shadow Slave? That's a good question. Major spoilers? I don't know. But spoilers? A fair bit. What major spoiler? Oh, G3. G3 is probably my biggest spoiler. The one time I know of him watching a video of mine. I did a Dark Souls stream. Fucking God knows how many months ago now. Probably back in November. Ish. And this is around the time Sonny, I think everybody in the cohort had just killed off the giant manticore bird next to the head, right? I think it was right after that fight. And I was talking to chat. At the time, it would have been Quibi and a couple other people. And I was speculating about there being a Shadow Clan and the Forgotten Shore, and how you can't dream as it awakened in the dream realm. That's an illogical conclusion. There has to have been a reason for why Sonny was able to dream at the time. And then that spiraled into a conversation about the gods, there being a forgotten god, or there had to have been a forgotten god at the time. And maybe that forgotten god is only as lost in time and memory as it is. At the time, I thought to be the vile thieving bird. Because if you're a thieving bird, what can't you thieve? And, I can't remember the specific details, but I remember making an argument of like, oh, what if the vile thieving bird stole Sonny's fate? Like, the whole fated attribute is so fucking important. What if the bird stole it to get revenge on Sonny for killing its egg? It's already dead egg, but what if it found out and it knew that, like, Sonny is the reason why that happened and went to steal his fate? And then, how many weeks later was it? I think it was like 2 weeks later. Oh, no. This was February. So I'm like the end of Volume 2. Because I thought about that idea back in November. And then, like, I verbalized it when I started streaming back in February. And it was 2 weeks later, I had been spammed. I was spammed like crazy of people being like, G3 saw your video, by the way. G3 saw the fucking video. I was like, the fuck you on about? G3 saw... No, he fucking didn't. My Shadow Slave videos barely get any views and likes compared to, like, most other, like, edits and bigger content creators, right? Bullshit. And then I picked a random guy. Just a random guy in my TikTok comment section, which is where specifically G3 had seen the video from. And I was like, give me proof. Here's my Discord.
Send me physical proof of G3 saying he has seen the video. And he absolutely showed a video. He basically, without saying my name verbatim, it didn't matter because the entire fucking Discord already knew it was me anyway. And came out and being like, how the fuck did you figure that out? Like, there isn't a whole fucking live stream. I don't think it's live anymore, though. I think it might be private because I hate that fucking stream. That stream was just me bitching for an hour and 50 minutes. Anyway, that video basically just confirmed that I know for a fact Sonny's going to encounter the vile thieving bird. And I know his fate is going to be stolen. Those are probably the biggest spoilers that I've been told. But it's by the author himself. Actually, I can get the video up. I think I've still got the guy's at. I think. Big think. Is it you? Yep. I still got it.
I do see.
I'll just let the audio play.
I do see some fan theories online sometimes. And they are mostly wrong, but they are often right. Actually, personally, I think that Shadow Slave is a very predictable book. I'm very surprised that people can see every twist well in advance. But yeah, like, recently I saw a TikTok of a guy who predicted that vile thieving bird would steal Sunny's fate and
Again, that happened, was it February? Yeah, 22nd of February, I got that video. And I ignored people for like 3-4 days straight about it, because I didn't believe him. And I knew that was my video that he was talking about, because I was the only fucker talking about the Forgotten Show back then. I was like, can you not, please? Fun times. Stressful times. Fuck me. I had a lot of eyes on me then. Those days were scary. Oh, wow. Aside from the mention that you said you got spoiled about the third nightmare, that's crazy. I know the third nightmare is happening right after Antarctica. And it's happening in a place called the Tomb of Ariel, but that's it. I could have guessed it had something to do with Ariel because of the Sin of Solace, but that's about it. Anyway. From his temporary shelter, Sonny had a clear view of the broken wall and the vast rift of nothingness pulsing darkly at the breach. A few soldiers and logistics specialists were running away from it, consumed by panic. A few more lay dead, killed by the debris. A tide of nightmare creatures was about to emerge from the gate, flooding the stage area and devour everyone before they escape. Sonny was utterly defenseless. Antarctica sets up much more for Ariel. Yeah, I imagine. A cold voice suddenly resounded in his ears. Oh my god, can this fuck-ass sword shut up? Oh yeah, by the way, from that clip, that's how I also learned that the Shadow Slave community has a Discord server. Are you okay? No, I'm fucking exhausted. This is now by far the longest stream I've ever done. I just can't wait to have food. A cold voice suddenly resounded in his ear. Have fun. You can all fuck off. I'm staying to my commitment. See? I told you that you were useless. Sonny gritted his teeth. Shut up. His own laughter was an answer. I told you that Master J was going to die, didn't I? Shh, he growled. I said, shut the hell up. 100 million views. No shit, it was a Discord. I didn't fucking know that, cunt. This was a fucking nothing story that I knew of. I knew it was fairly popular. I'll go F off and read my own shit. Fair enough. Enjoy Night Hosh. Nope, I'm stubborn. Pushing through the pain and weakness, Sonny forced himself to start crawling. He wanted to crawl away, but somehow found himself crawling towards the gate. The desire to flee has been subtly defeated by the desire to finish the job and defend the city, without him even noticing. I must have really lost it. Why am I I'll stop at 1000, actually. I'll stop exactly at 1000, which means I have one more chapter, thank fuck. Maybe there was some trick left. No, there surely wasn't. He was just too rattled and confused to think of it. There was the dying wish. Huh? There was also nightmare. There was a massive shape slowly revealing itself in pulsating darkness of the gate. A familiar voice whispered into his ear. Sonny felt a flash of fury see in his mind. Shut your mouth. But then he froze. That voice was not his. Ignoring the rude outburst, the spell spoke. Your shadow has evolved. Saint, baby! Saint! Yes! Finally! Saint's fucking here! And we're at 9.99. Oh my god, I could kill someone. My shadow? Sonny opened his eyes wide. Saint! Oh, they're gonna thank Mongrel for this. It seemed that Saint had finished the revolution into a devil ahead of schedule. All things considered, her timing was nothing short but impeccable. Even in his distorted state, Sonny knew that he would not ignore such luck. This is as the first nightmare creature emerged from the gate, he abandoned any attempts to crawl forward and called upon his shadow instead. The coldness of the polar night seemed to grow slightly darker. Then an incandescent sabaton forged out of the black, stone-like metal stepped on the ground beside him. Sonny weakly turned his head to look at Saint, who was aloof as ever. His Tartantian night had changed. Saint's fucking back, baby! Saint's fucking back, console. Let's go. Sonny initially she had been roughly the same height as him, becoming taller after evolving into a demon. Now Saint towered above Sonny. Obscured by the beautiful onyx armor, the lines in her stone body were still slender and graceful. But at more than 2 meters of height, the fearsome shadow seemed extremely imposing. Why the fuck do people draw these two at the same height? This bitch is taller than me, actually. I think. Wait, no, I don't. Wait. I might be wrong. This bitch does tower over me. She's 6'5". Fucking hell. Her oppressive presence was worthy of a devil. The black armor itself had not changed much. It had always been a product of a magnificent craftsmanship and seemed more superb and menacing now. However, Saint's skin, which had been grey like stone before, then white like alabaster, was as smooth and black as polished onyx. At least, what little could be seen as those the slits in her visor. The ruby gems of her eyes burned an ominous crimson flame. Saint studied the vast rift of the Nightmare Gate indifferently, then glanced at Study, and it almost seemed as though she had a lot of questions. He forced out a weak smile. Yeah, a lot happened. Glad to see you too. Then he raised a crumbling hand and pointed at the emerging nightmare creature. Go, deal with them, if you don't mind. I'll stay here for a bit. Saint gets bigger as the series goes on. How much bigger can a bitch get? My god, she's gonna make little prawn look tiny. Saint lingered for a moment, then turned her head to the flood of monstrous creatures and walked forward.
Her steps were calm and steady. Sonny let out his hand and dropped it back to the ground. Ah, it's good to have her back. Isn't it fucking just? I also love how the more she evolves, the progressively more intelligent she seems to become. Love it. Hoisting himself to sit, he leaned back against the piece of rubble. Sonny had used some of his last essence to send the broken oath to the Tartantran devil. Then, he commanded all 4 of his shadows to abandon him to embrace Satan instead. Oh my god, he just made her so much fucking bigger. Or so much stronger even. Her tall figure shone with a dark radiance. The shadows around the demonic knight swelled, becoming deeper and darker, surrounding her like a turbulent metal, which was all expected. What Sonny had not expected, however, was that there was a hint of true elemental darkness in the lightless glow. It made him shiver. Oh, wow, okay, shit. Oh, wow, she's really reminiscing like the fucking Black Knight then. A few dozen meters away from them, a nightmare creature were being born from the revolting nothingness of the gate, flooded and rushed forward, chasing after the retreating soldiers and non-combatants. The abominations looked like tall, insectine humanoids with 6 hands each in their inhuman faces, brimming with black eyes and jagged mandibles. They wore Capros armor and wielded weapons made of sharp cretin, moving with astonishing speed and possessing dreadful might. As Sonny watched one of these creatures easily throw a piece of the broken wall that it must have weighed a ton at least. Unfazed, Saint opened her arms as if trying to embrace the broken, burning world. Darkness flowed from under her vambrace, over her palms and into the air. A moment later, flowing darkness formed into a shape of a familiar stone sword. It was whole once again, but only black in appearance. A feeling of dark, nebulous power radiated from the stygent blade on her hand, and a round shield-like metal appeared. Its surface was the same polished onyx of the fearsome arm of the Tartantran demon. Has she regained her sword and shield? Walking towards the enemy, Saint raised her sword and struck the rim of her shield twice with its blade, as if challenging the harrowing tide of monsters. Oh my god, she's so fucking cool! Nope. Damn! Sonny was too weak and mentally shaken to do anything. He just sat on the ground using a piece of the rubble to support, watching Saint fight. His shadow simply walked forward, and then dove into the mass of enemies as soon as the last of the soldiers ran past her. She collided against the Anakud warriors and used her shield, sending dozens of them stumbling to the ground. Turned into a whirlwind of annihilating darkness, her sword slicing through the Capros armor, flesh and bone like it was nothing that could stop it. The black blood, severed limbs, and broken bodies covered the ground. Saint was an ascended devil now, and augmented by all 4 of Sonny's shadows. The broken oath were seen by the augmentation, sapping strength and vitality from the enemies. The graceful knight fought with a stunning clarity and sublime skill, and yet it was not enough to explain why Saint was so deadly and devastating. The abominations were not weak, it was just that she was too strong, too fast, too tyrannical. A simple evolution of one class could not explain the difference. A devil commanded unnatural powers that were separate from the demons. Sonny's thoughts were slow and tangled, but he remembered that much. What powers had Saint received? Might as well take a look. It was not that Sonny could use much currently. Before we take a look, I gotta do something. Really, really quickly.
glorious piss indeed.
He lingered for a few moments, staring at the fearsome battle that was taking place merely 24 meters away from him. Singh was holding back a whole mob of nightmare creatures by herself. For now, he did not know how long she would last, or whether the abominations would flow past the slaughtering devil to escape into the city. As they did, he would be the first one to die. Huh? Sunny gathered his thoughts and activated the healing property of the dying wish first. Then, at last, he did not demand any essence. Or maybe slowly accumulated it with each kill, creating a hidden reserve. The main effect of the enchantment had been deactivated long ago. A wave of healing energy spread through his body, repairing the damage done to it and lessening the pain. He was still weak, muddled and suffering, though. Through the touch of the gate had done to him seemed more than merely physical wound. Whatever. Next, Sunny summoned Nightmare. He did not send the Black Stallion to join the battle yet, ordering him to stand guard above his master. However, satisfied with these measures, Sunny glanced at Saint again and summoned her runes. I just want to see something. Oh, Heart of Darkness. Yeah, that's the only one that's to know. Anyway, chapter 1000! We're done. We're fucking done. We're done. When are you planning to have a Shadow Slave discussion with Esgeeky? He said he'd message me about it. But nothing's come of it yet. He has my Twitter. He knows how to message me. And I've told him, hey, I've got nothing going on. If you need to call me at like 3 a.m. my time, I don't give a shit. I'll be there, dude. I'm more than willing to have a conversation about the second and now third volume of Shadow Slave. Since Saint can clearly evolve as well as Serpent, do you think Sunny can evolve Nightmare into a Titan? Well, all three of his shadows can independently evolve. Well, not independently. Right? Clearly, Saint needs to do, like, weird shit revolving around, like, darkness. Or her old species, plus gain, like, just different one-off items to help her evolve. Nightmare needs fucking nightmare seeds and shit. I don't know. He needs nightmare juices or whatever. And then Serpent is the only one that's dependent on Sunny to evolve. Whether it be Sunny evolving physically for Serpent to evolve, or him ascending up the Shadow Dance ladder. Like him becoming closer to the idea of a shadow. How would he evolve Nightmare into a Titan? I guess is my question. Nightmare needs the same thing, though. Nightmare also gets stronger by upgrading not upgrading, but like by giving him like different memories and echoes and shit. He just has a different way of ascending. So I don't know. Anyway, 6 hours and 40 fucking minutes of a live stream. I am so tired. I'm going to fuck off. I'm going to eat. And I'm probably gonna jerk off, frankly. I am tired. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I can't believe some of you stayed for the entirety of the 7 hours of this fucking stream. You're crazy. I'm crazy, though. Anyway, thank you all for watching. That's rank, not class, though. I do believe every single kind of nightmare creature can evolve in class. I just think they all have very different ways of ascension now. Kind of like Saint, you know? They need certain things to just help that category. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Bye. I am so fucking tired. I'm gonna eat